This is Audible.
Macmillan Audio presents Redemption Road by John Hart, read by Scott Shepard. For Nord, Matthew, and Mickey. Good man gone. It's a cold and it's a broken hallelujah. Leonard Cohen. Yesterday. The woman was a rare beauty in that she knew nothing of her perfection. He'd watched her long enough to suspect as much, but only in meeting her had his instinct been proven true. She was modest and shy and easily swayed. Perhaps she was insecure or not very bright. Maybe she was lonesome or confused about her place in this difficult world. It didn't matter, really. She looked right, and that was all about the eyes. Hers flashed as she came down the sidewalk, the sundress loose around her knees, but not inappropriate. He liked the way the dress shifted and how neatly she moved her legs and arms. She was pale-skinned and quiet. He'd have preferred her hair a little different, but that was okay. It really was about the eyes. They had to be clear and deep and unguarded, so he watched carefully to make sure nothing had changed in the few days since they'd agreed to meet. She looked about in an apologetic way, and from a distance he could sense the unhappiness born of bad boyfriends and a meaningless job. She hoped life would be more. He understood that in a way most men would not. "Hello, Ramona." She shied unabashedly now that they were so close to each other. Her lashes were dark on the curve of her cheek, her head angled so that he lost sight of her flawless jaw. "I'm glad we decided to do this," he said. "I think it will be an afternoon well spent." "Thank you for making the time." She blushed, the eyes still downcast. "I know you're busy. The future matters for all of us. Life and the living of it, career and family, and personal satisfaction. It's important to plan and think things through. There's no need to do it alone, not in a town like this. We know each other here. We help each other. You'll understand that once you live here longer. The people are nice. It's not just me." She nodded, but he understood the deeper feelings. They'd met as if by accident, and she was wondering why she'd opened up so readily and to such a stranger. But that was his gift, his face and his gentle manner, the way they trusted. Some women needed that, the shoulder, the patience. Once they knew his interest was not romantic, it was easy. He was steady and kind. They thought him worldly. "Are you ready then?" He opened the car door, and for an instant she looked unsettled, her gaze lingering on cigarette burns and torn vinyl. "It's a loaner," he said. "I apologize, but my usual car needed service." She bit her bottom lip, muscles tightening in the back of one smooth calf. Stains marred the dash. The carpet was worn through. She needed a push. "We were supposed to do this tomorrow, remember? Late afternoon, coffee and a chat." A smile creased his face. "I would have had the other car if plans had stayed the same, but you needed to change the day. It was kind of last minute, and we were really doing this for you." He let the words trail off so she'd remember that she'd suggested the meeting and not the other way around. She nodded a final time because it made sense and because she didn't want to look like the kind of person who cared about something as meaningless as a car. Not when she was too broke to buy her own. My mother's coming in from Tennessee this morning. She glanced back at the apartment building, new lines at the corners of her mouth. It was unexpected. Yes, and she's my mom. You told me, I know. A little frustration was in his voice, a little impatience. He smiled to take out the sting, though the last thing he wanted was to be reminded of the girl's hillbilly roots in some hillbilly town. It's my nephew's car, he said. He's in college. Well, that explains it then. She meant the smell and the dirt, but she was laughing now, so he laughed too. Kids, he said. Yeah, right. He made a mock bow and said something about chariots. She laughed, but he was no longer paying attention. She was already in the car. I enjoy a Sunday. She sat straight as he slid behind the wheel. The stillness and the quiet, no expectations. She smoothed the skirt and showed the eyes. Don't you love a Sunday? Of course, he said, but couldn't care less. Did you tell your mother we were meeting? Not a chance, the girl said. There'd be a million questions. She'd say I was needy or irresponsible, that I should have called her instead. Perhaps you underestimate her. Not my mother, no. He nodded as if he understood her isolation. The mother was overbearing, the father distant or dead. He turned the key and liked the way she sat, back straight, both hands folded neatly in her lap. The people who love us tend to see what they want to see, and not what we really are. Your mother should look more closely. I think she'd be pleasantly surprised. The comment made her happy. He pulled away from the curb and talked enough to keep her that way. What about your friends? He asked. The people you work with, do they know? Only that I'm meeting someone today and that it's personal. She smiled and showed the warm, rich eyes that had drawn him in the first place. They're very curious. I'm sure they are, he said, and she smiled a second time. It took a dozen minutes for her to ask the first meaningful question. Wait a minute, I thought we were having coffee. I'm taking you somewhere else first. What do you mean? It's a surprise. She craned her neck as the city sank behind them. Fields and woods ran off in either direction. The empty road seemed to take new meaning as her fingers touched her throat, her cheek. My friends will expect me back. I thought you didn't tell them. Did I say that? He gave her a look but didn't respond. The sky outside was purple, the sun an orange push through the trees. They were far past the edge of town, an abandoned church settling quietly on a distant hill, its steeple broken as if by the weight of the darkening sky. I love a ruined church, he said. What? Don't you see it? He pointed, and she stared at the ancient stone, the twisted cross. I don't understand. She was worried, trying to convince herself everything was normal. He watched blackbirds settle on the ruins. A few minutes later, she asked him to take her home. I'm not feeling well. We're almost there. She was scared now, he could tell, frightened of his words and the church and the strange flat whistle that hissed between his lips. You have very expressive eyes, he said. Has anyone ever told you that? I think I'm going to be sick. You'll be fine. He turned the car onto a gravel road, the world defined by trees and dusk and the heat of her skin. When they passed an open gate and a rusted fence, the girl began to cry. It was quiet at first, then less so. Don't be afraid, he said. Why are you doing this? Doing what? She cried harder but didn't move. The car rolled out of the trees and into a clearing choked with weeds and old equipment and bits of rusted metal. An empty silo rose, round and streaked, its pinnacle stained pink by the falling sun. At its base a small door gaped, the space beyond it black and still. She stared up at the silo, and when she looked back down, saw handcuffs in his hand. "Put these on." He dropped the cuffs in her lap, and a warm, wet stain spread beneath them. He watched her stare desperately through the windows, looking for people, or sunlight, or reasons to hope. "Pretend it's not real," he said. She put on the cuffs, the metal clinking like tiny bells. "Why are you doing this?" It was the same question, but he didn't blame her. He turned off the engine and listened to it tick in the stillness. It was hot in the clearing. The car smelled of urine, but he didn't mind. "We were supposed to do this tomorrow." He pushed a stun gun against her ribs and watched her twitch as he pulled the trigger. "I don't need you till then." 1. Gideon Strange opened his eyes to dark and heat and the sound of his father weeping. He held very still, though the sobbing was neither new nor unexpected. His father often ended up in a corner, huddled as if his son's bedroom were the world's last good place. And Gideon thought about asking why, after all these years, his father was still so sad and weak and broken. It would be a simple question, and if his father were any kind of man, he'd probably answer it. But Gideon knew what his father would say, and so kept his head on the pillow and watched the dark corner until his father pulled himself up and crossed the room. For long minutes he stood silently, looking down. Then he touched Gideon's hair and tried to whisper himself strong, saying, "Please, God, please." Then asking strength from his long-dead wife so that "please, God" turned into "help me, Julia." Gideon thought it was pitiful, the helplessness and tears, the shaking, dirty fingers. Holding still was the hardest part, not because his mother was dead and had no answer, but because Gideon knew if he moved at all, his father might ask if he was awake, or sad, or equally lost. Then Gideon would have to tell the truth, not that he was any of those things, but that he was more lonesome inside than any boy his age should be. But his father didn't speak again. He ran fingers through his son's hair and stood perfectly still, as if whatever strength he sought might magically find him. Gideon knew that would never happen. He'd seen pictures of his father before and had a few dim memories of a man who laughed and smiled and didn't drink most every hour of every day. For years he'd thought that man might return, that it could still happen. But Gideon's father wore his days like a faded suit, an empty man whose only passion rose from thoughts of his long-dead wife. He seemed alive enough then, but what use were flickers or hints? The man touched his son's hair a final time, then crossed the room and pulled the door shut. Gideon waited a minute before rolling out of bed, fully dressed. He was running on caffeine and adrenaline, trying hard to remember the last time he'd slept, or dreamed, or thought of anything else besides what it would take to kill a man. Swallowing hard, he cracked the door, trying to ignore that his arms were skinny white and his heart was running fast as a rabbit's. He told himself that 14 years was man enough, and that he didn't need to be any older to pull a trigger. God wanted boys to become men after all, and Gideon was only doing what his father would do if his father were man enough to do it. That meant killing and dying were part of God's plan, too. And Gideon said as much in the dark of his mind, trying hard to convince the parts of him that shook and sweated and wanted to throw up. 13 years had passed since his mother's murder, then 3 weeks since Gideon had found his father's small black gun, and 10 more days since he'd figured out a 2 a.m. train would carry him to the gray square prison on the far side of the county. Gideon knew kids who'd hopped trains before. The key, they said, was to run fast and not think on how sharp and heavy those big, shiny wheels truly were. But Gideon worried he'd jump and miss and go under. He had nightmares about it every night, a flash of light and dark, then pain so true he woke with an ache in the bones of his legs. It was an awful image even awake, so he pushed it down and cracked the door wide enough to see his father slumped in an old brown chair, a pillow squeezed to his chest as he stared at the broken television, where Gideon had hidden the gun after he stole it from his father's dresser drawer 2 nights ago. He realized now that he should have kept the gun in his room, but there was no better hiding place, he'd thought, than the dried-out guts of a busted-up television that hadn't worked since he was 5. But how to get the gun when his father sat right in front of it? Gideon should have done it differently, but his thoughts ran crooked sometimes. He didn't mean to be difficult. It just worked out that way. So that even the kind teachers suggested he think more about woodshop and metalworking than about the fancy words in all those great heavy books. Standing in the dark, he thought maybe those teachers were right after all, because without the gun he couldn't shoot or protect himself or show God he had the will to do necessary things. After a minute he closed the door thinking, 2 o'clock train. But the clock already said 1:21, then 1:30. Checking the door again, he watched a bottle go up and down until his father slumped and the bottle slipped from his fingers. Gideon waited 5 more minutes, then crept to the living room and stepped over engine parts and other bottles, tripping once as a car rumbled past and splashed light through a gap in the curtains. When it was dark again, he knelt behind the television, slipped off the back, and pulled out a gun that was black and slick and heavier than he remembered. He cracked the cylinder, checked the bullets. "Son?" It was the small voice, the small man. Gideon stood and saw that his father was awake, a man-shaped hole in a stretch of stained upholstery. He seemed uncertain and afraid, and for a moment Gideon wanted to go back under the sheets. He could call everything off, pretend none of this had ever happened. It would be nice, he thought, not to kill a man. He could put the gun down and go back to bed. But he saw the halo of flowers in his father's hands. They were dry and brittle now, but his mother, on her wedding day, had worn them like a crown in her hair. He looked at them again. Baby's breath and white roses, all of it pale and brittle. Then imagined how the room would look if a stranger were looking down from above, the man with dead flowers, the boy with the gun. Gideon wanted to explain the power of that image, to make his father understand that the boy had to do what the father would not. Instead, he turned and ran. He heard his name again, but was already through the door. Half falling as he leapt off the porch and hit the ground running, the gun warm now in his hand, the impact from hard concrete slamming up his shins as he ran half a block, then ducked through an old man's yard and into thick woods that ran east with the creek, then up a big hill to where chain links sagged and factories were rusted shut. He fell against the fence as his father far behind him called his name over and over, his voice so loud it broke and cracked and finally failed. For a second, Gideon hesitated, but when a train whistled in the west, he pushed the gun under the fence and scrambled over the top, tearing skin as he did and banging both knees when he landed wrong in the overgrown parking lot on the other side. The train's whistle blew louder. He didn't have to do it. No one had to die. But that was the fear talking. His mother was dead and her killer needed to pay. So he aimed for a gap between the burned-out furniture plant and the place that used to make thread, but now had one whole side falling in. It was darker between the buildings, but even with loose bricks under his feet, Gideon made it without falling to a hole in the fence near the big white oak in the far corner. There was light from a street lamp and from a few low stars, but it disappeared as he belly slid under the wire and plunged into a gully on the far side. The dirt was dry and loose going down. He slipped, scrabbling to keep the gun from falling out in the blackness, then splashed through a trickle of water and clambered up the other side to stand breathless in an alley of scrub that spread out from metal tracks that looked white against the dirt. He bent at the waist, cramping, but the train rounded a bend and blasted light up the hill. It would have to slow, he thought. But it didn't. It hit the hill like the hill was nothing. 3 engines and a wall of metal. It blew past as if it could strip the air from his lungs. But more cars came onto the hill every second, and Gideon had a sense of it in the dark. Of 50 cars, and then another 100. their weight dragging at the engines until he realized the train had slowed so much he could almost keep up. And that's what he tried to do, running fast as the wheels sparked yellow and built a vacuum that sucked at the bones of his legs. He scrabbled at one car and then another, but the rungs were high and slick. He risked a glance and saw the last cars racing up behind him, 20 maybe, and then less. If he missed the train, he missed the prison. His fingers stretched, but he fell, and smeared skin from his face, then ran and reached, and felt a rung in his hand, as agony burst in his shoulder and his feet thumped across wooden ties before the car at last was a shell around him. He'd made it. He was on the train that would carry him off to kill a man. And the truth of that pressed down in the dark. It wasn't talk anymore, or waiting, or planning. The sun would rise in 4 hours. The bullets would be real bullets. But so what? He sat in the blackness, determined, as hilltops rose and fell and houses between them looked like stars. He thought of sleepless nights and hunger, and when the river glinted beneath him, he looked for the prison, seeing a bright light miles out across the valley floor. It raced closer, so he leaned out when the ground seemed flattest and least rocky. He looked for the strength to jump, but was still on the train as dirt flicked past and the prison sank like a ship in the dark. He was going to miss it. So he thought of his mother's face instead, then stepped out and fell and hit the ground like a sack of rocks. When he woke, it was still dark, and though the stars looked dimmer, he had enough light to limp along the tracks until he found a road that led to a cluster of brown buildings he'd seen once from the back of a moving car. He stepped beneath a black-lettered sign that said "Convicts Welcome" and studied the 2-windowed cinder-block bar on the other side of it. His face was a blur in the glass. There were no people or traffic, and when he turned to look south, he saw how the prison rose up in the distance. He looked at it for long minutes before slipping into the alley beside the bar and putting his back against a dumpster that smelled like chicken wings and cigarettes and piss. He wanted to feel pleased for making it this far, but the gun looked wrong in his lap. He tried watching the road, but there was nothing to watch. So he closed his eyes and thought of a picnic they'd had when he was very young. The picture taken that day was in a frame on the bedside table at home. He'd worn yellow pants with big buttons and thought he might remember how his father held him high and spun in a circle. He held on to the idea of that childhood, then imagined what it would feel like to kill the man who took it away. Hammer back. Arms straight and steady. He practiced in his head so he could do it right in person, but even in his mind, the gun shook and was silent. Gideon had imagined the same thing 1,000 times on 1,000 nights. His father was not man enough. He would not be man enough. Pressing the barrel against his forehead, he prayed for strength, then walked through it again. Hammer back, arm straight. For an hour more he tried to steel himself, then threw up in the dark and hugged his ribs as if all heat in the world had been stolen too. 2. Elizabeth should sleep, she knew as much, but the fatigue was more than physical. The weariness came from dead men and the questions that followed, from 13 years of cop that looked to end badly. She played the movie in her mind, the missing girl in the basement, the bloody wire, and the pop-pop of the first 2 rounds. She could explain 2, maybe even 6, but 18 bullets in 2 bodies was a tough sell, even with the girl alive. 4 days had passed since the shooting, and the life that followed still felt foreign. Yesterday, a family of 4 stopped her on the sidewalk to thank her for making the world a better place. An hour later, somebody spit on the sleeve of her favorite jacket. Elizabeth lit a cigarette, thinking about how it all came down to where people stood. To those who had children, she was a hero. A girl was taken and bad men died. To a lot of people, that seemed about right. For those who distrusted the police on principle, Elizabeth was the proof of all that was wrong with authority, 2 men died in a violent, brutal manner. Forget that they were pushers and kidnappers and rapists. They died with 18 bullets in them, and that, for some, was inexcusable. They used words such as torture and execution and police brutality. Elizabeth had strong feelings on the matter, but mostly she was just tired. How many days now with no real sleep? How many nightmares when it finally happened? Even though the city was unchanged and the same people inhabited her life, it seemed harder each hour to hold on to the person she'd been. Today was a perfect example. She'd been in the car for 7 hours, driving aimlessly across town and into the county, past the police station and her house, out beyond the prison and back. But what else could she do? Home was a vacuum. She couldn't go to work. Pulling into a dark lot on the dangerous edge of downtown, she turned off the engine and listened to the sounds the city made. Music thumped from a club 2 blocks away. A fan belt squealed at the corner. Somewhere there was laughter. After 4 years in uniform and 9 with the gold shield, she knew every nuance of every rhythm. The city was her life, and for a long time she'd loved it. Now it felt... what? Was wrong the right word? That seemed too harsh. Alien, maybe? Unfamiliar. She got out of the car and stood in the darkness as a distant streetlight flickered twice, then snapped and died. She made a slow turn, picturing every back alley and crooked street in a 10-block radius. She knew the crack houses and flop houses, the prostitutes and pushers, which street corners were likely to get you shot if you said the wrong thing or rolled up hot. 7 different people had been killed on this busted-up patch of broken city, and that was just in the past 3 years. She'd been in darker places 1,000 times, but it felt different without the badge. The moral authority mattered, as did the sense of belonging to something larger than oneself. It wasn't fear, but nakedness might be a decent word. Elizabeth didn't have boyfriends or lady friends or hobbies. She was a cop. She liked the fight and the chase, the rare, sweet times she helped people who actually meant well. What would remain if she lost it? Channing, she told herself. Channing would remain. That a girl she barely knew could matter so much was strange. But she did. When Elizabeth felt dark or lost, she thought of the girl. Same thing when the world pressed in, or when Elizabeth considered the real chance that she could go to prison for what had happened in that cold, damp hole of a basement. Channing was alive, and as damaged as she was, she still had a chance at a full and normal life. A lot of victims couldn't say that. Hell, Elizabeth knew cops that couldn't say it either. Grinding out the cigarette, Elizabeth bought a newspaper from a machine beside an empty diner. Back in the car, she spread the paper across the wheel and saw her own face staring back. She looked cold and distant in black and white, but it could be the headline that made her seem so remote. Hero, cop, or angel of death. 2 paragraphs in, it was pretty clear what the reporter thought. Even though the word alleged showed up more than once, so did phrases such as inexplicable brutality, unwarranted use of force, died in excruciating pain. After long years of positive press, the local paper, it seemed, had finally turned against her. Not that she could blame them, not with the protests and public outcry, not with the state police involved. The photograph they'd chosen told the tale. Standing on the courthouse steps and peering down, she looked cold and aloof. It was the high cheekbones and deep eyes, the fair skin that looked gray in newsprint. Angel of death. Jesus. Tossing the paper in the back seat, she started the car and worked her way out of the bad parts of town, driving past the marbled courthouse and the fountain at the square, then toward the college, where she slipped like a ghost past coffee shops and bars and loud, laughing kids. After that, she was in the gentrified section, moving past condo lofts and art galleries and renovated warehouses turned into brew pubs and day spas and black box theaters. Tourists were on the sidewalks, some hipsters, a few homeless. When she found the 4-lane that led past the chain restaurants and the old mall, she drove faster. Traffic was thinner there, the people's movements smaller and more subdued. She tried the radio, but the talk channels were boring and none of the music fit. Turning east, she followed a narrow road through scattered woods and subdivisions with stone-columned entrances. In 20 minutes, she was outside the city limits. In another 5, she started climbing. When she reached the top of the mountain, she lit another cigarette and stared out at the city, thinking how clean it looked from above. For a moment, she forgot the girl in the basement. There were no screams, or blood, or smoke, no broken child or irredeemable mistakes. There was light and there was dark, nothing gray or shadowed, nothing in between. Stepping to the edge of the mountain, she looked down and tried to find some reason for hope. No charges had been filed. She wasn't looking at prison. Not yet. Spinning the cigarette into the blackness, she called the girl for the 3rd time in as many days. "Channing, hey, it's me. Detective Black? Call me Elizabeth, remember?" "Yeah, sorry. I was asleep." "Did I wake you? I'm sorry. My mind these days." Elizabeth pressed the phone against her ear and closed her eyes. "I lost track of time." "It's okay. I'm taking sleeping pills. My mom, you know." There was a rustling sound, and Elizabeth pictured the girl sitting up in bed. She was 18 years old, a doll of a girl with haunted eyes and the kind of memories no child should have. "I was just worried about you." Elizabeth squeezed the phone until her hand ached and the world stopped spinning. "With all that's going on, it helps to know you're okay." "I sleep mostly. It's only bad when I'm awake." "I'm so sorry, Channing. I didn't tell anybody." Elizabeth grew suddenly still. Warm air rolled up the mountain, but she felt cold. "That's not why I called, sweetheart. You don't—" "I did like you asked, Elizabeth. I didn't tell a soul what really happened. I won't. I wouldn't." "I know, but does the world go dark for you sometimes? Are you crying, Channing?" "It goes a little gray for me." The voice broke, and Elizabeth could picture the girl's bedroom in her parents' big house across town. 6 days ago, Channing vanished off a city street. No witnesses, no motive beyond the obvious. 2 days after that, Elizabeth led her blinking from the basement of an abandoned house. The men who'd taken her were dead, shot 18 times. Now, here they were, midnight, 4 days later. And the girl's room was still pink and soft and filled with all the possessions of childhood. If there was a message there, Elizabeth couldn't find it. "I shouldn't have called," she said. "It was selfish of me. Go back to sleep." The line hissed. "Channing? They ask what happened, you know. My parents, the counselors. They ask all the time, but all I say is how you killed those men and how you saved me and how I felt joyful when they died." "It's okay, Channing. You're okay." "Does that make me a bad person, Elizabeth? That I was joyful? That I think 18 bullets was not enough?" "Of course not. They deserved it." But the girl was still crying. "I see them when I close my eyes. I hear the jokes they told between times, the way they planned to kill me." Her voice broke again, and the break was deeper. "I still feel his teeth on my skin." "Channing?" "I heard the same things so many times I started to believe what he said. That I deserved what they were doing to me, that I'd asked to die before they were done, and then I'd beg before they'd finally let me." Elizabeth's hand went even whiter on the phone. Doctors counted 19 bite marks, most of them through the skin. But Elizabeth knew from long discussions it was the things they'd said to her that hurt the most. The knowingness and fear, the way they'd tried to break her. "I would have asked him to kill me," Channing said. If you hadn't come when you did, I'd have begged him. It's over now. I don't think it is. It is. You're stronger than you think. Channing grew silent again, and in the silence, Elizabeth heard the raggedness of her breath. Will you come see me tomorrow? I'll try, Elizabeth said. Please. I have to talk to the state police tomorrow. If I can make it, I will. If not, then the next day. Do you promise? I do, Elizabeth said, though she knew nothing of fixing broken things. When she got back in the car, Elizabeth still felt disconnected, and like other times in her life where she'd had nowhere to go and nothing to do, she ended up at her father's church, a humble building that rose narrow and pale against the night sky. She parked beneath the high steeple, studied small houses lined like boxes in the dark, and thought for the 100th time that she could live in a place like this. Poor as it was, people worked and raised families and helped each other. Neighborliness like that seemed rare these days, and she thought a lot of what made this place so special came from her parents. As much as she and her father disagreed on life and the living of it, he was a fine minister. If people wanted a relationship with God, his was a good path. Kindness, community. He kept the neighborhood going, but none of it worked unless it was done his way. Elizabeth lost that kind of trust when she was 17. Following a narrow drive, she walked beneath heavy trees and ended at the rectory where her parents lived. Like the church, it was small and plain and painted a simple white. She didn't expect to find anyone awake, but her mother was sitting at the kitchen table. She had the same cheekbones as Elizabeth and the same deep eyes, a beautiful woman with gray-streaked hair and skin that was still smooth, in spite of long years of hard work. Elizabeth watched for a full minute, hearing dogs, a distant engine, the wail of an infant in some other far house. She'd avoided this place since the shooting. Then why am I here? Not for her father, she thought. Never that. Then why? But she knew. Tapping on the door, Elizabeth waited as fabric whispered behind the screen, and her mother appeared. Hello, Mom. Baby girl. The screen door swung open and her mother stepped onto the porch. Her eyes twinkled in the light, her features full of joy as she opened her arms and hugged her daughter. You don't call, you don't come by. She was keeping it light, but Elizabeth squeezed harder. It's been a bad few days. I'm sorry. She stood Elizabeth at arm's length and studied her face. We've left messages, you know, even your father called. I can't talk to Dad. It's really that bad? Let's just say I have enough judgment coming my way without the heavenly kind. It wasn't a joke, but her mother laughed. A good laugh. Come have a drink. She led Elizabeth inside, put her at a small table, and fussed over ice and a half-empty bottle of Tennessee whiskey. Do you want to talk about it? Elizabeth shook her head. She'd like to be honest with her mother, but had discovered long ago how a single lie could poison even the deepest well. Better to say nothing at all. Better to keep it in. Elizabeth? I'm sorry. Elizabeth shook her head again. I don't mean to be distant. It's just that everything seems so muddled. Muddled? Yes. Oh, bullshit. Elizabeth opened her mouth, but her mother waved it closed. You're the most clear-minded person I've ever known. As a child, an adult, you've always seen more clearly than most. You're like your father that way, even though you believe such different things. Elizabeth peered down the darkened hall. Is he here? Your father? No. The Turners are having troubles again. Your father's trying to help. Elizabeth knew the Turners. The wife drank and could get abusive. She'd hurt her husband once, and Elizabeth took the call her last month in uniform. She could close her eyes and picture the narrow house, The woman who wore a pink housecoat and weighed 100 pounds, at most. "I want the Reverend." She had a rolling pin in her hand, swinging at shadows. The husband was down and bloody. "I won't talk to nobody but the Reverend." Elizabeth had been ready to do it the hard way, but her father calmed the woman down, and the husband again refused to press charges. That was years ago, and the Reverend still counseled them. "He never shies, does he?" "Your father? No." Elizabeth looked out the window. "Has he talked about the shooting?" "No, sweetheart. What could he possibly say?" It was a good question, and Elizabeth knew the answer. He would blame her for the deaths, for being a cop in the first place. He would say she'd broken trust, and that everything bad flowed from that single poor decision, the basement, the dead brothers, her career. "He still can't accept the life I've chosen." "Of course he can. He's your father, though, and he pines." "For me?" "For simpler times, perhaps, for what once was. No man wants to be hated by his own daughter." "I don't hate him." "You've not forgiven either." Elizabeth accepted the truth of that. She kept her distance, and even when they shared the same room, there was a frost. "How are you two so different?" "We're really not." Laugh lines, frown lines, acceptance, judgment. You're so completely opposite, I wonder how you've stayed together for so long. I marvel, I really do. You're being unfair to your father. Am I? What can I tell you, sweetheart? Her mother sipped whiskey and smiled. The heart wants what the heart wants. Even after so many years? Well, maybe it's not so much the heart anymore. He can be difficult, yes, but only because he sees the world so clearly. Good and evil, the one straight path. The older I become, the more comfort I find in that kind of certainty. You studied philosophy, for God's sake. That was a different life. You lived in Paris. You wrote poetry. Her mother waved off the observation. I was just a girl, and Paris just a place. You asked why we've stayed together, and in my heart I remember how it felt. The vision and the purpose, the determination every day to make the world better. Life with your father was like standing next to an open fire, just raw force and heat and purpose. He got out of bed, driven, and ended every day the same. He made me very happy for a lot of years. And now? She smiled wistfully. Let's just say that, as rigid as he may have grown, my home will always be between your father's walls. Elizabeth appreciated the simple elegance of such commitment. The preacher, the preacher's wife. She let a moment pass, thinking how it must have been for them, the passion and the cause, the early days and the great stone church. It's not like the old place, is it? She turned back to the window and stared out at rock-lined gardens and brown grass, at the poor, narrow church wrapped in sun-baked clapboards. I think about it sometimes, the cool and the quiet, the long view from the front steps. I thought you hated the old church. Not always, and not with such passion. Why are you here, sweetheart? Her mother's reflection appeared in the same pane of glass. Really? Elizabeth sighed, knowing this was the reason she'd come. Am I a good person? Her mother started to smile, but Elizabeth stopped her. I'm serious, Mom. It's like now. It's the middle of the night. Things in my life are troubled and uncertain, and here I am. Don't be silly. Am I a taker? Elizabeth Frances Black, you've never taken anything in your whole life. Since you were a child, I've watched you give.
First to your father and the congregation, now to the whole city. How many medals have you won? How many lives have you saved? What's this really about?"
Elizabeth sat again and stared into her drink, both shoulders lifting.
"You know how well I shoot."
"Oh. Now I understand." She took her daughter's hand, and creases gathered at her eyes as she squeezed it once and took the seat across the table.
"If you shot those men 18 times, then you had good reason. Nothing anybody ever says will make me feel different about that. You've read the papers?" "Generalities."
She made a dismissive sound.
"Distortion. 2 men are dead. What else is there to say? Baby girl."
She refilled Elizabeth's glass and poured more in hers.
"That's like using white to describe a full moon rising, or wet to capture the glory of the oceans. You saved an innocent girl. Everything else pales. You know the state police are investigating. I know only that you did what you felt was right, and that if you shot those men 18 times, there was a good reason for doing so. And if the state police disagree—" "My goodness," her mother laughed again. "You can't possibly doubt yourself that much. They'll have their little investigation and they'll clear your name. Surely you see that." "Nothing seems clear right now. What happened, why it happened. I haven't really slept."
Her mother sipped, then pointed with a finger.
"Are you familiar with the word inspiration? The meaning of it, where it comes from?"
Elizabeth shook her head.
"In the Dark Ages, no one understood the things that made some people special. Things like imagination or creativity or vision. People lived and died in the same small village. They had no idea why the sun rose or set or why winter came. They grubbed in the dirt and died young of disease. Every soul in that dark, difficult time faced the same limitations. Every soul except a precious few, who came rarely to the world and saw things differently. The poets and inventors, the artists and stonemasons. Regular folks didn't understand people like that. They didn't understand how a person could wake up one day and see the world differently. They thought it was a gift from God. Thus, the word inspiration. It means breathed upon. I'm no artist, no visionary. Yet you have insights as rare as any poet's gift. You see deeply and understand. You would not have killed those men unless you had to. Look, Mom, inspiration." Her mother drank and her eyes watered. "Breathed upon by God Himself."
30 minutes later, Elizabeth drove back into the heart of downtown. The city was a decent size for North Carolina, with 100,000 people inside the limits and twice as many spread across the county. It was still rich in places, but 10 years into the downturn, the cracks were starting to show. Storefronts were shuttered where none had ever been shuttered before. Broken windows went unfixed, buildings unpainted. She passed a place that used to be her favorite restaurant and saw a group of teenagers arguing on the street corner. There was more of that now, too. Anger, discontent. Unemployment was twice the national average, and every year it got harder to pretend the best times weren't in the past. That didn't mean parts of the city weren't beautiful. They were. The old houses and picket fences, the bronze statues that spoke of certainty and war and sacrifice. Pockets of pride remained, but even the most dignified people seemed cautious in expressing it, as if it might be dangerous somehow, as if it might be best to keep one's head down and wait for clearer skies. Parking in front of the police station, Elizabeth stared out through the glass. The building was 3 stories tall and built of the same stone and marble as the courthouse. A Chinese restaurant filled a narrow lot on the side street to her right. The Confederate cemetery was a block farther,
and beyond that was the train depot, with the tracks running north to south. When she was a kid, she'd follow those tracks into town, walking with her friends on a Saturday morning to see a movie or watch boys in the park. She couldn't imagine such a thing now. Kids on the tracks, loose in the city. Elizabeth rolled down the window, smelled pavement and hot rubber. Lighting a cigarette, she watched the station. 13 years. She tried to imagine it gone. The job, the relationships, the sense of purpose. Since she was 17, all she'd wanted was to be a cop, because cops didn't fear the things normal people feared. Cops were strong. They had authority and purpose. They were the good guys. Did she still believe that? Elizabeth closed her eyes, thinking about it. When she opened them, she saw Francis Dyer walking down the wide stairs that stretched across the front of the station. He made a beeline across the street, his face familiar and frustrated and sad. They'd argued a lot since the shooting, but there was no bitterness between them. He was older and soft and genuinely worried for her. "Hello, Captain. I didn't expect to see you here this late." He stopped at the open window, studied her face and the car's interior. His eyes moved over cigarette packs and Red Bull cans and half a dozen balled-up newspapers filling the back seat. Eventually, the gaze landed on a cell phone beside her. "I've left 6 messages." "I'm sorry, I turned it off." "Why?" "Most calls I get are from reporters. Would you prefer I speak to them?" Her attitude made him angry. Part of it was anxiety and part was the whole cop control thing. She was a detective but suspended, a friend but not close enough to justify the kind of frustration he was feeling. The emotion was in his face, in the pinched eyes and soft lips, in the sudden flush that stained his skin. "What are you doing here, Liz?" "It's the middle of the night." She shrugged. "I've told you about this. Until your case is cleared." "I wasn't going to come inside." He waited a few beats, the same angles in his face, same worry in his eyes. "Your follow-up with the state police is tomorrow. You remember that, right?" "Of course." "Have you met with your attorney?" "Yes," she lied. "All set." "Then you should be with family or friends, people who love you." "I was. Dinner with friends." "Really? What did you eat?" Her mouth opened and he said, "Forget it. I don't want you to lie to me." He looked across the top of narrow glasses, then up and down the street. "My office. 5 minutes." He walked off and Elizabeth took a minute to pull herself together. When she felt ready, she crossed the street and trotted up the stairs to where double-glass doors reflected light from street lamps and stars. At the desk inside, she forced a smile and made a hands-up gesture to the sergeant behind the bulletproof glass. Yeah, the sergeant said. "Dyer told me to let you through." "You look different." "Different how?" He shook his head. "I'm too old for that shit." "What shit?" "Women. Opinions." He hit the buzzer and the sound followed her into the stairwell and up the stairs to the long, open space used by the detective squad. It was nearly empty, most of the desks pooled in shadow. For bittersweet seconds no one noticed her. Then the door clanked shut and a massive cop in a rumpled suit looked up from his desk. Yo, Black in the house." Yo. Elizabeth stepped into the room. "What?" He leaned back in his chair. "I can't do street?" "I'd stick with what you've got." "And what's that?" She stopped at his desk. "A mortgage, kids, 30 extra pounds, and a wife of, 9 years?" 10. "Well, there you go. A loving family, thick arteries, and 20 years to retirement." "Funny. Thanks for that." Elizabeth took a sour ball from a glass jar, cocked a hip, and looked down at Charlie Beckett's round face. He was 6'3" and running to fat, but she'd seen him throw a 200-pound suspect across the top of a parked car without once touching paint. "Nice hair," he said.
She touched it, felt how short it was, the spiky bangs. Seriously? Sarcasm, woman. Why did you do that to yourself? Maybe I wanted something different in the mirror. Maybe you should hire somebody that knows what they're doing. When did that happen? I saw you 2 days ago. She had vague memories of cutting at 4 a.m. and drunk, lights off in the bathroom. She'd been laughing about something, but it was more like crying. What are you doing here, Charlie? It's after midnight. There was a shooting at the college, Beckett said. Jesus, not another one. No, not like that. Some locals tried to beat the crap out of a freshman kid they thought was gay. Gay or not, it turns out he's a big fan of concealed carry laws. They chased him into the alley by the barbershop at the edge of campus, 4-on-1, and he drew down with a .380. Did he kill anybody? Shot one through the arm. The other split when it happened. We've got the names, though. We're looking for them. Any charges on the student? 4-on-1, a college kid with no priors? Beckett shook his head. As far as I'm concerned, it's just paperwork now. There's that, I guess. Guess so. Listen, I've got to go. Yeah, the captain said you were coming in. He didn't look happy. He caught me lurking outside. You are suspended. You remember that, right? Yes. And you're not exactly helping your cause. She knew what he meant. There'd been questions about the basement, and she'd been short on answers. Pressure was mounting. State cops, attorney general. Let's talk about something else. How's Carol? Beckett leaned back in his chair, shrugged. Working late? Some kind of hair salon emergency? There are such things, believe it or not. A wedding, I think, or a divorce party. Deep conditioning tonight, cut in style in the morning. Wow. I know. She still wants to set you up, by the way. With who, the orthodontist? Dentist. Is there a difference? One makes more money, I think. Elizabeth hooked a finger over her shoulder. I think he's waiting. Listen, Liz. Beckett leaned in, lowered his voice. I've tried to give you space on the shooting, right? I've tried to be a partner and a friend and understanding. But state cops are tomorrow. They have my statement. Asking the same questions won't get them different answers. They've had 4 days to look for witnesses, talk to Channing, work the crime scene. They won't ask the same questions. You know that. She shrugged. The story's the story. It's political, Liz. You get that right? White cop, black victims? They're not victims. Look. Beckett studied her face, worried. They want to nail a cop they think is racist, unstable, or both. As far as they're concerned, that's you. Elections are coming up, and the AG wants an in with the black community. He thinks this is it. I don't care about any of that. You shot them 18 times. They raped that child for over a day. I know, but listen. Wired her wrist so tight it cut to the bone. Liz, don't Liz me, goddammit. They told her they were going to smother her when they were done with her, then toss her body in the quarry. They had a plastic bag and duct tape all ready. One of them wanted to screw her while she died. He called it a white girl rodeo. I know all that, Beckett said. Then this conversation should not be happening. But it is, isn't it? Channing's father is rich and white. The men you shot were poor and black. It's politics. Media. It's already started. You've seen the papers. He held up a thumb and forefinger. It's this close to going national. People want an indictment. She knew whom he meant. Politicians, agitators, some who thought the system was genuinely corrupt. I can't talk about this. Can you talk to the lawyer? I already have. No, you haven't. Beckett leaned back, watching her. He calls here looking for you. He says you haven't taken a meeting and won't return his calls.
State cops want you for double homicide and you're screwing around like you didn't empty your magazine into 2 unarmed men. I had a good reason. I don't doubt you did, but that's not the issue, is it? Cops go to prison too. You know that better than most. His gaze was as pointed as his words. Elizabeth didn't care, even after 13 years. I'm not going to talk about him, Charlie. Not tonight. Not with you. He gets out of prison tomorrow. I assume you see the irony. Beckett crossed his hands behind his head as if challenging her to argue the basic facts. Cops go to prison. Sometimes they get out. I'd better go see the captain. Liz, wait. She didn't. She left Beckett and knocked twice before opening the captain's door. Inside, Dyer was sitting behind the desk. Even this late, the suit was crisp, the tie drawn tight. Are you okay? She waved a hand but couldn't hide the anger and disappointment. Partners. Opinions. Beckett only wants what's best for you. It's all any of us want. Then put me back to work. Do you really think that's the right thing for you? She looked away because his question hit so close to the mark. The job is what I do best. I won't reinstate you until this thing runs its course. She dropped into a chair. How much longer will that be? That's not the right question. Elizabeth stared at her reflection in the window. She'd lost weight. The hair was a mess. What is the right question? Seriously? Dyer lifted both palms. Do you even remember the last time you ate? That's not relevant. How about the last time you slept? Okay, fine. I'll admit that the past few days have been complicated. Complicated? For God's sake, Liz, you have circles under your eyes that look painted on. You're never home, best any of us can tell. You don't answer your phone. You're riding around that broken-down car. It's a '67 Mustang. That's barely street legal. Dyer leaned forward, laced his fingers. These state cops keep asking about you, and it's getting harder and harder to say you're solid. A week ago, I'd have used words like judiciousness and brilliance and restraint. Now I don't know what to say. You've gone edgy and dark and unpredictable. You're drinking too much, smoking for the first time in, 10 years? You won't talk to the counselor or your colleagues. He made a gesture that took in her ragged hair and pale face. You look like one of these goth kids, like a shadow. Can we discuss something else? I think you're lying about what happened in the basement. How's that for something else? Elizabeth looked away. Your timeline's off, Liz. The state police aren't buying it, and neither am I. The girl is squirrely with details, which makes me think she's lying too. You're missing an hour. You emptied your weapon. If we're finished, we're not. Dyer leaned back in his chair, unhappy. I called your father. Ah. A world of meaning was in the sound. And how is the Reverend Black? He says the cracks in you are so deep God's own light can't find the bottom. Yeah, well, she looked away. My father has always had a way with words. He's a good man, Liz. Let him help you. Attending my father's service twice a year doesn't give you the right to discuss my life with him. I don't want him involved, and I don't need help. But you do. Dyer put his forearms on the desk. That's what's so heartbreaking. You're one of the best cops I've ever seen, but you're a slow-motion train wreck, too. None of us can look away. We want to help you. Let us help you. May I have my shield back, or not? Get your story straight, Liz. Get it straight, or these state cops will eat you alive. Elizabeth stood. I know what I'm doing. Dyer stood too and spoke as her hand reached for the door. You drove by the prison this afternoon. She stopped with one hand on the knob. When she turned, her voice was cold. He wanted to talk about tomorrow and the prison. Of course he did. Just like Beckett. Just like every cop out there. Were you following me? No. Who saw me? It doesn't matter, you know my point. Let's pretend I can't read minds. I don't want you anywhere near Adrian Wall. Adrian who? And don't play dumb with me either. His parole came through. He gets out in the morning. I don't know what you mean, she said. But she did, and both of them knew it. 3. It was a paradox of life behind walls that, where any day could end in blood, every morning contrived to start exactly the same. A man woke, and for 2 beats of his heart didn't know where he was or what he'd become. Those few seconds were magic, a warm flicker before reality walked across his chest, the black dog of remembrance trailing at his feet. This morning was no different from any other, stillness at first, then memories of all the things that came with 13 years in a box. Moments like that were bad enough for most. For a cop, they were worse. For a cop like Adrian, they were unbearable. He sat in the dark of his bunk and touched a face that no longer felt like his own. A finger sank into a nickel-sized depression at the corner of his left eye. He traced the fracture line to his nose, then across to where long scars gathered in the hollow of his cheek. They'd healed white, but prison stitches weren't the greatest. If time inside had taught him one thing, though, it's what really mattered in life. What he'd lost. What he had left. Stripping off rough sheets, he did push-ups until his arms shook, then stood in the dark and tried to forget the feel of blackness and quiet, and memories scratched through to white. He'd come inside 2 months after his 30th birthday. Now he was 43 years old, scarred and broken and remade. Would people even recognize him? Would his wife? 13 years, he thought. A lifetime. The voice was so light it barely registered. Adrian caught a flicker of movement from the corner of his eye and found Eli Lawrence in the darkest corner of the cell. He looked small in the dimness beyond the bunk, his eyes dull yellow, his face so dark and seamed it was hard to tell where the old man ended and blackness began. "He speaks," Adrian said. The old man blinked as if to say, "These things happen." Adrian closed his eyes too, then turned his back and wrapped his fingers around metal bars so warm they seemed to sweat. He never knew if Eli would speak or not, if the yellow eyes would open or blink, or stay closed so long the old man faded into the dimness. Even now the only noise in the cell was Adrian's breath, and the sound his fingers made as they twisted, slick and wet on the metal. This was his last day inside, and dawn was gathering beyond the bars. Between there and the place he stood, the hall stretched gray and empty, and Adrian wondered if the world outside would feel just as blank. He wasn't the man he'd been, and had few illusions about the fact. He'd lost 30 pounds since conviction, his muscles hard and lean as old rope. He'd suffered inside, and while he hated the prisoner's lament that I'm not responsible, that it was not my fault, Adrian could point at other men and say, this scar came from him, that broken bone from the other. Of course, none of that mattered. Even if he screamed from the tower that it was the warden who did this or a guard who did the other, no one would believe him, or even care. Too much damage. Too many years in the dark. "You can do this," the old man said. "I shouldn't be getting out, not this early. You know why." Adrian's fingers tightened on the metal. 13 years was at the bottom end for murder, too, but only with good behavior, only if the warden wanted it to happen. "They'll be watching me, you know that." "Of course they will. We've talked about this." "I don't know if I can do it." "I say you can." The old man's voice wafted from the dark, a touch. Adrian pressed his back into the same damp metal and thought about the man who'd shared his life for so many years. Eli Lawrence had taught him the rules of prison, taught him when to fight and when to bend, that even the worst things end in time.
More important, the old man had kept him sane. On the forever days in the forever dark, Eli's voice had held Adrian together. That was true no matter how alone he was or how much he bled, and Eli, it seemed, had evolved to fit the role. After 6 decades inside, the old man's world had contracted to the exact dimensions of their cell. He acknowledged no one else, spoke to no one else. They were tied so tightly, the old man and the young, that Adrian feared Eli would disappear the moment he left the cell. "I wish I could take you with me." "We both know I'll never leave this place alive." Eli smiled as if it were a joke, but the words were as true as any truth in prison. Eli Lawrence had earned a life sentence for a robbery homicide in 1946 in the back country of eastern North Carolina. Had the dead man been white, he'd have hung. Instead, he got life times 3, and Adrian knew that Eli'd never breathe free air again. Staring into the dark, Adrian wanted to say so many things to the old man. He wanted to thank him and apologize and describe all the things Eli had meant to him over the years. To explain that as much as he'd already endured, Adrian didn't know if he could make it beyond the walls without Eli to guide him. He started to speak, but stopped as lights flickered beyond the heavy steel door, and a buzzer sounded down the block. "They're coming," Eli said. "I'm not ready." "Of course you are." "Not without you, Eli. Not alone." "Just be still and let me tell you some things people tend to forget once they leave this place." "I don't care about that." "I spent a lifetime here, boy. You know how many people have said that to me? I can handle it. I know what I'm doing." "I meant no disrespect." "Of course you didn't. Now be still and listen to an old man one more time." Adrian nodded as metal clanked on metal. He heard distant voices, hard shoes on the concrete floor. "Money means nothing," Eli said. "You understand what I'm saying? I've seen people pull 20 years in this place, then come back 6 months later on account of the dollars. In and out like they don't learn nothing. It's only worth so much, the gold and dollars and shiny bits. It's not worth your life or your joy or a day of your freedom. Sunshine, fresh air. It's enough." Eli nodded in the gloom. "That being said, you remember what I told you?" "Yes." "The waterfall and how the creek splits." "I remember." "I know you think this place has used you up for the outside world. But the scars and busted bones don't matter. Same with the fear in the dark. The memories and hate and dreams of revenge. You let that go. All of it. You walk out of this place and you keep walking. Leave this town. Find another." "And the warden, should I leave him too?" "If he comes after you." "If he comes, if he doesn't, what do I do if I see him?" That was a dangerous question, and for an instant Eli's dull eyes seemed shot with red. "What did I just say about revenge?" Adrian ground his teeth and didn't have to speak to make the point. The warden was different. "You let the hate go, boy. You hear me? You're walking early. Maybe that's for a reason, and maybe not. What does it matter if you disappear?" The guards were closer, seconds now. The old man nodded. "As for what you suffered in this place, all that matters is survival. You understand? There's no sin in survival. Say it. No sin. And no need to worry on me." "Eli." "Now give an old man a hug and get the hell out." Eli was nodding, and Adrian felt his throat close. Eli Lawrence was more father than friend, and as Adrian wrapped the man up, he found him so light and hot. It was as if coals burned in the hollows of his bones. "Thank you, Eli." "You walk out proud, boy. Let them see you tall and straight.
Adrian pulled back, looking for a final glimpse of the man's tired and knowing eyes. But Eli faded into the shadows, turned his back and all but disappeared. Go on now. Eli, everything's fine, the old man said, but Adrian's face was wet with tears. The guards let Adrian step into the corridor but kept their distance. He was not a large man, but even the guards had heard rumors of what he'd endured and how he'd done it. The numbers were undeniable, the months in hospital, the staples and stitches, the surgeries and broken bones. Even the warden paid attention to Adrian Wall, and that frightened the guards as much as anything else. There were stories about the warden, too, but no one pushed for the truth. It was the warden's prison, and he was an unforgiving man. That meant you kept your head down and your mouth shut. Besides, the stories couldn't be true. That's how the decent guards consoled themselves. But not all guards were decent. When Adrian got to processing, he saw 3 of the worst standing in the corner, hard-faced, flat-eyed men that even now made Adrian hesitate. Their uniforms were creased and spotless. All the leather shined. They lined the wall, and a message was in their arrogance. We still own you, it said. Inside, outside. Nothing's changed. What are you looking at, prisoner? Adrian ignored them and took his cues instead from a small man behind a counter, topped with steel pillars and chain link. You need to strip. A cardboard box settled on the counter, and clothes unseen for 13 years came out. Go on. The clerk flicked a glance at the 3 guards, then back to Adrian. It's okay. Adrian stepped out of prison shoes and stripped off the orange. Jesus. The clerk paled at the sight of all the scars. Adrian acted as if it were okay, but it wasn't. The guards who'd brought him from the cell were silent and still, but the other 3 were joking about the crooked fingers and the vinyl skin. Adrian knew each of them by name. He knew the sounds of their voices and which was strongest. He knew which was most sadistic and which one, even now, was smiling. In spite of that, he kept his back straight. He waited until the whispers stopped, then put on the suit and turned his mind to other things. A dark spot on the counter, a clock behind the chain link. He buttoned his shirt to the collar, tied his tie as if it were Sunday. They're gone. What? Those 3? The clerk gestured. They're gone. The clerk's face was narrow, his eyes unusually soft. Did I blank out? Just for a few seconds. The clerk looked away, embarrassed. Like you went away. Adrian cleared his throat, but guessed the clerk was telling the truth. The world went dark sometimes. Time did strange things. I'm sorry. The small man shrugged, and Adrian knew from looking at his face that those particular guards made a lot of lives miserable. Let's get you out of here. The clerk pushed a paper across the slick surface. Sign this. Adrian dashed his name without reading. The clerk thumbed 3 bills onto the counter. This is for you. $50. It's a gift from the state. Adrian looked at it, thought 13 years, $50. The clerk pushed the bills across the surface, and Adrian folded them into a pocket. Do you have any questions? Adrian struggled for a minute. Other than Eli Lawrence, he'd not spoken to another soul in a long time. Is anyone here for me? Waiting? I'm sorry. I wouldn't know that. Do you know where I might find a ride? Cabs aren't allowed at the prison. There's a payphone down the road at Nathan's. I thought all you people knew that. You people? Ex-cons. Adrian let that sink in. The guard who'd brought him from his cell gestured at an empty hall. Mr. Wall? Adrian turned, not sure what he thought about all these strange words. Mr. Wall. Ex-con. The guard lifted a hand indicating a hallway to the left. This way. Adrian followed him to a door that cracked bright and split wide. There were still fences and chain-link gates, but the breeze was warm on his cheek as he turned his face from the sun and tried to quantify exactly how it felt different from the one that shone in the yard.
"Prisoner coming out?"
The guard keyed a radio, then pointed to a place where gates rolled on wheels.
"Straight through the gate. The second won't open until the first one closes."
"My wife?"
"I don't know anything about your wife."
The guard gave a shove, and Adrian, like that, was outside. He looked for the warden's office and found the right windows 3 floors up on the east wall. For an instant, sunlight gilded the glass. Then clouds slid across the sun, and Adrian saw him there. He stood as he liked to stand, hands in his pockets, shoulders loose. For a moment the stare held between them, and with it, enough hate to fill another 13 years of Adrian's life. He thought the guards would appear too, but they didn't. It was he and the warden. The slow tick of a dozen seconds before the sun burned through and mirrored the glass again. "Walk out proud, boy." He heard Eli's voice as if he were there. "Let them see you tall and straight." Crossing the parking lot, Adrian stood on the edge of the road and thought maybe his wife would come. He looked once more at the warden's office, then watched one car blow past, then another. He shifted from foot to foot as the sun walked up the sky, and the first hour stretched into 3. By the time he started walking, his throat was dry and he'd sweated through his shirt. Staying on the verge, he kept one eye out for cars and the second on a clutch of buildings, dropped like blocks a half-mile down the road. By the time he reached them, it was over 100 degrees. Lots of shimmer coming off the road, lots of pale white dust. He saw a payphone next to a self-storage place, a shipping company, and a bar called Nathan's. Everything looked closed but the bar, which had a sign in the window and a rusted-out pickup angled in near the front door. Adrian fisted his hand around the wad of bills in his pocket, then turned the knob and walked inside the bar.
"Hello, free man walking."
The voice was rough and sure, the tone amused, but not in a bad way. Adrian stepped closer to the bar and saw a 60-something man in front of rowed bottles in a long mirror. He was tall and wide, grizzled hair pulled back over a leather vest. Adrian limped a little closer and returned the half-smile. "How'd you know?"
"Prison skin, wrinkled suit. Plus I see about a dozen of you every year. You need a cab?"
"Can I get change?" Adrian held out a bill and the bartender waved it away.
"Don't sweat the payphone. I got him on speed dial. Take a load off."
Adrian sat on a vinyl stool and watched the man dial.
"Hi, I need a cab at Nathan's." "Yeah, out by the prison."
He listened for a moment, then covered the phone and said to Adrian,
"Where to?"
Adrian shrugged because he didn't know.
"Just send the cab."
The bartender hung up the phone and moved back down the bar. The eyes were gray under heavy lids, the whiskers yellow-white.
"How long were you inside?"
13 years.
"Ouch."
The bartender held out a hand.
"Nathan Conroy, this is my place."
"Adrian Wall."
"Well, Adrian Wall."
Nathan tilted a glass under the tap, then slid it on the bar.
"Welcome to the first day of the rest of your life."
Adrian stared at the glass of beer. It was such a simple thing. Moisture on the glass, cool when he touched it. For an instant, the world seemed to tilt. How could things change so much so fast? Handshakes and smiles and cold beer. He found his face in the mirror and couldn't look away.
"It's a bitch, isn't it?"
Nathan put his elbows on the bar and brought the smell of sun-cooked leather with him.
"Seeing what you are and remembering what you were."
"You did time?"
"Vietnam POW, 4 years."
Adrian touched the scars on his face and leaned closer. Prison mirrors were made of polished metal and not so great for showing a man his soul. He turned his head one way, then another. The lines were deeper than he'd thought, the eyes wider and darker. Is it like this for everybody?
"Thoughtful making?" "Nah."
The bartender shook his head and poured brown liquor into a shot glass.
"Most just want to get drunk, get laid, or start a fight. I see most everything."
He knocked back the shot, clacked it on the bar as the door grated, and light flashed in the mirror.
Don't see much of that, though.
Adrian dragged his gaze from the mirror in time to see daylight spill around a skinny kid. He was 13 or 14, one arm shaking from the weight of the gun in his hand. Nathan slipped a hand under the bar and the kid said, "Please don't." Nathan put his hand back on the bar and everything about him got serious and quiet and still.
"I think you're in the wrong place, son."
"Just nobody move." He was a small boy, maybe 5.5 feet tall, with fine bones and uncut nails. The eyes were electric blue, the face so familiar that Adrian felt sudden pressure in his chest. It couldn't be. But it was. It was the mouth and the hair, the narrow wrists, and the line of his jaw. Oh, my God.
"You know this kid?" Nathan asked.
"I think I do." The boy was attractive but drawn. His clothes might have fit 2 years ago, but at the moment showed dirty socks and a lot of wrist. His gaze was wide and terrified. The gun looked huge in his hand. "Don't talk about me like I'm not here." He stepped inside and the door swung shut behind him. Adrian slipped off the stool and showed both hands. "Jesus, you look just like her." "I said don't move." "Just take it easy, Gideon." "How do you know my name?" Adrian swallowed hard. He'd not seen the boy since he was an infant, but would know his features anywhere. "You look like your mother. God, even your voice." "Don't act like you know my mother." The gun trembled. Adrian spread his fingers. "She was a lovely woman, Gideon. I would never hurt her." "I said don't talk about her." "I didn't kill her." "That's a lie." The gun shook. The hammer clicked twice. "I knew your mother, Gideon. I knew her better than you think. She was gentle and kind. She wouldn't want this. Not for you." "How would you know what she'd want?" "I just do." "I don't have a choice." "Of course you have a choice." "I made a promise. It's what a man would do. Everybody knows that." "Gideon, please." The boy's face pinched up and the gun shook harder as his fingers tightened on the grip. His eyes grew bright, and Adrian in that instant didn't know whether to be terrified or sad. "I'm begging you, Gideon, she wouldn't want this, not you and me. Not like this." The gun rose an inch and Adrian saw it all in the boy's eyes, the hatred and fear and loss. Beyond that, he had time for a single thought, and it was the name of the boy's mother, Julia, that slipped once through Adrian's mind before thunder spat out from behind the bar and slapped a red hole on the boy's chest. The impact pushed Gideon back a step as his gun hand dropped, and blood spread thick as oil through the weave of his shirt. "Oh." He looked more surprised than hurt, his mouth open as he found Adrian's eyes and his knees failed. "Gideon." Adrian crossed the room in 3 strides. He kicked the gun away and dropped to his knees beside the boy. Blood pulsed from the wound. The kid looked blank-eyed and stunned. "It hurts." "Shh. Lie still." Adrian stripped off his jacket, balled it against the wound. "Call 911.
"I saved your life, brother."
"Please." Nathan lowered a small silver pistol and picked up the phone.
"You remember that when the cops come."
He cradled the receiver and dialed 911.
"I shot that boy to save your life."
4. Elizabeth's house had always been a sanctuary. Neat and trim, it filled a narrow lot on the historic side of town, a small Victorian, under spreading trees that kept the lawn shaded and green. She lived alone, but the place was such a perfect reflection of what she loved about life that she never felt lonesome there. No matter the case or the politics or the collateral damage, stepping through the front door had always allowed her to turn off the job. She could study the oil paintings on the walls, trail her fingers along road books or the wood carvings she'd collected since she was a girl. The house had always been an escape. That was the rule, and it had worked every month of her adult life until now. Now the house felt like wood and glass and stone. Now it was just a place. Thoughts like that kept her up most of the night. Thoughts of the house in her life, of dead men and the basement. By 4 o'clock, it was all about Channing, and those feelings spun mostly on the things Elizabeth had done wrong. She'd made so many mistakes. That was the difficult truth, and it pursued her until finally at dawn she slept. Yet even then she dreamed and twitched and woke with a sound in her throat so animal it frightened her. 5 days. She felt her way to the bathroom sink, splashed water on her face. Damn. When the nightmare let go, she sat at the kitchen table and stared at a manila file that was old and thumbed and dangerous enough to get her fired if it was ever found in her house. She'd spent 3 hours with it the day before, a dozen more the week before that. She'd had it since Adrian Wall's conviction. Except for newspaper clippings and photographs she'd taken herself, it was an exact copy of the Julia Strange murder file that was stored now somewhere in the district attorney's office. Flipping to a sheaf of photographs, she took out a picture of Adrian. He was in dress blues, younger than she was now. Handsome, she thought, with the kind of clear-eyed determination most cops lose after a few years. The next shot was of Adrian in plain clothes, then another of him on the courthouse steps. She'd taken that one before his trial, and liked the way light hung on his face. He looked more the way she felt now, a little worn and a little jaded. But still handsome and straight, she thought, still the cop she'd always admired. Elizabeth flipped through newspaper coverage and got to the autopsy photos of Julia Strange, a young woman whose murder rocked the county the way few other murders ever had. Young and elegant in life, her beauty was stripped away by bloodlessness, a crushed throat, and the morgue's bright lights. But she'd been lovely once, and strong enough to put up a fight. Signs of it were all over the kitchen, a broken chair and an upended table, a spray of shattered dishes. Elizabeth riffled through photographs of the kitchen, but saw the same thing she always saw: cabinets and tile, a playpen in the corner, photographs on the fridge. There were the usual reports, and she knew them thoroughly: lab work, fingerprints, DNA. She skimmed the family history: the wife's early days as a model, Gideon's birth, the husband's job. They'd been a perfect family in so many ways, young and attractive, not rich, but doing okay. Interviews with family friends said she was a wonderful mother, that the husband was devoted. Only one witness statement was in the file, and Elizabeth had read that 100 times as well. An elderly neighbor heard an altercation around 3 in the afternoon, but she was bedridden, infirm, and not much help beyond establishing a basic timeline. Elizabeth was a rookie when the murder happened, a uniformed officer 4 months into the job, but she had discovered Julia's body on the altar of a Pentecostal church 7 miles from the edge of town. That it was Elizabeth's childhood church was an uncomfortable but otherwise irrelevant fact. It was a body in a building, a crime scene like any other. Elizabeth couldn't know the effect its discovery would have on her own life, on her parents, her church. Elizabeth had come that day to see her mother and discovered the body of Julia Strange instead. She'd been choked to death in the most violent manner, the body undressed, then laid out on the altar and draped to the chin in white linen. No signs of sexual trauma were found, but skin discovered beneath her fingernails contained Adrian Wall's DNA. Further investigation discovered Adrian's prints on one of the shattered glasses in the kitchen and on a beer can found in a roadside ditch near the church. A court-ordered medical exam discovered scratches on the back of his neck. Once the prosecutor established that Adrian knew the victim, it was a hard, fast slide to conviction. He had no alibi and no explanation. Even his own partner testified against him. Only Elizabeth doubted his guilt, but she was barely 21,
and no one took her seriously. She tried to investigate on her own, but was warned off. You're biased, she was told, confused. But Elizabeth's faith in Adrian went beyond anything that simple. The second time she tried speaking to the witness, she was suspended. The next time she was threatened with prosecution for obstruction. So Elizabeth let it go. She sat in the courtroom every day and kept her eyes straight ahead when the verdict came back against him. No one understood why she cared about Adrian Wall, only that she did. No one got it, or possibly could. Even Adrian didn't know. She spent another 30 minutes with the file, then heard a knock on her door, and made it halfway across the room before realizing she was still in her underwear. "Hang on, I'm coming." Slipping down the narrow hall, she snatched a robe off the back of her closet door and returned to the living room as someone knocked a third time. Putting an eye to the peephole, she saw Beckett's wife on the porch. She was cheery and plump and looking at her face in a small mirror. Elizabeth cracked the door. "Carol, hey, what are you doing here?" Carol flashed a smile and lifted a small blue valise. "I come with assistance." "I'm sorry, what?" "My husband said you needed help with your hair." Carol raised her voice as if it were a question. "My hair?" Carol pushed in and nudged the door shut with a hip. She examined the house approvingly, then turned her attention to the dark circles under Elizabeth's eyes, the washed-out skin and cool, quiet frustration. "He wasn't kidding about the hair." Elizabeth's hand moved unconsciously, 3 fingers on the jagged bangs. "Listen, you didn't ask me to come, did you?" "Did he say that I had?" "Look, I'm sorry. I can tell this is unexpected." Elizabeth sighed. Carol was a patient soul who'd never had a bad day in her life. "It's okay." Elizabeth smiled and nodded. "I think we both know how your husband is. A bit of a control freak, God bless him." "You should try working with him." "Right then." Carol put the case down, her face suddenly businesslike. "So he didn't ask and didn't tell you I was coming." Hands on her hips, she did a slow look around the living room and kitchen. "Right then." The second time was less convincing, but she nodded regardless. "Shower for you. I'll have a coffee while I wait, and then we can fix your hair once you're dressed." "Look, there's no need. Maybe something conservative." "I'm sorry? What?" "You said I should put on something conservative." "Did I?" Carol looked appalled. "God, no, I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me." She fluttered a hand. "It's the short robe and the long legs. Wait, no, I'm still not saying this right." She took a deep breath and tried again. "You're so pretty you'd look beautiful in anything. We're just a little more modest at our house. Please forgive me. I honestly can't believe I said that. I'm here in your home, unexpected." Elizabeth held up a hand. "It's okay." "Are you sure? I would hate for you to think I'm such a prude. It's really none of my business." "Just give me a few minutes. A shower, another cup of coffee." Carol smiled weakly. "If you're positive." 5 minutes. In the bathroom, Elizabeth stood in front of the mirror and breathed deeply as her smile drained away. She heard the sound of cabinet doors and dishes clanking, then put both hands on the sink and looked in the mirror. Dyer was right about the weight. She stood 5'8" and normally carried enough lean muscle to do the job efficiently and well, good shoulders, strong arms. But she looked waifish now, the cheekbones more prominent, the eyes larger and deeper, their irises pale green. Stripping off the robe, she tried to imagine what someone like Carol Beckett saw. The hair was brown and short over a small nose and narrow chin. The skin was pale but clear, the face proportional in all the right ways. Elizabeth knew she was pretty, but a white scar ran across her stomach where a junkie with a knife had cut her from rib to hip bone, and a rough patch discolored her shoulder where she'd gone down on hard concrete.
Men seemed to like her, but she didn't kid herself about the deeper truths. She'd broken an arm and 4 ribs, torn skin going over fences, and been thrown through 2 different windows. 13 years on the force, she thought. And what am I? It was not a light question. She'd had 5 serious relationships, and all were dead ends. She was a preacher's daughter and a college dropout, a drinker, a smoker, and a fallen cop. She was under investigation for the deaths of 2 men and felt no remorse at all. Would she change anything if she could? Maybe, she thought. Probably not. There were reasons for everything. Why she hated her father, why she'd become a cop, and why relationships were hard. She could say the same thing about the basement, and the shooting, and Adrian Wall. Consequence mattered, but so did the reasons. Sometimes the reasons mattered more. When she came out of the bathroom, she was clean and damp and dressed as conservatively as she could manage, which meant jeans and boots and a linen shirt. Maybe the jeans rode low on her hips, and maybe the shirt was a bit too tailored for someone like Carol. Elizabeth tried to make light of the whole thing. Is this better? Much. Elizabeth saw the Julia Strange murder file on the coffee table and scooped it up. Don't you have a wedding or something? Oh, you sweet girl, not for another hour, and this won't take nearly that long. Are you sure? She said it hopefully, but Carol dragged a chair onto the kitchen floor and patted it with one hand. So Elizabeth sat and allowed her hair to be cut and sprayed and blown. They spoke of little things, but mostly of Carol's husband. He loves being your partner. Carol stepped back, made a small movement with a brush. He says watching you work is a beautiful thing. Yeah, well. Does he talk about me? When you're in the car, or on a case, does he talk about me or the kids? Every day, Elizabeth said. He plays it like everything else, gruff and close. But there's no mistaking how he feels. Proud of his kids, loves his wife. The 2 of you give me hope. Carol beamed and a little more energy found its way into her brushstrokes. Are you about finished? Carol gave Elizabeth a hand mirror. Take a look. The hair was brown and bobbed and smooth. It was a little more sprayed than she liked, a little too styled. She handed the mirror back and stood. Thank you, Carol. It's what I do. Carol patted her blue case and was halfway down the stairs when her cell phone rang. Oh, would you hold this? She pushed the case at Elizabeth and pulled a phone from her front pocket. Still on the steps, she said, Hello? A pause. Oh, hi, sweetheart. What? Yes, I am. She looked at Elizabeth. Of course. Yes, we're at her house. She pressed the phone against a heavy breast and spoke to Elizabeth. Charlie, he wants to talk to you. Carol handed over the phone and Elizabeth looked at the street beyond Carol's broad, powdered face. What's up, Beckett? Your phone is off the hook. I know. Your cell phone's off, too. There's no one I really care to talk to. What's going on? A kid got shot out by the prison. I'm sorry to hear that. Why does it concern me? Because odds are 50-50 Adrian Wall's the one who shot him. Elizabeth felt the world go soft under her feet. She wanted to sit, but Carol was staring at her face. There's more to it, Beckett said. What? The kid that got shot is Gideon Strange. Look, I'm sorry to be the one... Wait, stop. Elizabeth pushed on her eyes until she saw red haze and white sparks. She flashed on every autopsy photo in the Julia Strange murder file, then remembered what Gideon had been like on the day his mother had gone missing. She could see every detail of the boy's living room, the furniture and the paint, the detectives and the crime scene techs that drifted like smoke from the kitchen. She remembered Adrian Wall, pale as a sheet, and the feel of the boy's hot, squirming body as he'd screamed in her arms, and other cops tried to calm his wild-eyed, wailing father. Is he alive? Surgery, Beckett said. I don't know any more than that, I'm sorry. Elizabeth was dizzy, the sun too bright. Where was he shot? The high right side of his chest? No, Beckett. Where did it happen? Nathan's, the biker bar. I'll be there in 10 minutes. No, you won't come anywhere near this. Dyer was specific. He doesn't want you around Adrian Wall or this case. Obviously, I agree. Then why did you call me? Because I know you love the kid. I thought you'd want to go to the hospital, be there for him. I can't do anything at the hospital. You can't do anything here either. Beckett, he's not your son, Liz. She froze, the phone painful against her ear. You're just a cop who found his mother dead. That was a hard truth. But who else was closer to the boy? His father? Social services? Elizabeth had been the first on the scene when Gideon's mother went missing. It might have ended there, but she'd also found Julia Strange broken on the altar of Elizabeth's father's church, the body so vulnerable in its desecration she'd almost wept. They'd never once met, and yet Elizabeth, even now, felt a kinship between them, a thread that twisted through 13 years and found its embodiment in the small boy left behind. A man such as Beckett would never understand that. He couldn't. Go to the hospital, he said. I'll meet you there later. Beckett hung up and Elizabeth handed the phone back to Carol, who said a goodbye that barely registered. There was a blur of face, a cough as the car started and made a brushstroke of color in the road. When it was gone, Elizabeth walked to the bathroom, kept her eyes down so as not to see her face, and used the sink to rinse spray from her hair. She was numb, her mind spinning on images of Gideon as a toddler and then as a boy. She thought she knew everything about him, his wants and needs and secret hurts. Why was he at the prison? Elizabeth shied from the answer because deep down she knew that too. Sitting on the sofa, she opened the murder file and pulled a photograph taken by a crime scene tech less than an hour after Julia Strange was discovered missing. In the shot, Elizabeth stood in uniform with a red-faced infant in her arms. The Strange's kitchen was in disarray behind her. Gideon had the fabric on her shirt balled in his tiny fist. As a rookie and the only woman in the house, she'd been given the child to take care of until social services arrived. She didn't know then how she'd react to such need and helplessness. She was a kid herself. She couldn't have. Elizabeth leaned back, remembering all the days and months she'd spent with the boy in the years that followed his mother's death. She knew his teachers, his father, the friends he kept at school. He called her when he was hungry or scared. At times he walked to her house just to do homework or talk or sit on the porch. For him, too, the old house had been a sanctuary. Gideon. A single finger touched his face, and when tears rose in her eyes, she let them run unheeded down her cheeks. Why didn't you talk to me? But he had tried, she remembered, calling 3 times in one day, then again, and then not at all. She'd known that Adrian was getting out, and that Gideon knew it too. She should have anticipated his distress, known he might do something stupid. He was such a feeling, thoughtful boy. I should have seen it. But she'd been at the hospital with Channing, then talking to state police and roaming the halls of her own private hell. She hadn't seen a thing. She'd not even thought of him. You poor, sweet boy. She gave herself that minute to be soft, to feel the guilty fullness of a mother's love when she was not in fact a mother. Then she put the file away, pushed a pistol into her belt, and drove for the cinder block bar that sat in the shadow of the prison. 5. Elizabeth took Main Street at twice the legal limit. She saw a blur of sidewalks and narrow streets, of wrought iron fencing and red brick buildings so weathered they looked like orange clay. She passed the library, the clock tower, the old jail that dated back to 1712 and still had stocks in the courtyard. 6 minutes later, she left rubber at the on-ramp for the state highway that turned north past the last remnants of the city, a few outlying buildings rising on her left, then falling away as if sucked into the earth. Beyond that were trees and hills and twisted roads. If Gideon died, she thought. If somehow Adrian shot him. The math was horrible because both of them mattered, the man, the boy. No, she told herself. Just Gideon. Just the boy. But simple truth was not always so simple. She'd tried for 13 years to forget what Adrian had once meant to her. They'd never been together, she told herself. There was no relationship. And all of that was true. So why did she see his face as she drove? Why wasn't she at the hospital? The questions came without easy answers, so she focused on the drive as the road dropped into a narrow valley, then crossed the river. The prison like a fist in the distance. Elizabeth kept her eyes on a knot of low buildings that floated in a heat shimmer 2 miles down the road. Cars were parked in front of the sand-colored buildings. She saw blue lights that spun and flashed, a slash of red where an ambulance lingered. Beckett met the car when she stopped. He was not happy. "You're supposed to be at the hospital." "Why? Because you said so?" Elizabeth patted a thick arm, walked past him. "You know better than that." He fell in beside her, the bar 30 yards ahead. Cops clustered around the door. Elizabeth glanced at the cop cars. "I don't see Dyer. Is he too scared to show his face?" "What do you think?" Elizabeth didn't have to think at all. She'd sat front and center at Adrian's trial and remembered every aspect of Frances Dyer's testimony. "Yes, my partner knew the victim. Her husband was a confidential informant. Yes, they'd been alone together in the past. Yes, Adrian had once commented on how attractive he found her to be." It took the prosecutor 10 minutes to establish those simple truths. Then he drove the point home in seconds. "Tell me what Mr. Wall said when making reference to the victim's physical appearance." "He thought she was too good for the man she was with." "You're referring to Robert Strange, the victim's husband?" "Yes." "Did the defendant make a more specific reference to the victim's appearance?" "I'm not sure what you mean." "Did the defendant, your partner, make a more specific reference to the victim's appearance? Specifically, did he mention whether or not he found her attractive?" "He said she had the kind of face that could drive a good man to do bad things." "I'm sorry, Detective, could you repeat that, please?" "He said she had the kind of face that could drive a good man to do bad things, but I don't think—" "Thank you, Detective, that will be all." And it was. The prosecutor used Dyer's testimony to paint a picture of obsession, rejection, and payback. Adrian Wall knew the victim. He knew her house, her habits, her husband's schedule. In his professional duties, he'd grown infatuated with the beautiful wife of a confidential informant. When she refused his advances, he abducted and killed her. His fingerprints were at her house and the murder scene. His skin was under her fingernails. He had scratches on his neck. Motive, the prosecutor said. The oldest, saddest kind. It could have gone down like that, too. Murder 1, 25 to life. The jury debated for 3 days before handing down the lesser verdict of second-degree murder. Cops weren't supposed to talk to jurors post-conviction, but Elizabeth did it anyway. It was a crime of passion, they believed, and done without premeditation. They thought he'd killed her at the house, then taken her to the church as an expression of perverse remorse. Why else the white linen and brushed hair, her place beneath the golden cross? Juror 12 found it strangely sweet, and the verdict came as simply as that, murder 2, 13 years minimum. Where is he? Third car, Beckett pointed. Elizabeth saw hints of a man in the back seat of a police cruiser. She couldn't see much, but the shape seemed right, the tilt of his head. He was watching her, she could tell. Don't stop walking. I'm not, she said. But that was a lie. Her feet were slowing as she spoke. She tried to pretend it wasn't Adrian in the car, that he hadn't changed her life, that maybe she'd never loved him. Come on, Liz. Beckett took her arm and pulled her into motion. That's Nathan Conroy in the other car, he pointed. Ex-soldier, ex-biker. This is his place. He says he shot the boy in self-defense, which might be true. When the uniforms got here, they found his gun on the bar, a .32 Walther with one shot fired. The serial numbers were filed, so we're holding him on a gun charge for now. As for his claims of self-defense, there was a Colt Cobra .38 on the floor beside Gideon. It was loaded but unfired. Given what day it is, I'd call it pretty likely the boy came gunning for payback. He's only 14. 14 with a dead mother and a fucked-up father. Jesus, Charlie. Just keeping it real. Is the gun registered? Look, you're not even supposed to be here. Right. Sit at the hospital. Mind my own business. That's not going to work for me. She neared the bar, her gaze locked on a detective she knew, and a bloody spot near the open door. Beckett plucked at her sleeve, but she pulled her arm away and called out to the detective, a soft-voiced, steady woman named C.J. Simons. Hey, C.J., how you doing? Hello, Liz. I'm sorry about this. They say you know the boy? C.J. pointed into the gloom, where every cop had stopped to stare. Elizabeth nodded, but kept her lips tight. She stepped inside, going wide to clear the stained floor near the entrance. Out of the heat, she found the bar to be a narrow space that reeked of disinfectant and stale beer. A few uniformed officers tried to look busy, but eyes followed her as she moved around the room, avoiding blood on the floor, touching a chair, the bar. She was a cop, yes, but the papers had turned against her, which meant half the city wasn't far behind. State cops wanted her for double homicide, and every cop in the room knew it was dangerous for her to be here. She was connected to the kid and to Adrian Wall. She had no badge, no standing, and though no one said a word, a lot of people would burn if the kid died, or a news crew rolled up unannounced. Elizabeth tried to ignore the attention, but found the stares so unfair and oppressive she snapped. What? No one said anything. No one looked away. What are you looking at? Beckett whispered, Take it easy, Liz. But they were the same stares she got from the press and her neighbors and people on the street. Headlines or not, it should be different with cops. They understood the dangers of the job, the feel of dark places. There was no kinship here. One patrolman's stare was particularly intent. It moved from her breasts to her face and then back, as if she were not a cop, as if she were nothing. Do you have some reason to be in here? She said. The patrolman looked at Beckett. Don't look at him, look at me. The patrolman was 8 inches taller, 90 pounds heavier. I'm just doing my job. Well, do it outside. He looked at Beckett again, and Elizabeth said, He'll tell you it's fine. It's okay. Beckett gestured to the open door. Go on outside. Everyone but C.J. People filed out. The big patrolman waited until the end and brushed Elizabeth with a shoulder as he passed. The contact was swift, but she felt it all the way down. A large man using his size. She watched him go. Beckett took her elbow. No one is judging you, Liz. Don't touch me. She was glassy-eyed and slick with sudden sweat. The patrolman had dark hair shaved at the sides of the neck. His hands were brushed with hair like black wire. It's just me, Beckett said. I said don't touch me. I don't want anybody touching me. Nobody's touching you, Liz. Outside, the patrolman looked her way, then leaned into his friend and whispered something. His neck was thick, his eyes dark and deep and dismissive. Liz. She stared at his hands, at rough skin and square nails. Beckett said, You're bleeding. She ignored him, room fading out. Liz. What? She flinched. He pointed. Your mouth is bleeding. She touched a finger to the corner of her mouth and it came back red. When she looked at the patrolman, he seemed worried and confused. She blinked twice and realized how young he was, maybe 20. I'm sorry, she said. I thought I saw something. Beckett started to touch her but stopped. CJ was looking too, but Elizabeth was in no mood for troubled eyes or the compassion of others. She glanced a final time at the patrolman, then wiped a bloody finger on her pants. What does Adrian say? He won't talk to us. Maybe he'll talk to me. Why would he do that? Of all the cops who knew Adrian Wall, which one never accused him of killing an innocent woman? She left the bar at a fast walk. Beckett caught her halfway to the car. Look, I know you had feelings for this guy. I don't have feelings. I didn't say you do. I said you did. Okay, fine. She tried to bluff her way past the slip. I didn't have feelings. Beckett frowned because he recognized the lie. No matter what Elizabeth said now, her feelings for Adrian had been obvious to anyone who'd cared to look. She'd been young and eager, and Adrian was a rock-star cop, not just smart, but telegenic. He caught the big cases, made the big arrests. Because of that, every reporter in town lined up to make him a hero. The rookies loved that about him. A lot of the older cops resented it. With Elizabeth, though, it went deeper, and Beckett had been there to see it. Listen. He caught her arm and stopped her. Let's call it a friendship, okay? No judgment, no baggage. But you were closer to Adrian than you were to most. He meant something to you, and that's okay. The medals, the pretty face, whatever, but he's been 13 years inside the hardest prison in the state. A cop on the inside. You understand? Whether he killed Julia Strange or not, and to be clear, I'm certain that he did. He's not the man you remember. Ask any cop that's been around for a few years and you'll hear the same thing. It doesn't matter if Adrian was a good man once upon a time. Prison breaks a man down and builds him into something different. Just look at the poor bastard's face. His face? My point is that he's a convict, and convicts are users. He'll try to leverage your relationship, whatever feelings you may still have. It's been 13 years, Charlie. Even then, he was just a friend. She started to turn, but he stopped her again. She looked at the hand on his arm, then at his eyes, which appeared dim and sad under heavy lids. He struggled for the perfect words, and when he spoke, his voice seemed as sad as his eyes. Be careful with friendships, he said. Not all of them are free. She stared pointedly at his hand and waited for him to release her arm. Third car? She asked. Yeah. Beckett nodded and stepped aside. Third car. She walked away with an easy stride, and Beckett watched her go. The long legs, the eagerness. She carried herself well, but he wasn't fooled. She'd been deep in the cult of Adrian Wall. Beckett remembered how she'd been at the trial, the way she rode the bench day after day, straight-backed and pale, and utterly convinced of Adrian's innocence. That set her apart from every other cop on the force, Dyer, Beckett, even the other rookies. She was the only one who believed, and Adrian knew it. He'd look for her in court, first in the morning, then after lunch, and at the end of the day. He'd twist in his seat, find her eyes, and Beckett more than once saw the bastard smile. Nobody celebrated when the verdict came down, but it was hard to deny the near-universal sense of grim satisfaction. When Adrian murdered Julia Strange, he put a black eye on every cop that cared about right and wrong. Beyond that, it was a PR nightmare. Hero cop murders young mother. Then there was Gideon Strange, the boy. For whatever reason, Elizabeth bonded to him too. She'd held him at the funeral as his father wept, and was even now involved in the boy's life on a fundamental level. She cared for him, loved him even. Beckett never understood the reasons, but knowing the depth of her affection, he wondered how she was holding it together. Sir? It was C.J. Simons, the interruption hesitant. Yes, C.J., what is it? She pointed, and Beckett looked past the bar to a dark car on the verge and a group of men beside it. It's the warden. Yes, Beckett cut her off. I see that. The warden was in a suit, the guards in uniforms sharp enough to cut paper. Beckett pointed at the cruiser. Watch Liz, make sure she's okay. Sir? Just Watch her. Beckett crossed the lot, felt heat under his shoes and a fist of emotion in his chest. He'd known the warden for a long time, but the relationship was complicated. He stopped by the car and felt the warden's stare. "Detective?" The warden was sweating in the heat, his smile overly bright. Beckett ignored the guards and spoke quietly. "What the hell are you doing here?" The police cruiser was in the shade at the back of the lot. Elizabeth kept her chin down and her eyes sideways as she cleared the hood and circled to the rear door. She saw the top of Adrian's head first, and he was looking down, so deathly still she had the wild thought he was actually dead, that he'd drifted off alone in the back of the car. Then he showed a scarred face and eyes that were utterly unchanged. For that second, the entire world shrank to a black hole that stripped away all the years of her adulthood. She saw how he'd saved her life and never known it, his gentle manner as he'd stopped on a chill day to ask if she was all right. In that second, Elizabeth was 17 again, alone at the edge of a 200-foot drop, a child looking for the courage to take one more step. "Are you okay, miss?" His shoulders were square, the badge on his belt bright gold. She hadn't heard him, hadn't seen him. She wore tall shoes that laced above her ankles, a second-hand dress that flapped against her skin. Her gaze settled on the 30 acres of black water that filled the quarry below. "I was just counting." It was a stupid thing to say, but he didn't act as if it were. "Counting what?" "The seconds it would take to fall," she thought, but said nothing. "Are you sure you're okay?" She stared at the badge on his belt and couldn't look away. His fingers beside it were still. "Are your parents here?" "Down the trail," she lied. "What's your name?" She offered it in a broken voice, and he studied the trailhead at the edge of the woods. It was late and cold and almost dark. The water beneath them looked as hard as metal. "Parents tend to worry about children up here, especially with dark coming on." His gesture took in the mountaintop, the quarry below. She looked at the sucking blackness of all that water, then at the strip of stone at her feet. His face, when she finally looked at it, was beautiful. "You're sure they're waiting?" "Yes, sir." "Off you go, then." He smiled a final time, and she left on legs that were cold and weak and shaking. He didn't follow but was watching when she glanced back, his eyes lost in the fading light. She waited until trees surrounded her, then ran as she'd never run before. She ran until her body burned and her breath was gone. Then she curled up in dry leaves and wondered if God had sent the policeman to pull her back from the thing she'd meant to do. Her father would say yes, that God is in all things, but God could no longer be trusted. Not God or her father, or boys who said, "Trust me." That's what she thought as she lay in the leaves, shaking. That the world was bad, but maybe not all of it. That maybe she'd try to live another day. That maybe she could. Elizabeth didn't believe in God anymore, but looking at Adrian through patrol car glass, she thought that fate might be real. She'd almost died the day they first met, and here he was again. She wasn't suicidal, but still. "Hello, Adrian." "Liz." The door pressed against her hip, but she had no memory of opening it. The world seemed to be his voice, his eyes, the unexpected thumping in her chest. The scars on his face were pale and thin, a half diamond on one cheek and a 6-inch line that ran top to bottom beside his left eye. Even with Beckett's warning, the starkness of the scars surprised her, as did the thinness that made the bones of his face sharper than she remembered. He was older and hard, with an animal stillness that disconcerted her. She'd expected something else, furtiveness maybe, or shame. "May I?" She gestured at the seat, and he shifted sideways to make room for her to sit. She slipped into the car, felt his warmth in the leather. She studied his face and did not look away when his hand moved to cover the worst of the scars. "It's only skin," she said. "On the outside, maybe. How about the rest of you?" "Tell me about Gideon." It surprised her that he knew Gideon's name. "You recognized him?" "How many 14-year-old boys want me dead?" "So he did try to hurt you." "Just tell me if he's okay." Elizabeth leaned against the door and didn't speak for long seconds. "Why do you care?" "How can you ask me that?" "I can ask you that because he came here to kill you and because people are not normally so concerned about those intent on doing that kind of harm. I can ask you that because he was 15 months old the last time you saw him, because he's not your family or your friend. I can ask that because he's an innocent kid who's never hurt a fly in all the days of his life, because he weighs 115 pounds and has a bullet where no bullet should ever be. I can ask you that because I more or less raised him, and because he looks just like the woman you were convicted of killing. So until I know for sure you're not the one who shot him, we'll do this my way." Her voice was loud by the time she finished, and both of them were surprised by the outburst of emotion. Elizabeth couldn't hide her feelings when it came to the boy. She was overprotective, and Adrian saw it. "I just want to know he's okay, that's all. He lost his mother and thinks it's my fault. I just want to know he's alive, that he hasn't lost everything." It was a good answer, Elizabeth thought. Honest, fair. "He's in surgery. I don't know more than that." She paused. "Beckett says Conroy is the one who shot him. Is that right?" "Yes." "Was it self-defense?" "The boy came to kill me. Conroy did what he had to do." "Would Gideon have done it?" "Pulled the trigger, yes." "You sound certain." "He said it's what a man would do. He seemed convinced." She studied his fingers, which looked as if they'd been broken and poorly set. "All right, I believe you." "You'll tell Beckett?" "Beckett, Dyer, I'll make sure everyone understands." "Thank you." "Adrian, listen." "Don't." "What?" "Look, it's nice to see you. It's been a long time, and you were good to me once. But don't pretend to be my friend." They were difficult words, but she understood. How many times had she driven past the prison since his conviction? How many times had she stopped, gone inside? Not once. Not ever. "Can I do anything for you? Do you need money? A ride?" "You can get out of the car." He was looking at Beckett and a group of men standing by a dark sedan on the edge of the road. Suddenly pale and sweating, he looked as if he might be sick. "Adrian?" "Just get out of the car, please." She thought about arguing, but to what end? "Okay, Adrian." She swung her legs into the heat. "Let me know if you change your mind." Elizabeth walked away from Adrian and met Beckett halfway across the lot. Behind him, men slipped into the sedan, which turned across traffic and accelerated toward the prison. She recognized a face in the window, a flash of profile, quickly gone. That was the warden. "Yes." "What did he want?" Beckett watched the car for long seconds, eyes narrowed. "He heard about the shooting and knew it involved one of his prisoners." "Were you arguing?" "Yes." "About what?" "The fact he has no business on my goddamn crime scene." "Take it easy, Charlie. I'm just asking." "Yeah, of course. Sorry. Did you get anything from Adrian?" "He confirms the bartender's story. Gideon came looking for revenge. Conroy shot the boy to save Adrian's life." "Damn, that's brutal. I'm sorry." "What are you going to do with him?" "Adrian? Take a statement, cut him loose." "Does Gideon's father know?" "We haven't found him yet." "I'll do it." "He's a deadbeat drunk in a county full of shitheel bars. Who knows what rock he's crawled under for the day?" "I can track him down." "Tell me where you think he might be, and I'll send some uniforms." Elizabeth shook her head. We're talking about Gideon. His father should be with him when he wakes. His father is an asshole who hasn't done 2 good things for that boy in his whole life. Nevertheless, I'd rather find him myself. It's personal, Charlie. You understand. Your interview with the state police is in 3 hours. I said I'd do it. Okay, fine, sure, whatever. He was angry, but it seemed everyone was. 3 hours. Yep. Don't be late. Late? Maybe. Elizabeth wasn't even sure she'd show up. Dropping into the car, she thought she was out clean, but Beckett filled the open window before she could put the car in gear. He leaned in, looking swollen in a tight suit. She saw scratches on his wedding ring, smelled shampoo that was probably his wife's. Everything about him was earnest and heavy. The stare, the sound of his voice. You're in a strange place, he said, and I get that. Channing in the basement, state cops, and Adrian. Hell, the boy's blood's not even dry. I know all these things, Charlie. I know you do. Then what are you trying to say? I'm saying people don't think straight when they get twisted up. That's normal, even for cops. I just don't want you to do anything stupid. Like what? Bad men, dark houses. He was trying to help, but that was the hard edge of Elizabeth's world. Bad men and the things that happen in dark houses. Putting the prison in her rearview mirror, Elizabeth took her time driving back to the city. She wanted a moment's quiet, but thoughts of Gideon in surgery made that impossible. A .32 was a small bullet, but he was a small boy. Did she blame Nathan Conroy for shooting him? No, not really. Did she blame Adrian? What about herself? Elizabeth pictured Gideon's mother as she'd been, tall and clear-eyed and elegant. Then pictured her son in the dark, lying in wait with a loaded weapon in his pocket. Where did he get the revolver, and how did he get to Nathan's? Did he walk? Hitchhike? Was it his father's gun? Jesus, did he really plan to kill a man? The line of thought made her nauseous, but maybe it was a delayed reaction to sight of the boy's blood, or that she'd had 3 cups of coffee after 2 days without food, or that she'd barely slept 6 hours out of the last 60. Slowing at the river, she pulled onto the verge and called the hospital to check on Gideon's status. Are you family? She was asked. Police. Hold for surgery. Elizabeth held, and as she did, she watched the water. She'd grown up near the river and knew its moods, the gentle slide in August, the hard rush that followed winter storms. She'd taken Gideon fishing at times, and it was their place, their thing. But today the river felt different. She didn't see the sycamores or the willows or the ripples in the current. She saw red banks carved away, wounds in the earth. You're asking about Gideon Strange? Elizabeth played the cop card again and got all the information available. Still in surgery, too early for a prognosis. Thank you, she said, then crossed the river without once looking down. It took 20 minutes to reach the derelict side of things, a 7-mile stretch that began with empty storefronts and ended with shuttered factories and mill houses in their 2nd century. The textile industry had left even before the downturn, same with furniture and the bottling plant and big tobacco. Now the east side of town was paved with empty factories and broken dreams. As a young cop, Elizabeth had cut her teeth on the east side, but it was worse now. Gangs had moved north from Atlanta, down from D.C. Drugs ran up and down the interstate, and bad things multiplied with the trade. Much of the violence happened on the 7-mile stretch, and a lot of poor but decent people were caught in the middle. That included Gideon. Turning onto a narrow street, she worked the car between cast-off furniture and old cars until a chalk-yellow house slid past and the hill steepened. Shadows crept out the deeper she went. Cars got rustier, grass disappeared. By the time she bottomed out, the road was in full shade, a ribbon of asphalt running beside a cold stream that broke white over gray stone and bits of shattered concrete. Gideon hadn't always lived in such a desolate place, but when his mother died, Robert Strange started drinking, and the whirl of it took him down. A good job became an occasional job. The drinking got worse. There were drugs. The only mystery was how he managed to keep Gideon in his life at all, but that in the end was no mystery. The system was stretched, and Elizabeth loved the boy too much to break the last bit of his heart. Every time she got social services involved, Gideon would beg her to leave him with his father. "It's my father," he'd say. "He's all I have left." Other than a few months in foster care, he'd gotten his wish. In exchange, Elizabeth stayed involved. She made sure his clothes were clean, that food was on the table. That worked until it didn't. Now Gideon was fighting for his life, and she had to face the hard question. How much of that was her fault? Twisting along the valley floor, she found the boy's house on a stony patch beside the creek. It was smaller than most, a faded cube beneath a streaked metal roof. Piled firewood made the porch sag on one side, and the cinder-block chimney leaned 10 degrees out of true, but the stream was what made everything so stark in comparison. All that cold, clean water, rushing off to better places. Stepping from the car, she studied the slash of sky, the stream, the pale pink house across the street. It was quiet in the shade, and hot. An old car rusted on flat tires. The yard was red dirt. On the porch, Elizabeth knocked twice, but she knew already that no one was home. The house had that empty feel. Inside, she stepped over liquor bottles and engine parts and old mail. She checked the boy's room first. The bed was made, shoes lined against the wall. A single shelf was rowed with books and framed photographs. Elizabeth lifted a picture of Gideon's mother taken on her wedding day. She wore a simple dress and a ring of flowers in her hair. She stood in front of the old church, her new husband young and clean-cut and handsome. The next two pictures were of Elizabeth and Gideon, a picnic in the park, one at the river. There were no other pictures of his father, and that felt about right. The last was of Gideon and Elizabeth's parents. The boy enjoyed church and sang in the choir. Elizabeth would pick him up on Sundays and take him. She never went in herself, that was an old promise. But her parents loved the boy almost as much as she did. They'd have him for dinner once a month, ask after his grades, watch him in school plays. The Reverend was determined to see Gideon through his childhood and to remind the boy that his father had once been a fine man. Moving through Gideon's room, Elizabeth touched school books, a turtle shell, a jar of pennies. Nothing had changed, she thought, then considered the outcome should Gideon die. Nothing ever would. Closing the boy's bedroom door, she checked the rest of the house, then went looking for his father. Beckett was right about Robert Strange. He drank and was undependable, an otherwise broken man who loved the boy as best he could. He worked part-time for a shade tree garage, far out in the county. The owner was a drunk, which meant Robert could drink too. He worked off the books, mostly on American cars, mostly for cash. That's where he would be, she thought, at the garage and useless and drunk. It took 18 miles of country road to get there, the route twisting past the quarry, the gun range, the ruins of an old theater. She drove past dairy farms and plowed under fields, turned left and ran under heavy trees that swayed with the breeze. 2 miles into the last stretch of gravel road, she turned onto raw dirt and followed the track to a corrugated shed that sat on a high bank in the last bend of the river. She turned off the engine and stared for long seconds through the glass. Hot cars and stolen tires weren't the only illegal things this far out in the county. There were meth labs and cockfights and trailer park brothels run by large men with long hair and swastika tattoos. People went missing this far out, and not too many years passed without hunters finding the remains of one poor soul or another. So Elizabeth took a good long look around and checked the gun at her back before she stepped from the car. Even then she didn't like it. Dogs lolled in the shade. Beyond them the river hissed along the bank, then flattened and slowed as it spilled across the county line. Elizabeth watched the dogs as she walked. Two of them stayed down, but one found his feet, his head low, a pink tongue hanging out as he panted in the heat. Elizabeth kept one eye on him and one on the shed. 10 feet from the bay door, she smelled grease and gasoline and cigarette smoke. "Can I help you?" A man stepped from beneath a truck on a hydraulic lift. He was late 50s with close hair and grease-stained shoulders. 6'4", she guessed, 230. He wiped thick hands on a dirty handkerchief and guarded his expression. "My name is Elizabeth Black." "I know who you are, Detective. We do get the papers out here." Not aggressive, Elizabeth thought. Not helpful either. "I'd like to speak to Robert Strange." "Never heard of him." "He works here 4 days a week. You pay him cash off the books. That's his moped under the pecan tree." She pointed at a yellow moped, and another dog stood up, a whine in his throat as if it sensed tension in the air. The big man stepped out onto gravel, sunlight hard on his face. "Aren't you suspended?" Elizabeth counted 5 men now, most of them holding back in the dimness of the shed. There'd be warrants out on a few of them, missed court dates, felony charges. "Are you going to make this difficult for me?" "I'm not sure yet." "I just want to talk to him." "Is it about his boy?" "You know about that?" "Glenn's wife works 911 dispatch." He pointed at one of the men. "She told us what happened. The boy comes around sometimes. He's a good kid. We all like him." Elizabeth studied the shed, the men inside. She thought of Gideon here and could see it. He liked cars and the forest. The river was down the hill. "I want to talk to his father. It's important." "We don't want any trouble." "There won't be any." "Back room, then." He hooked a thumb over his shoulder. "Past the Corvette." The Corvette sat on a floor jack, front tires off the rims, the bearings pulled. Beyond it was a metal door painted black. Looking at it, Elizabeth felt a tingle in her fingers. The men were still watching her, nobody working. She'd have to pass through the gauntlet of their bodies, then twist between cars and jacks and lifts. It was dim in the shed. They were staring at her, waiting, and she wondered what was in the back room. If there would be windows or darkness, or a mattress-shaped hole in the world. "Detective?" Elizabeth started, then pushed into the shed between the men. To her surprise, they stepped back to make room. 3 of them nodded politely, and one mumbled the word "ma'am" before ducking his head as if embarrassed. At the door she looked back, but no one else had moved, so she touched a handle that clicked as she turned it. The room beyond was just a room. A small square space with vending machines, a vinyl sofa, and a table with 4 chairs. Robert Strange sat with both hands on the table, a bottle and a glass between them. The lines in his face seemed deeper than normal. He did not look well. "Hello, Robert." "I figured it was you who'd come looking." "Why?" "Because it's always you, isn't it?" He lifted the glass and choked on brown liquor. "Is he dead?" "I talked to the hospital an hour ago. He's in surgery. I'm hopeful." "Hopeful." The word leaked out. Elizabeth saw doubt and regret, but darker things, too. She tried to gauge how drunk he was, but he'd always been a quiet, grim drinker. "Do you know why your son was shot?" "You should leave, Detective." "He was shot trying to kill Adrian Wall. Are you sober enough to understand that? He was out by the prison, 14 years old with a loaded weapon." "Don't say that bastard's name." "Where were you when this was happening?" He lifted the glass, but she took it from his hand. "Where did he get the gun?" "Give me the glass." "Answer the question." "Can you for once mind your own goddamn business?" "No." "He's my son, you understand? Why are you in the middle of that? Why are you always in the middle?" It was an old argument between them. Elizabeth was part of Gideon's life. Robert didn't like it. Looking at him now, Elizabeth studied the bright eyes, the swollen veins. His hands twisted the bottle as if it were her throat. "Did you give Gideon the gun?" "For God's sake!" "Did you want Adrian dead too?" He hung his head and ran fingers through greasy hair. Elizabeth studied the heavy jaw, the veined nose. He was tired and nearly ruined and only 39. With all the bitterness and regret, it was easy to forget that he was a young man, heartbroken from the death of a beautiful wife. "Did you know what your son was doing?" She asked it more gently. "Did you know he had a gun?" "I thought—" "You thought what?" "I was drunk." He pressed fingers against his eyes. "I thought it was a dream." "What do you mean?" "Gideon with a gun in his hand." Robert shook his head, dark hair glinting. "It came out of the television. That had to be a dream, right? Guns coming out of TVs. That can't be real." "Was it your gun, Robert?" His mouth stayed shut, so she pushed harder. "Did you know that Adrian Wall was getting out of prison today?" He looked up, the eyes so suddenly pink and shattered-looking Elizabeth knew the answer. "Jesus, you did." "It was a dream, right? How could that be real?" He buried his face in his hands, and Elizabeth, understanding, straightened. Had he really thought it was a dream? Or had some part of him known? That was the part of his soul that had him weeping, the part that thought it was real and decided not to call the cops, the part that wanted Adrian Wall dead and was willing to let his son do the dirty work. "Is my boy alive?" He showed the same pink eyes. "Please say he is." "Yes," she said. 20 minutes ago he was alive." He broke then, sobbing. "I want you to come with me, Robert." "Why?" "Because as much as I might hate it right now, Gideon loves you. You should be there when he wakes." "You'll take me?" "Yes," she said, and he rose, blinking and afraid, as if condemned to some terrible fate. 6. Elizabeth drove Robert Strange to the hospital and got him situated in a waiting room down the hall from the surgical theaters. After a brief talk with one of the nurses, she returned to the place she'd left him. "Gideon's still in surgery. It looks good, though." "Are you sure?" "As sure as I can be." Elizabeth pulled $20 from her pocket and dropped it on the table. "That's for food, not liquor." The irony was that Elizabeth wanted the drink. She was tired and drained, and for the first time in her adult life knew she didn't want to be a cop. But what else was there? Some other job? Prison? That felt real as she drove. State cops, incarceration. Maybe that's why she took the long drive to the station. Maybe that's why she was 30 minutes late. "Where the hell have you been?" Beckett was waiting outside, his tie loose, his face redder than usual. Elizabeth locked the car and considered the second-floor windows as she walked. "What happened with Adrian?" "He's in the wind." Beckett fell in beside her, deflated by her steady calm. "Where?" "Walking down the road last I saw him. How's Gideon?" "Still in surgery." "Did you find his father?" "He's at the hospital." "Drunk?" "Yeah." They were avoiding the obvious. Beckett came around to it first. "They're waiting for you." "The same ones?" "Different." "Where?" "Conference room." "Jesus." "Yeah, I know." The conference room was beside the bullpen and glass-walled. That meant the state cops wanted her visible. They wanted every other cop to see. "I guess we do this the hard way." They took the stairs to the second floor and stepped into the bullpen. People stopped talking and stared. She felt the distrust and condemnation, but tuned it out. The department was taking heat, yes. The newspapers had turned and a lot of people were angry. Elizabeth understood all that. But not everyone could walk into the dark and make the hard choice. She knew who she was. The cops in the conference room, though, were strangers. She saw them through the glass, both of them older and stern. They wore sidearms and state credentials and watched intently as she moved between the desks. "Captain?" She stopped where Dyer waited at the conference room door. "Those are not the same investigators." "Hamilton and Marsh," Dyer said. "You've heard of them?" "Should I have?" "They report directly to the Attorney General. Dirty politicians, crooked cops. They go after the worst of them. It's all they do. Big cases, high profile." "Should I be flattered?" "They're a hit squad, Liz. Politicized and effective. Don't take them lightly." "I don't." "Yet your lawyer's not here." "True." "He says you haven't met him at all. Won't return his calls." "It's fine, Francis. Let's reschedule and bring in the lawyer. I'll take the heat." "I said I'm fine." She laid a palm on his face, then opened the door and went inside. Both state investigators were standing on the other side of a polished table. One's fingertips rested lightly on the wood. The other's arms were crossed. "Detective Black," the taller one began. "I'm Special Agent Marsh. This is Special Agent Hamilton." "I don't care about introductions." Elizabeth pulled out a chair and sat down. "Very well." The one called Marsh sat. The other waited a heartbeat, then sat too. There was not a kind look between them, not a moment's softness. "You understand you have the right to an attorney." "Let's just do this." "Very well." Marsh pushed a Miranda waiver across the table. Elizabeth signed it without comment, and Marsh pressed it into a folder. He looked at Dyer and gestured at an empty chair. "Captain, would you care to sit?" "No." Dyer stood in a corner, arms crossed. Beyond the glass, every cop was watching. Beckett looked as if he might vomit. "All right." Marsh started a tape recorder and gave the date, the time, the names of everyone present. "This interview is in regard to the shooting deaths of Brendan and Titus Monroe, brothers aged 34 and 31 at the times of their deaths. Detective Black has waived the right to counsel. Captain Dyer is present as a witness only and is not participating in the interview. Now, Detective Black." Marsh paused, face neutral. "I'd like to walk you through the events of August 5th. Elizabeth laced her fingers on the table. "I've given a statement regarding the matter in question. I have no additions or modifications." "Then let's consider this discussion one of nuance and color. We simply want to understand what happened a little better. I'm sure you can appreciate that." "Very well." "I'd like to hear more about how you came to be in the house where the Monroe brothers died. Channing Shore had been missing for a day and a half. Is that correct?" 40 hours. "I'm sorry?" "Not a day and a half, 40 hours. "And police were actively involved in the search?" "There was speculation she was a runaway, but yes, we had her description and were involved. Her parents had come to the precinct. They were very concerned." "They'd posted a reward?" "And spoken to local television. They were convincing." "Did you believe her to be a runaway?" "I believed she'd been abducted." "Based on what information?" Marsh asked. "I'd spoken to her parents and been to her house, in her room. I interviewed friends, teachers, coaches. There was no sign of drug or alcohol abuse. Her parents were not perfect, but they weren't abusive either. There was no boyfriend, nothing unusual on her computer. She was going to go to college. She was a solid kid." "That was the sole basis of your judgment?" "She had pink sheets." "Pink sheets?" "Pink sheets, stuffed animals." Elizabeth leaned back in her chair. "The lives of runaways are rarely pink. or fluffy. Hamilton stared at Elizabeth as if she were something dirty. Marsh shifted in his seat. Channing was eventually discovered in the basement of an abandoned dwelling on Penelope Street. Yes? How would you describe that neighborhood? Decayed. Violent? There have been shootings there, yes. Murders? A few. Marsh leaned forward. Why did you go into that house alone? Where was your partner? I've explained this. Explain it again. It was late. We'd been working Channing Shore's disappearance since 5 a.m. We were exhausted. Beckett went home for a shower and a few hours' sleep. I went for coffee and a drive. We were going to meet again at 5 the next morning. Go on. I received a radio call from dispatch asking me to check out reports of suspicious activity at an abandoned house on Penelope Street. The report indicated activity in the basement. Possible screams. I would not normally take a call like that, but it was a busy night. The department was stretched. Stretched how? The battery plant closed that day, 300 jobs gone in a city that can't afford to lose 3. There was rioting, some burned cars. People were angry. The department's resources were strained. Where was Detective Beckett? He's married with kids. He needed the time. So you went alone to a dangerous neighborhood, then into an abandoned house where screams had been reported. That's correct. You didn't call for backup? No. Is that normal procedure? It was not a normal day. Marsh drummed his fingers on the table. Were you drinking? That question is offensive. Marsh slid a paper across the table. This is the incident report completed by your commanding officer. He glanced at Dyer. It says you were disoriented after the shooting, at times non-responsive. Elizabeth flashed back to the moment in question. She was sitting on the curb outside the abandoned house. Channing was in the ambulance wrapped in a blanket, catatonic. Dyer's hands were on Elizabeth's shoulders. Talk to me, he'd said. Liz. His eyes faded in and out. Jesus Christ, he'd said. What the hell happened in there? I wasn't drinking. I wasn't drunk. Marsh leaned back and studied her. You have a soft spot for young people. Is that a question? Especially those who are helpless or abused. It's reflected in your files. People in the department are aware of it. You respond with great passion to young people in distress. You've intervened with authorities, used force on multiple occasions. Marsh leaned forward. You feel a connection to those who are small and young and unable to care for themselves. Isn't that part of the job description? Not if it interferes with the job. Marsh opened another folder and began to spread out photographs of the dead men. They were glossy, full color. Crime scene photographs, autopsy photographs. They stretched across the table like a fan of cards, blood and blank eyes and shattered bone. You went alone into an abandoned house. He touched the photographs as he spoke. There was no power, reports of screams. You went alone into the basement. He straightened the edges of the photographs until he had a perfect line. Did you hear anything? Elizabeth swallowed. Detective Black, did you hear anything? Dripping water. Rats in the walls. Rats? Yes. What else? Channing was crying. You saw her? Elizabeth blinked, the memory collapsing into something dimmer. She was in the second room. Describe it. Concrete, low ceilings. The mattress was in the corner. Was it dark? There was a candle on a crate. It was red. Elizabeth closed her eyes and saw that too. Melted wax and flickers of light. The hallways and doors and shadowed places. It was as real as in her dreams, but mostly she heard the girl's voice, the broken words and prayer, the way she begged God to help her, please. Where were the Monroe brothers at this time? I don't know. Elizabeth cleared her throat. There were other rooms. And the child? Marsh pushed a photograph forward. It showed the mattress, the wires. Elizabeth blinked again, but the room around her remained blurry. Only the photograph was sharp. The mattress. The memory. How was Channing? She was as you might imagine. Frightened, of course. He placed a single finger on the photo of the mattress. Wired to a mattress. Exposed. Alone. He removed the photographs, touched two that showed the dead men, their bodies broken and bent and shredded. These are the ones that interest me the most. He pushed them toward her. The bullet placement in particular. He touched one man and then the other. Both knees shot away. He slid forward a close-up of the shattered knees. Multiple shots to the groin. Again, both men. Another close-up hissed across the table, this one an autopsy photo, stark and bright. Did you torture these men, Detective Black? It was dark. Another photograph slid across the table. Titus Monroe, shot in both knees, both elbows. Not intentional. But painful. Non-fatal. Elizabeth swallowed, nauseous. Marsh noticed. I'd ask you to look at each photograph. I've seen these. These are not random injuries, Detective. I thought they were armed. Knees, groins, elbows. It was dark. 18 shots. The girl was crying. 18 shots placed to cause maximum pain. Elizabeth looked away. Marsh leaned back, his eyes blue and cold. 2 men are dead, Detective. Elizabeth turned her head slowly, her own eyes so flat and emotionless they themselves looked dead. 2 animals, she said. I beg your pardon. Her heart beat twice. She spoke with care. 2 animals are dead. Liz, Jesus! Marsh held up a hand as Dyer seemed to lurch forward. It's okay, Captain. Stand where you are. He turned his attention back to Liz, hands spread on the table. Did you torture these men, Detective? He lifted a bloody photograph, placed it gently in front of her. Elizabeth looked away, so he put down 2 more. They were autopsy photos, close-ups. The wounds were immediate and full color. Detective Black. Elizabeth stood. We're done here. You're not excused. She pushed back her chair. I'm not finished, Detective. I am. She turned on a heel. Hamilton stood, but Marsh said, Let her go. Elizabeth pulled open the door and was outside before Dyer could touch her arm or say a word to stop her. She pushed through the crowd of watching cops, through friends and rivals and faces that seemed strange to her. The room faded to gray as people muttered words she didn't care about or understand. Everything was the basement. It was stone and fabric, screams, and blood. She heard her name, but it wasn't real. The world was gun smoke and wire and the twine of Channing's fingers. Liz! Slippery skin and pain. Liz, damn it! That was Beckett, still distant. She ignored the brush of his fingers, and only in the fresh air did she realize he'd followed her down the stairwell. There were cars and black pavement, then Beckett's fingers on her wrist. I don't want to talk about it. Liz, look at me. But she couldn't. A car had leaked oil onto the tarmac. Sunlight turned the puddle into melted iron, and that was exactly how she felt. As if all the hardness had been drawn from her bones, as if she too were melting away. Don't call me, Charlie, okay? Don't call me. Don't follow me. Where are you going? I don't know, she said, but that was a lie. Maybe you should talk to Wilkins. Don't go there either. Wilkins was the department shrink. Every other day he called, and every other day she declined his services. I'm fine. You keep saying that, but you look like a strong wind will lift you off your feet. I'm fine. Liz, I have to go. She got in the car and drove to the abandoned house where Channing had been held captive for 40 long hours. She wasn't sure why she'd come, but guessed it had to do with photographs and dreams and the way she avoided this bit of town. The structure was a shell under the darkening sky. It sat far back from the road, part of it crushed by a fallen tree, the rest of it obscured behind saplings, milkweed, and high grass. She could smell it through the open window, a whiff of rot and mold and feral cat. The house next door was empty. 3 more on the street were dark. The city was crumbling, she thought. She was crumbling. At the porch, she hesitated. Yellow tape fluttered at the door. The windows were boarded up. Elizabeth touched flaking paint and thought of all the things that had died on the other side of the door. 5 days, she told herself. I can handle this. But her hand shook when she reached for the knob. She stared at it, disbelieving, then snapped her fingers shut. She stood for a long minute, then retreated in disarray for the first time since pinning on a badge. It was just a place, she told herself, just a house. Then why can't I go inside? Elizabeth got back in the car and drove, houses flicking past, sun dropping behind the tallest trees. It was only as the road bent in a long, slow curve that she realized she wasn't going home. The houses were wrong, the ridgelines and the views. But she kept driving. Why? Because she needed something. A touchstone. A reminder of why she'd become a cop in the first place. When she found Adrian, he was 10 miles out of town in a burned-out building that used to be his home. It sat under tall trees at the end of a half-mile drive, a once fine farmhouse now little more than ash-heap walls and a bone of chimney. She stepped out under a spinning sky, and the wind on its lips carried the faintest taste of smoke. What are you doing here, Liz? He stepped from the gloom. Hello, Adrian. I'm sorry for just showing up like this. It's not really my house, is it? That's not what I meant. Then what? Prison. 13 years. She ran out of words because Adrian was the one who'd made her what she was. That made him a god of sorts, and gods terrified her. I'm sorry I didn't visit. You were just a rookie. We barely knew each other. She nodded because words, again, were inadequate. She'd written him 3 times in the first year of his incarceration, and each one said the same thing. I'm sorry. I wish I could have done more. After that, she'd had nothing else to offer. Did you know? She turned both palms to finish the sentence. Did you know your house was burned? Your wife gone? I never heard from Catherine. His face was a slash of gray in the gloom. After the trial, I never heard from anyone. Elizabeth rolled her shoulders against a final rush of guilt. She should have told him years ago that his wife had left, his house had burned. She should have gone to the prison and told him face to face. She'd been unable to bear it, though, the thought of him locked up, diminished. Catherine left 3 months after your conviction. The house sat empty for a while. Then one day it burned. They say it was arson. He nodded, but she knew it hurt. Why are you here, Liz? I just wanted to check on you. She left the rest unspoken, that she was looking at murder charges of her own, that she was hoping for insight, and that she might have loved him once. Would you like to come inside? She thought he was joking, but he picked his way through scrub and rubble until orange light touched his skin. It was the old living room she saw. The floor was gone, but fire burned in the fireplace and made sounds as it settled. Adrian added wood, and the light spread. Around her she saw ash swept back and a log dragged in as a seat. Adrian's hands were stained, too, and Gideon's blood still showed black on his shirt. Home sweet home. He said it flatly, but the hurt was there. His great-great-grandfather had built the house. Adrian grew up in it, then deeded it to his wife to cover his legal bills if necessary. It had survived the Civil War, his bankruptcy, and his trial. Now it was this shell, tumbled and damp beneath trees that had seen the sweep of its history. "I'm sorry about your wife," Elizabeth said. "I wish I could tell you where she was." "She was pregnant when the trial started." Adrian sat on the log, stared at the fire. "She lost the baby 2 days before the verdict." "Did you know that?" Elizabeth shook her head, but he wasn't watching her. "Did you see anyone out there?" "Out there?" She indicated the fields, the drive. "There was a car before." He seemed adrift and vague. She squatted beside him. "Why are you here, Adrian?" Something flickered in his eyes, and it looked dangerous. Anger, intent, something sharp and cruel, and then suddenly gone. "Where else would I go?" He lifted his shoulders, and the vagueness returned. Elizabeth looked deeper, but whatever she'd glimpsed was gone. "A hotel? Some other place?" "There is no other place." "Adrian, listen." "Did you see something out there?" It was the same question in the same voice, but if he was worried about something in the night, the worry didn't show. The fire consumed his attention, even as Elizabeth stood. "Was it horrible?" she asked, and meant prison. He said nothing, but his hands twitched and scars glinted like ivory in the light. Elizabeth thought of her youth and of all the times she'd watched him move through the world. The way he stood at his desk and at the range, how he'd worked a witness, a crime scene, the bureaucracy. He'd worn confidence like a smile, and it was strange to see him so still and quiet, his eyes withdrawn beyond the smoke. "Would you like me to stay a while?" His eyes drifted shut, and she knew the answer was no. This was a communion, and she, in his mind, was just a kid he'd once known. "It was nice of you to come," he said, but the words were false. Go away, he meant. Leave me to suffer in peace. 7. Ramona lost track of time in the blackness of the silo. Her world was damp earth and heat and concrete walls. The door was a metal square that gave a fraction of an inch before the lock outside clanked. "Somebody?" It was a whisper, her voice already broken. "Help me." Something fluttered high in the silo, a bird maybe, and trapped too. Ramona lifted her face, then scratched at the door, her nails torn by rusted screws and cracks in the metal. Another hour passed, or maybe it was a day. She drifted and slept and woke to a spear of yellow light. It flicked the length of her body, and she saw grime on her hands and arms. Hope sparked in her chest, but died when he spoke. "Time to go, Ramona." "Water." "Of course you can have water." He pulled her through the door, her feet dragging. It was still night, but barely, the moon a hint of gray as headlights made shadows dance on the silo. She blinked, but his face was a blur. "Here." He gave her a bottle, and she drank too much, choking. "Let me help." He guided the bottle to her lips, tilted it. She wanted to scream or run, but could barely move. He used a damp towel to wipe black soil from her face and arms. She watched in quiet terror as he lifted the hem of her dress and used the same towel to clean her legs. The touch, intimate but chaste. "Better?" "Why?" "I'm sorry." He leaned closer, one hand on the soft place behind her knee. She licked cracked lips. "Why?" He smoothed hair from her face and stared into her eyes. "Ours is not to wonder why. Please. It's time to go." He pulled her up and guided her to the car with torn seats and cigarette burns in the vinyl. The cuffs clinked on her wrists, and he kept a grip on the chain as he belted her inside the car. "Safe and sound," he said, then walked through bright lights, his shadow rising and falling, then gone. She tugged at the seatbelt, but was weak with hunger and heat. He slipped into the car and closed his door. "I want to go home." The clock on the dash said 5:47. Beyond the glass, a pale light gathered in the trees. "The more you cooperate, the easier this will be, do you understand?" She nodded, crying. "Where are you taking me?" He said nothing as he turned on rough dirt and drove out of the woods. At the paved road, he cut the wheel right, color bleeding into the fields as they drove, the sun, a dim eye rising. "Please don't hurt me." He said nothing, drove faster. 4 minutes later, she saw the church. 8. Elizabeth dreamed, and the dream was memory. It was night and hot as she moved through the yard of the abandoned house on Penelope Street. A few lights simmered down the road, but they were far and dim. She crossed from the last tree to the side of the house, her feet slipping in wet grass as she pushed through overgrown bushes and pressed her back against ancient clapboards that were cracked and split and wet from the storm. Holding her breath, she listened for noises inside. The caller said he'd heard a scream. What Elizabeth heard was her breath, her heart, and water dripping from choked-out gutters. She pushed along the wall as wet leaves trailed across her face and hands, and streaks of lightning dropped far off in the fading storm. At the first window, she paused. It was below grade, painted black. 2 steps past it, a sound came and went so fast Elizabeth thought she could be imagining it. A voice? A cry? On the porch, she thought for the last time about calling Beckett, or Dyer, or someone else. But Beckett was with his family, and the city was burning. Besides, if people were inside the house, it would be kids smoking pot, or screwing. How many calls like that had she taken in her uniform days? 12? 100? She drew her weapon and felt the knob turn. Inside it was pitch black, the air heavy with the stink of mold and cat and rotten carpet. She closed the door and turned on her flashlight, sweeping the room. Rainwater pooled on the floor. The ceiling was a soggy mess. She cleared the living room and kitchen, the back rooms and the hall. The stairwell going up was rotted through, so she ignored the second floor and located the stairs to the basement. She kept the flashlight low, her back against the wall. 8 steps down, she found a narrow landing, a turn, and then a door that scraped when it opened. Elizabeth led with the gun. The first room was empty, more water on the floor, mounds of rotted cardboard. She followed a hallway into a square space that felt dead center of the house. Channing was to the right, face down on a mattress. Beyond her was another hallway, doors to other rooms. A candle burned on a crate. She should back away, call it in. But Channing was looking at her, eyes desperate and black. It's okay. Elizabeth crossed the room, weapon up as she checked doors, the hallway beyond. The place was a warren of passages, closets, blind corners. I'm going to get you out of here. Elizabeth knelt by the girl. She untwisted the wire where it cut her skin, first one wrist then the other. The girl cried out as circulation returned to her hands. Be still. She tugged the gag from Channing's mouth, watched the doors, the corners. How many, Channing? How many? 2, she sobbed as Elizabeth removed wire from her ankles. There are 2 of them. Good girl. Elizabeth hauled her to her feet. Where? Channing pointed deeper into the maze. Both of them. Channing nodded, but was wrong. Terribly, awfully wrong. Elizabeth woke with the girl's name on her lips and her fingernails dug into the arms of a chair. The same dream came every time she fell asleep. Sometimes she woke before it got really bad. Sometimes it went the distance. That's why she drank coffee and paste, why she never slept unless it crept up to drag her down. That was fun. Elizabeth scrubbed both palms across her face. She was soaked in sweat, her heart running fast. Looking around, she saw hospital green and blinking lights. She was in Gideon's room but didn't remember taking off her shoes or closing her eyes. Had she been drinking? That happened too sometimes. 2 in the morning or 3. Tired of coffee. Tired of memories. It was dim in the room, but the clock said 6:12. That meant a few hours' sleep at least. And how many dreams? It felt like 3. 3 times down the stairs. 3 times in the dark. Finding her feet, Elizabeth moved to the bed and stared down at the boy. She'd come in late and found Gideon alone in his room. No sign of his father. No doctors at such a late hour. The night nurse filled her in and said she could stay if she wanted. It broke a few rules, but neither of them wanted Gideon to wake alone. Elizabeth had held his hand for a long time, then sat and watched long hours walk up the face of the clock. Leaning over the bed, she pulled the sheet to Gideon's chin, flicked the curtain and looked outside. Dew hung on the grass, and the light was pink. She'd see Channing today, and maybe Adrian. Maybe the state cops would come for her at last. Or maybe she'd get in the car and leave. She could take the Mustang top down and drive west. 2,000 miles, she thought, until the air was dry and the sun rose red over stone and sand and views that went forever. But Gideon would wake alone. Channing would be without her. Elizabeth found a different nurse at the station beyond the door. "You were here yesterday, weren't you?" "I was." "What happened to Gideon's father?" "Security escorted him from the building." "He was drunk?" "Drunk, disruptive. Your father took him home." "My father?" "Reverend Black was here most of the day and half of last night. Never left the boy's side. I'm surprised you missed him." "I'm glad he could help." "He's a generous man." Elizabeth handed the nurse a card. "If Mr. Strange causes problems again, call me. He's too pitiful for regular cops, and more trouble than my father should have to handle." The nurse looked a question, and Elizabeth waved it off. "It's a sad story, and an old one, too." Elizabeth spent another 20 minutes with Gideon, then drove home as the sun broke above the trees. She showered and dressed, thinking again of the desert. By 9 o'clock she was deep into the historic district, twisting down shaded lanes until she reached the street where Channing lived in a centuries-old mansion that towered over gardens and hedgerows and wrought iron fencing. The girl's father met Elizabeth at the door. "Detective Black, this is unexpected." He was 50s and handsome, a fit man in jeans, a golf shirt, and loafers worn without socks. They'd met more than once, each encounter under difficult circumstances. The police station on the day Channing disappeared, the hospital after Elizabeth brought her out of the basement, the day state police opened an official investigation into the shooting of Brendan and Titus Monroe. A powerful man, he was unused to powerlessness and police and wounded daughters. Elizabeth understood that. It didn't make him any easier to deal with. "I'd like to speak with Channing." "I'm sorry, Detective. It's early still. She's resting." "She asked me to call." "Yet this appears to be a visit." Elizabeth peered past him. The house was full of dark rugs and heavy furniture. "She very much wanted to see me, Mr. Shore. I think it's important we speak." "Look, Detective." He stepped outside and closed the door behind him. "Let's forget what's in the news, okay? Let's forget that you're under investigation and that the state police are giving my lawyers hell trying to get to Channing, who for some reason doesn't care to talk to them. Let's put all that aside and cut to the chase. We appreciate what you did for our little girl, but your part in this is over. My daughter is safe at home. We're taking care of her, her mother and me, her family. Surely you understand that." "Of course, that's beyond question." "She needs to forget the terrible things that happened. She can't do that with you sitting next to her. Forgetting is not the same as coping. Listen. For a moment, his face softened. I've learned enough about you to know that you're a fine person and a good cop. That comes from judges, other police officers, people who know your family. I don't doubt your intentions. But there's nothing good you can do for Channing. You're wrong about that. I'll tell her you stopped by. He retreated inside, but Elizabeth caught the door's edge before it could close. She needs more than strong walls, Mr. Shore. She needs people who understand. You're 6 feet and change, a wealthy man with the world at his feet. Channing is none of those things. Do you have any idea what she's feeling right now? Do you think you ever could? No one knows Channing better than I. That's not the point. Do you have children, Detective? He towered above her, waiting. No, I don't have children. Let's revisit this conversation when you do. He pushed the door shut and left Elizabeth on the wrong side of it. His feelings were understandable, but Channing needed a guide through the bitter landscape of after, and Elizabeth knew those trails better than most. Looking up at high windows, she sighed deeply, then threaded between box bushes that rose like walls around her. The path twisted around giant oaks, and when it spit her out on the driveway, she found Channing, seated on the hood of her car. Loose jeans and a sweatshirt swallowed the girl's small body. A hood kept her eyes in shadow, but light touched the line of her jaw as she spoke. I saw you pull up. Channing, hi. The girl slid off the car and pushed hands into her pockets. How'd you get out of the house? The window, she shrugged. I do it all the time. Your parents? My parents treat me like a child. Sweetheart, I'm not a child anymore. No, Elizabeth said sadly. No, you're not. They say everything's okay, that I'm safe. Channing clenched her jaw. 90 pounds of china. I'm not okay. You can be. Are you okay? Channing let sunlight find her face, and Elizabeth saw bones that pressed too tightly against the skin, circles beneath the girl's eyes that were as dark as her own. No, sweetheart, I'm not. I barely sleep, and when I do, I have nightmares. I don't eat or exercise or talk to people unless I need to. I've lost 12 pounds in under a week. It's not fair what happened in that house. I'm angry. I want to hurt people. Channing pulled her hands free from her pockets. My father can barely look at me. I doubt that. He thinks I should have run faster, fought harder. He says I shouldn't have been outside in the first place. What does your mother say? She brings me hot chocolate and cries when she thinks I can't hear. Elizabeth studied the house, which spoke of denial and quiet perfection. You want to get out of here? You and me? Yes. Where to? Does it matter? I guess not. Channing got in the car and Elizabeth drove them out of the historic district, past the mall, the car dealers, and daycare centers. She drove into the country, then to the gravel road that ran deep into the woods, before turning up the face of the mountain that rose alone from the hills around the city. Air whistled through the car as they climbed, but neither spoke until they neared the top and the road flattened into a parking lot. This is the abandoned quarry. Channing broke the silence, but with little real curiosity. Elizabeth pointed at a gash in the woods. Just up that trail, 1/4 mile. Why are we here? Elizabeth killed the engine and set the brake. She needed to do something, and it was going to hurt. Let's take a walk. She led Channing into the shade, then up a winding trail that was beaten flat by all the people who'd walked it over the years. It grew steep in places, They passed bits of litter and gray-skinned trees with initials carved into the bark. At the top of the mountain, the trail emptied onto an overlook that offered views of the city on one side and of the quarry on the other. In places, trees grew from shallow soil. In others, there was only rock. It was a stark and beautiful place, but the drop into the quarry was 200 feet straight down. "Why are we here?" Elizabeth stepped to the edge and peered down at the vast expanse of cold black water. "My father's a preacher. You probably didn't know that." Channing shook her head, and Elizabeth's hair lifted in a breeze that rose up sheer walls like an exhalation from the water. "I grew up in the church, in a small house behind it, actually, the rectory. Do you know that word?" Channing shook her head again, and Elizabeth understood that too. Most kids could never understand church as a life, the prayer and dutifulness and submission. The church kids would come here on Sundays after church. Sometimes there were a few of us, and sometimes a lot. A couple of parents would drive us up the mountain, then read the paper in the cars while we hiked up here to play. It was good, you know, picnics and kites, long dresses and lace-up boots. There's a trail that leads to a narrow ledge above the water. You could swim or skim stones. Sometimes we'd have campfires. Elizabeth nodded, saw yellowed memories of a day like this and of an unsuspecting, narrow-hipped girl. "I was raped under those trees when I was 17. Channing shook her head. "You don't have to do this." But Elizabeth did. We were the only two left, this boy and me. It was late. My father was in the car down the hill. It happened so fast. Elizabeth picked up a rock, tossed it, and watched it fall into the quarry. He was chasing me. I thought it was a game. It probably started out that way. I'm not really sure. I was laughing for a while and then suddenly was not. She pointed at the trees. He caught me by that little pine and shoved needles in my mouth to keep me from screaming. It was fast and awful, and I barely understood what was happening. Just the weight of him and the way it hurt. On the walk down, he begged me not to tell. He swore he didn't mean to do it, that we were friends and he was weak, and it would never happen again. Elizabeth, we walked a quarter-mile through those woods, then rode home in my father's car, both of us in the back seat. Elizabeth didn't mention the feel of the boy's leg pressed against her own. She didn't describe the heat of it, or how he reached out once and put a single finger on the back of her hand. I never told my father. Why not? I thought it was my fault somehow. Elizabeth lobbed another rock and watched it drop. 2 months later, I almost killed myself. Right here. Channing leaned over the drop as if putting herself in the same place. How close did you come? A single step. A few seconds. What stopped you? I found something larger to believe in. She didn't mention Adrian because that was still too personal, still just for her. Your father can't make it better, Channing. Your mother can't make it better either. You need to take charge of that yourself. I'd like to help you. Emotion twisted the girl's face, anger and doubt and disbelief. Did you get better? I still hate the smell of pine. Channing studied the narrow smile, looking for a lie, the shadow of a lie. Elizabeth thought she would lose her. She didn't. What happened to the boy? He sells insurance, Elizabeth said. He's overweight and married. Every now and then I run into him. Sometimes I do it on purpose. Why would you do that? Because in the end, only one thing can make it right. What? Choice. Elizabeth cupped the girl's face with a palm. Your choice. 9. Ellen Bondurant married young and well,
Then at 41 learned a bitter truth about fading looks and selfish men. At first she was bewildered, then heartbroken and sad. In the end she was numb, so that when her husband presented papers, she signed them. Her attorney said she was being naive, but that was not the truth either. The money embarrassed her, and always had. The cars and parties and diamonds as large as acorns. All she wanted was the man she thought she'd married. But he was long gone. Now she lived with her dogs in a small house by a creek in the country, and her life had become a simple thing. She trained horses to make money and liked to walk the open spaces when she could. Low country by the river if she was feeling contemplative, ridge lines to the old church and back if she wanted views. Today, she chose the church. "Come on, boys." She called the dogs, then set out on foot, the route taking her on a steep angle to a trail that followed a line of hills to the southeast. She felt light as she moved, and younger than her 49 years. It was the work, she knew, the early mornings in the saddle, the long hours with longe line and whip. Her skin was leathered and lined, but she was proud of what her hands could do, how they worked unceasingly in snow and rain and heat. She stopped at the top of the first hill, her house far below like a toy dropped behind plastic trees. Ahead of her the trail curled higher, then leveled for 3 miles as the ridgeline bent west and the earth fell away on either side. When the church appeared, its stark and stately beauty struck her as it always did. The granite steps, the iron cross, fallen and twisted. Slipping a bit as the trail dipped into the saddle of the forgotten church, Ellen felt the difference without understanding it. The dogs were agitated, their heads low as they tracked an invisible scent and whined low in their throats. They went halfway around the church, then came back at a run, noses snuffling at the base of the broad steps as they crisscrossed each other's path, and fur lifted in strips between their shoulder blades. She whistled for the dogs, but they ignored her. The largest one, a yellow lab she called Tom, lunged up the stairs, his nails clicking. "What is it, boy?" Grass whispered on her legs, and she noticed tire tracks near the door. People did come here, it happened, but they usually parked on the dirt road or in the gravel lot. These tracks went all the way to the door. She stopped at the bottom step and, peering up, realized what else was different. The doors were slabs of oak, the handles black iron as thick as her arm. For as long as she could remember, the handles had been chained together. But today the chain was cut, and the right side door stood ajar. Suddenly afraid, Ellen looked longingly up the hill. She should leave, she felt it. But Tom stood at the door, a whine in his throat. "It's okay, boy." She caught the dog's collar and stepped through the door. Beyond the threshold it was dim, the darkness cut by blades of light through boarded windows. The ceiling rose vaulted and dark, but the altar held her. On either side, boards had been pulled from the windows so that light spilled in and lit it like a jewel. She saw white and red and black, and her first thought was Snow White. That was the feeling, a stillness that bordered on reverence. The hair and skin and nails stained red. It took 5 steps to realize what she was seeing, and when she did, she froze as if her body, entire, had turned to ice. Sweet Lord. She felt the world freeze too. Oh, my dear, sweet, merciful Lord. Beckett sipped coffee in the back booth of his regular diner. It was a favorite local joint, the booths filled with businessmen, mechanics, and mothers with young children. A plate of bacon and eggs was pushed off to the side, half-eaten. He hadn't slept much and wanted to smoke for the first time in over 20 years. It was Liz's fault, the worry, the stress. She liked to maintain a border between the personal life and the professional. Okay, fine. She wasn't like other partners he'd had, didn't want to talk about the opposite sex or sports or the difference between a good lay and a great one. She kept quiet about her past and her fears,
lied about how much she slept and drank and why she cared enough to be a cop in the first place. But hey, that was cool. Space mattered, freaking boundaries, and that was fine until the lies went from small and harmless to scary, frightful, seriously fucking dark. She was lying. Channing Shore was lying too. To make the problem very real, little birdies were telling him that Hamilton and Marsh had not left town. They'd been to the abandoned house and tried twice to meet with Channing Shore. They'd pulled every complaint ever filed against Liz and were at that very moment interviewing Titus Monroe's widow. What they hoped to gain was beyond him, but that they were even having the conversation spoke volumes. They wanted Liz. That meant they'd get around to him eventually, try to trip him up or turn him. After all, he'd known Liz since she was a rookie. They'd been partners for 4 years. The problem for them, however, would be simple. Liz was a solid cop, steady, smart, dependable. Until the basement. That thought stuck in his mind as he tried to figure out what Liz was thinking when she told the state cops who were out to hang her that the men she'd killed weren't men after all but animals. It went beyond dangerous. It was self-destructive, insane. And the absence of an easy explanation troubled him. Liz was a special kind of cop. She wasn't a numbers guy like Dyer or a gung-ho headbreaker like half the assholes he'd come up with. She wasn't in it for the thrill or the power, or because, like him, she was too used up for anything better. He'd seen her soul when she thought no one was looking, and at times it was so beautiful it hurt. It was a ridiculous thought, and he knew it, but if he could ask one question and get an actual answer, it would be why she became a cop at all. She was driven and smart and could have been anything. Yet she'd thrown the interview, and that made no sense at all. Then there was Adrian Wall. Beckett thought again of Liz as a rookie, the way she'd mooned over Adrian, hung on his every word as if he had some special insight every other cop lacked. Her fascination had an unsettling effect, not just because it was so obvious, but because half the cops on the force hoped she'd look at them the same way. Adrian's conviction should have ended the doe-eyed infatuation. Failing that, 13 years of incarceration should have done the job. He was a convict and broken in 100 different ways. Yet Beckett had watched Liz at Nathan's, how she slid into the car with Adrian, the way her breath caught, and how her eyes hung on Adrian's lips when he spoke. She still felt for him, still believed. That was a problem. It was all a giant fucking problem. Frustrated, Beckett pushed the coffee cup away and signaled for the check. The waitress brought it in a slow, easy step. "Anything else, Detective?" "Not this morning, Melody." She put the check face down as the phone in Beckett's pocket vibrated. He dug it out, squinted at the screen, then answered. "Beckett." "Hey, it's James Randolph. You got a minute?" James was another detective, older than Beckett, smart, a brawler. "What's up, James?" "You know an Ellen Bondurant?" Beckett searched his memory and came up with a woman from 6 or 7 years ago. "I remember her. Divorce case gone bad. Her husband violated a restraining order. Smashed up the house, I think. What about her?" "She's holding on line 2. "That was 7 years ago. Can't you handle it?" "What can I tell you, Beckett? She's upset. She wants you." "All right, fine." Beckett stretched an arm across the back of the booth. "Patch her through." "Hang on." The line crackled with static, then clicked twice. When Ellen Bondurant came on the line, she was calmer than Beckett had expected. "I'm sorry to bother you, Detective, but I remember how nice you were to me." "It's okay, Miss Bondurant. What can I do for you?" She laughed and sounded forlorn. "All I wanted was to take a walk." When Beckett hit the drive below the church, he had Detective Randolph back on the phone. "I'm not sure yet." The car stuttered over washboard ruts, the church high above. "Just get everything on standby. Some uniforms, crime scene, the medical examiner. This may be a false alarm, but it doesn't feel like it." "Is it the same?" "I don't know yet." Should I tell Dyer? Beckett considered the question. Dyer was a good administrator, but not the best cop in the world. He took things personally and tended to delay even if hesitation was dangerous. Then there was the location, the fact Adrian was fresh out of prison, and the chance it could actually be the same. In Beckett's heart, he thought Dyer had never fully recovered from his partner's being a killer. Questions had rattled around the department for years. How did Dyer miss it? What kind of cop could he possibly be? Listen, James, Francis could get a little twitchy on this one. Let's make sure that what we're dealing with first. Just sit tight until I call you back. Don't leave me hanging. 13 years had passed since Adrian killed Julia Strange in the same church. But Randolph felt it too, the dark charge. This could change everything. Lives, the city. Liz. Beckett dropped the phone in a pocket, put both hands on the wheel, and stared through the windshield as the church humped up above him. Even now the place disturbed him in a deeply fundamental way. The building was old, the grounds overgrown with dog fennel and horseweed and scrub pine. That wasn't the problem so much as the history of the place. It started with Julia Strange. Her murder was bad enough, but even after the church was abandoned, the death lingered like an aftertaste. Vandals broke glass and toppled headstones. They spray-painted the walls and floors with profanity and satanic symbols. For years after that, vagrants moved in and out. They left bottles and condoms and the remains of cooking fires, one of which got out of control enough to burn part of the structure and topple the cross. But you could see old glories if you looked. The massive stones and the granite steps, even the cross itself, which stood for almost 200 years before being twisted in the fall. Beckett's religious convictions had not entirely faded, so maybe his discomfort stemmed from guilt for all the wrongs he'd done. Maybe it was the contrast of good and evil, or perhaps from memories of how the church had been, of Sunday mornings and song, his partner's life before. Whatever the cause, he was unhappy enough to grind his teeth and clench the wheel. When his car crested the ridge, he saw the Bondurant woman standing in tall grass with 2 dogs at her side, one of them barking. He hit the brakes and slid to a halt. None of the wrongness dissipated. "They're friendly," she called. Beckett had yet to meet a lab that wasn't. He greeted the woman by name, then took in the church and the fields and the distant forest. "You walked up here?" "My house is that way," she pointed. 3 miles. I walk here a few times a week." "Did you see anyone?" She shook her head, and he gestured at the church. "Did you touch anything?" "The door handle on the right side." "Anything else?" "The chain was already cut. I stopped long before I got to the... It's okay," Beckett nodded. "Tell me the last time you were up here." "A few days, 3 maybe." "Did you see people then?" "Not then, but on occasion. I find trash sometimes, beer bottles, cigarettes, old campfires. You know how this place can be." Her voice broke at the end. Beckett reminded himself that civilians didn't see bodies the way cops did. "I'm going to go inside and take a look. You stay here. I have more questions." "It's the same, isn't it?" He saw fear in her eyes as trees rustled above the church and one of the dogs pulled against its leash. "Sit tight," he said. "I won't be long." Beckett left her where she stood and made for the church, stopping briefly to examine the tire tracks in the grass. Nothing remarkable, he thought. Maybe they could get an imprint. Probably not. Stepping across the fallen chain, he moved into the dark and heat. 10 feet in, it was close to black, so he waited for his eyes to adjust. After a moment, the void gathered itself into a low-ceilinged, dim space with sconces in the walls, a stairwell to the left, and closet doors broken from their hinges. Stepping through the narthex, he fumbled his way to the double doors that led into the nave. Once beyond them, the ceiling soared away, and while it remained dim at his end of the church, Light spilled through stained glass at both transepts to illuminate the altar and the woman on it. Colors were in the light, blues and greens and reds, and lines of shadow from iron in the glass. Otherwise, the light speared in like a blade to pin the body where it lay, to put color in the skin and on linen that was white and crisp and ran from feet to chin. Beckett's first impression was of black hair and stillness and red nails, the image so familiar and haunting it transfixed him where he stood. Please don't be the same. He was talking to himself, but couldn't help it. Light lit her like a jewel in a case, but it was more than that. It was the tilt of her jaw, the apple-skin nails. Jesus. Beckett crossed himself from an almost forgotten childhood habit, then worked his way past broken floorboards and lumps of rotted carpet. He made his way between tumbled pews, and with each step the illusion of perfection crumbled more. Color fell out of the light. Pale skin dulled to gray, and marks of violence rose as if by magic. Bruising, ligature marks, torn fingertips. Beckett took the last few steps, and at the altar looked down. The victim was young, with dark hair and eyes shot through with blood. She was stretched on the altar as Julia Strange had been, her arms crossed on the linen, her neck blackened and crushed. He studied the choke marks, the eyes, the lips that were nearly bitten through. He lifted the linen to find her nude beneath it, the body pale and unmarked and otherwise perfect. Beckett lowered the sheet and felt a surge of unexpected emotion. The Bondurant woman was right. It was the same. The sun burned through the trees as Elizabeth drove Channing down the mountain. It was quiet in the car until they approached Channing's neighborhood. When the girl spoke, her voice was quiet, yet wound like a coil. "Have you ever gone back to the place it happened?" "I just took you there. I just showed it to you." "You took me to the quarry, not to the place it happened. You pointed, you talked about it. We never went near the little pine where the boy knocked you down. I'm asking if you ever stood on the exact spot." They stopped in front of Channing's house, and Elizabeth killed the engine. Beyond the hedge, brick and stone rose, inviolate. "I wouldn't choose to do that. Not now. Not ever." "It's just a place. It doesn't hurt." Elizabeth turned in her seat, appalled. "Did you go back to the crime scene, Channing? Please tell me you did not go alone into that godforsaken house." "I lay down on the place it happened." "What? Why?" "Should I try to kill myself instead?" Channing was angry now, a wall going up between them. Elizabeth wanted to understand, but struggled. The girl's eyes were bright as dimes. The rest of her seemed to hum. "Are you upset with me for some reason?" "No, yes, maybe." Elizabeth tried to remember how it felt to be 18, to be stripped to the bone and held together with tape. It wasn't difficult. "Why did you go back?" "The men are dead. The place is all that's left." "That's not true," Elizabeth said. "You remain, and so do I." "I don't think I do." Channing opened the door, climbed out. "And I think maybe you don't either." "Channing, I can't talk about this right now. I'm sorry." The girl kept her head down as she walked away. Elizabeth watched her move up the drive and fade into the trees. She would make it into the house unnoticed, or the parents who didn't know what to do with her would discover her creeping through the window. Neither outcome would help the girl. One of them could make things a whole lot worse. She was still thinking about that when her phone rang. It was Beckett, and he was as twisted up as the girl. "How fast can you get to your father's church?" "His church?" "Not the new one, the old one." "You're talking about—" "Yeah, that one. How fast?" "Why?" "Just answer the question." Elizabeth looked at her watch and her stomach rolled over. I can be there in 14 minutes. I need you here in 10. Beckett hung up before she could ask another question. 10 minutes. He stood by the window in the north transept. Bits of colored glass had been broken out years earlier, but much of it remained. He peered through a hole and watched the world as if he could see the storm coming. Adrian had been out of prison for barely a day. When news of another murder broke, it would go viral. The church, the altar, it was too big, too gothic. The city would call for blood, and everything would come under scrutiny. The sentencing guidelines, the judge and the cops, maybe even the prison. How did the system let another woman die? If news of Gideon's shooting broke, too, the storm would spin out of control. Beckett saw how the papers would play it, not just as a story of murder and family and failed revenge, but of systemic incompetence as the first victim's child slips through every crack in the system only to be shot in the shadow of the prison. Someone would figure out that Liz had been at Nathan's, and that would make the cops look even worse. She was the angel of death, the department's largest black eye since Adrian himself. The city was already turning against her. How bad would it get when people learned she'd worked to keep Gideon clear of social services? It was a royal mess, all of it. Dyer would never allow Liz on the scene. But Beckett wanted her here. She was his partner and friend, and she still had feelings for Adrian. Beckett needed to fix that. Come on, Liz. He paced to the altar and back. Come on, damn it. 7 minutes later, his phone rang and James Randolph's number popped on the screen. Beckett didn't answer. Come on, come on. At the 10-minute mark, Randolph called again, then again. When the fourth call made the phone burr in his pocket, Beckett ripped it out and answered. Randolph was frustrated. What the hell, Charlie? I've got the ME on hold and 8 cops staring at me like I'm crazy. I know, I'm sorry. Beckett heard voices in the background, the clatter of gear. Are we rolling or not? Beckett saw a car on the road. It crested the hill at speed, then slowed. He gave it a 5 count to make sure, then said, You can roll, James. Call Dyer, too. He'll be twitchy, like I said. Just tell him it's my call. Tell him it's the same. God damn. One other thing. Yeah? Find Adrian Wall. Beckett then walked outside to meet Liz on the worn granite steps of her childhood church. Even at a distance, her unhappiness was unmistakable. She was moving slowly, her eyes on the great trees, the fallen steeple. It was going to get ugly, and Beckett hated that. I never come here, she said. I know, I'm sorry. They met on the bottom step, and Beckett hated the way doubt colored every glance. The church had been the center of her life for years. The congregation, her parents, and childhood. Though it had never been a rich church, it had been old and influential. Most of that changed after Julia Strange died on the altar. She'd been married in the church. Her son was baptized there. Most of the congregation never got past her death or the desecration of their church. The few who persevered insisted on moving to a new location. Elizabeth's father fought the idea, and her mother in the end forced the issue. How can we pray where one of our own died alone and in fear? How can we christen our children, marry our young people? Her impassioned pleas swayed even her husband, who broke, it was said, with exceptional grace. What followed was a clapboard structure on a skinny lot in a dangerous part of town. The church continued as best it could, but only a fraction of the congregation made the move. Most drifted off to join First Baptist or United Methodist or some other church. Liz's life changed after that. Her parents descended into obscurity. Adrian Wall went to prison. We don't have much time, Beckett said. Why not? Because Dyer will arrest us both if he finds you here. He pushed into the interior, and Elizabeth followed him through the darkened narthex and into the light beyond. She moved as if it hurt and kept her eyes down until the balcony passed above her head and the ceiling rose up. Beckett watched her face as she took in the rafters and the char, and the fixtures hung like iron crowns. She turned a bit but kept her gaze from the altar, let it light first on windows and walls and 1,000 shadowed places. He could not imagine her thoughts, and nothing on her face betrayed them. She held stoic and straight, and when she finally faced the altar, it took 3 seconds for her to acknowledge that she understood what she was seeing. "Why are you showing me this?" "You know exactly why." Adrian didn't do this. Same church, same altar, just because he's out of prison. Beckett took her arm and pulled her to the altar she'd known since birth. "Look at her." "Who is she?" "It doesn't matter." Beckett said it harsh and hard. "Look at her." "I have. Look deeper." "There is no deeper, okay? She's dead." "It's the same. Is that what you want to hear?" Liz was sweating, but it was a thin, cold sweat. Beckett saw enough on her face to understand what she was feeling inside. Childhood and betrayal, the hard turns of an ugly disbelief. This was her church. Adrian was her hero. "Why are you doing this?" she asked. "Because you're not thinking straight. Because I need you to understand that Adrian Wall is a killer and that your obsession with him is dangerous." "There's no obsession." "Then stay away from him." "Or what?" There was the spark, the heat. "Why do you hate him so much? He didn't kill Julia Strange. He didn't kill this one either." "Jesus, Liz, listen to yourself." Beckett frowned, frustrated by his inability to do this simple thing. Liz's faith in Adrian Wall had burned a lot of bridges when she was a rookie. Cops distrusted her, thought her flawed and female and irrational. It took years for her colleagues to fully accept her, and longer still for her to walk the station without a chip on her shoulder. Beckett had seen it. He'd lived it. "Try to look at this like a cop, okay?" "As opposed to what? An astronaut? A housewife?" He was making it worse. Same chip on her shoulder. Same bitterness. "He didn't do it, Charlie." "Damn it, Liz!" "I was with him last night." "What?" He wasn't interested in something like this. He wasn't interested in people at all. He was sad. "Sad? Do you even hear yourself?" "You shouldn't have brought me here." She turned and started walking. "It was a mistake," she said, and Beckett knew she was right. He'd played it 10 kinds of wrong. He'd lost her.
10. Elizabeth drove and tried to get her head around what had just happened in the church. Forget the body, the fact of another death. That was too big and too sudden. She'd need time to process what it meant, so she thought about Beckett instead. He wanted to help, she understood that, but she despised the church in a way he could never understand. It was old, that hatred, twined so deeply into Elizabeth's soul that it was hard to stand before the altar of her youth and be objective about anything. She felt small there, and angry, and betrayed. That was a tough combination. So in the quiet of her car, she focused on the one thing that mattered now. Was she right to believe in Adrian? They'd never been close in any of the normal ways. He was the man who'd saved her life, a glow in the night of her bitter despair. Because of that, her feelings for him had never been rational. When she thought of him, she saw his face at the quarry, the steadiness and goodwill. Her faith in him only grew when she became a cop. He was bold and smart, cared about victims and their families. Yet even when she was a cop herself, he'd maintained an aloofness, a smile here, a word there. The gestures were small and in passing. But she could not deny the feelings they'd stirred, or the dangerous questions such feelings raised. Was she obsessed? It was a difficult question, but only because she'd never asked it of herself. She was a cop because of Adrian, driven because he too had been driven. When his skin turned up under Julia Strange's nails, Elizabeth had been the only one to doubt his guilt. Not his friends or peers or the jury. Even his wife seemed to fade at the end, sitting with her head down, unwilling to meet his eyes or show up for the sentencing. That thought bothered Elizabeth more now than it ever had. Why should she believe in Adrian when his own wife had not? Elizabeth disliked that kind of self-doubt, but her faith in Adrian had been blind. She'd been young, desperate to believe, and looking back, that all made sense. But was she blinded now? 13 years had passed, but the murders looked the same. She could blink and lay Gideon's mother on the same altar. What was different from one murder to the next? She didn't know that was the problem. They didn't have the time of death on the new victim, but based on the body's appearance, she most likely died after Adrian's release from state prison. Elizabeth chewed on that for an hour and disliked the taste of such strong coincidence. She wanted to know if anything tied the new victim to Adrian. Witness statements, physical evidence, anything beyond his being a convicted killer fresh off a 13-year stretch. Normally she could call a dozen people, but she was suspended, out of the loop. And Frances Dyer would fire her for real if she dug too deeply. She told herself to let it go. Her life was coming apart, and Channing's was too. Gideon was in the hospital. State cops wanted her for double homicide. But it was Adrian Wall, her father's church. She returned to it without conscious thought, parking on the verge to watch movement high above. The medical examiner was there. So were Beckett, Randolph, and a dozen others, techs in uniforms, and somewhere, she thought, Frances Dyer. How could he not be there? Adrian had been his partner. His testimony helped bring him down. Elizabeth lit a cigarette, then tilted the mirror to study her face. She looked drawn and bloodshot, and unsure. What if she was wrong about him? What if she'd been wrong all these years? Twisting the mirror away, she smoked half the cigarette and stubbed it out. Something was not right, and it was not the church or the body or anything obvious. Was it the victim? Something about the scene. She watched the church for another 5 minutes and understood suddenly what felt so wrong. Where was Dyer's car? He was the captain of detectives. This was a huge case. Dialing Beckett's cell, she waited 3 rings for him to answer. Liz, hi. His voice fell, and she imagined him stepping away from the body. I'm so glad you called. About earlier... Where's Francis? What? I don't see Dyer's car. He should be there. Beckett paused, his breath heavy on the line. Where are you, Liz? Are you here at the scene? I warned you. But Elizabeth wasn't listening. Dyer wasn't at the church. She should have seen it coming. Son of a bitch. Liz, wait. But that wasn't going to happen. Turning across the road, Elizabeth put the church in her blind spot and broke every speed limit heading back to town. From a hilltop 2 miles out, she saw steeples and rooftops and houses that showed white through the trees. Off the hill and in heavy traffic, she went right, then crossed a cobbled street and blew through the other side of town, thinking, he wouldn't. Not yet. But on the last stretch before Adrian's burned-out farm, she saw flashing lights a mile away. The body was still in the church, and Dyer had already come to arrest his old partner. Resentment, laziness, hatred, whatever the reasons, she saw it like ink on a page. They were going to lock him in a cell and find some reason to keep him there. It's not what you think. Dyer met her when she spilled from the car. He had both hands up, backpedaling as she pushed hard between the cars, the burned-out house 10 yards ahead. The body's barely cold. You can't possibly have a reason to arrest him. Slow down, Liz. I mean it. She shouldered past uniformed officers, rounded into the same charred room, and saw Adrian face down in the soot. Whatever the takedown looked like, it had been violent. His shirt was torn, smears of blood slicked his hands and face. They'd zipped his ankles and wrists, dropped him in the dirt like an animal. 3 steps in, and Dyer was already pulling her back, his hands like steel on her arm. I want to talk to him. Not a chance. Francis, I said that's enough. He dragged her outside, cops watching, spots of red in Dyer's cheeks. He pushed her against an oak tree and she jerked her arm free.
This is bullshit.
Calm down, detective. Dyer used the force of his voice, the authority in his eyes. It's not what you think, and you're not going to talk to him. That means I need you to step away from this arrest. She moved right, and he moved with her. I mean it, Liz. I'll take you in for obstruction. I swear it. She pushed forward. He placed a palm squarely on her chest. The touch was entirely inappropriate, but she saw no discomfort on his face. I'll cuff you, he said. Right in front of God and everybody. Do you want that? Elizabeth looked at him with new eyes. Such forcefulness was not his normal style. I'm fine. Are you sure? She stepped back and lifted her hands. Through the crowd, she saw Adrian in the dirt. His eyes found hers, and she felt a jolt of electricity. Why is he in full restraints? Because he's a dangerous man. Who's under arrest for what? If I tell you, will you behave? Resentment gathered in Elizabeth's chest. It was an indulgent word, behave. When have I not? Just stay here. We'll talk when this is over. One question. He turned and held up a single finger. What charges? Dyer pointed at a red and white sign nailed to a blackened timber. In her lifetime, Elizabeth had seen 1,000 of them just like it. It was a metal square, 2 words, simple. You're kidding me, she said. He doesn't own the property anymore. Dyer walked back into the house and left Elizabeth on the periphery to watch them haul Adrian to his feet, drag him from the ruins, and stuff him in a car. She watched him go and couldn't hide the emotion she felt. Whatever Adrian was now, he'd been a cop once, and one of the finest, not just capable but decorated, lauded. He'd suffered 13 years behind bars for a crime she didn't think he committed, and now here he was, assaulted on ground he used to own. Cuffed and stuffed. Arrested for trespass. Elizabeth left before Dyer could find her for a further discussion. She waited on the road, then followed a line of patrol cars to the station, and watched from a distance as Adrian was manhandled from the cruiser and goose-stepped toward the secure entrance. He fought the rough treatment. The treatment got rougher. By the time he disappeared inside, he was fully off the ground, 2 cops holding his feet, 2 more at his shoulders as he struggled. Elizabeth sat in silence and stared at the door. She waited for Dyer to make an appearance, but he did not. At the church, she decided. Because that's how it was supposed to work. Investigate first, then arrest. She put the car in gear and eased away from the curb, but not before she saw the dark blue sedan parked at the edge of the secure lot. It had Blackwell tires and state tags. Hamilton and Marsh, she decided. Still in town. Still looking for the rope to hang her. There was a knoll that looked down on the church, and a gravel road if you knew how to find it. It bent through the trees and ended in a high glade with uninterrupted views of rolling hills and far mountains. In better times he'd gone there to be alone and think of all the good in the city. Things made sense then, the sky above, and everything in its place. But that was a long time ago. He left the car under the canopy and moved through the grass until he could see down onto the fallen steeple and scattered cars. He knew people came to the church, the horsewoman, vagrants. So he knew someone would find the body. But it made him sick to see the police there. After so many years, the church was his special place. No one else could understand the reasons or its purpose. The void in his heart it filled so perfectly. And the girl on the altar? She was his too. But not as much as the others he'd chosen. Not with cops looking at her and touching her and speculating. She should be in the stillness and the dark, and he hated what was happening behind the shards of stained glass, the bright lights and jaded cops, the medical examiner going about his dull, grim business. They would never grasp
the reasons she'd died, or why he'd chosen her, or the incentive to let her be found. She was so much more than they could ever understand. Not a woman or a body or a piece of some puzzle. In death, she was a child. At the end, they all were. Elizabeth went to the hospital and found that Gideon had been moved out of recovery and into a private room on the same floor. How is that possible? The cost, you mean? The nurse was the same from earlier, a pretty redhead with brown eyes and a spray of freckles across her nose. Your father asked for it as a charitable gesture. It's a slow week, the hospital administrator agreed. Why would he do that? Have you ever argued with your father? Elizabeth struggled with the unexpected kindness, reminding herself that her father loved Gideon too. Is he here now? Your father? He comes and goes. How is Gideon? He woke once but isn't speaking. Everyone here is pretty much heartbroken for him. He's such a tiny thing and torn up over his mother. Everyone knows what he was planning to do with that gun, but it doesn't matter. Half the nurses want to take him home. Elizabeth thanked her and tapped on Gideon's door. There was no answer, so she went in quietly and found him asleep with tubes in his arm and under his nose. A monitor beeped with the rhythm of his heart, and he was so small beneath the sheet, the movement of his chest so barely perceived. In his whole life, the poor boy had never caught a break. Poverty, borderline neglect. Now he was branded with this other sin. Would he forgive himself? She wondered. And if so, for what? That he'd tried to kill a man? Or that he'd failed? Elizabeth stood for a long time thinking how she might appear from beyond the open door. A stranger could misconstrue her love for the child. Why, one might ask. He's not even yours. There would never be an easy answer, but were Elizabeth forced to offer reasons, they might sound like this. Because he needs me. Because I'm the one who found his mother dead. Yet even that was not the whole truth. Leaning closer, Elizabeth studied the narrow face and bruised eyes. He appeared 8 more than 14, closer to dead than to living. His eyes open and filled with shadow. Did I kill him? Elizabeth smoothed his hair and smiled. No, sweetheart, you're not a killer. She leaned closer, thinking he'd be relieved by the news. Behind the boy's head, though, the monitor started beeping faster. Are you sure? He's alive. You did nothing wrong. The monitor spiked. His eyes rolled white. Gideon, breathe, honey. The monitor began to scream. Nurse! Elizabeth yelled, but it was unnecessary. The door was already open, one nurse spilling in, a doctor on her heels. The doctor asked, What happened? We were just talking. What did you say to him? Nothing. I don't know. We just... Get out. She stepped away from the bed. Now! The doctor bent over the boy. Gideon, look at me. I need you to calm down. Can you breathe? Squeeze my hand. Good boy. Look at my eyes. Watch me. Slow and easy. The doctor breathed in, breathed out. Gideon's fingers were twisted white, his eyes fastened on the doctor's. Already the monitor was slowing. Good boy. You need to go, the nurse said. Can't I just... You can't help anyone, the nurse said. But Elizabeth knew that was not entirely true. Maybe she could help Adrian. It was late afternoon when cops started rolling in from the crime scene at the church. Elizabeth was in the old Mustang when it happened, parked on a side street north of the station. It was hot outside, shadows stretching out from buildings and trees and people walking to their cars. It was a normal day for normal people, sunset coming, time for dinner and family, time for rest. For the cops heading to the station, it was still early. Evidence needed to be processed, reports written, plans made. Even with Adrian in custody, Dyer would want uniforms on the street and detectives flogging every thin angle. Whatever his plan, he'd want it rock solid by the earliest news cycle.
That meant all hands on deck, and Elizabeth planned to use the chaos, get what she wanted. She stayed low as the tech van rolled past and turned for secure parking behind the station. 3 patrol cars followed, and then Beckett and Dyer, and 2 different attorneys from the DA's office. James Randolph was last, a lump in the window, a glimpse of smooth scalp and unshaven face. That's whom she wanted, a defiant, tough old bastard who thought rules should no more than graze an otherwise honest cop. He'd actually approached her after the basement and suggested she should have ditched the bodies and never said a word about it. She thought he was joking at first, but his crooked face seemed serious. A lot of woods out there, pretty lady. A lot of deep, quiet, dark-as-hell woods. She gave him 10 minutes inside the station, then called his cell. James, hey, it's me. She stared at the window near his desk, thought she saw a shadow move. Have you had dinner yet? I was about to order takeout. Wong's? Am I that predictable? Let me buy it for you. She heard his chair creak and pictured his feet going up on the desk. It's been a long day, Liz, and a long night coming. How about you tell me what you want? You heard about Adrian? Of course. I want to talk to him. 7 seconds ticked past. Cars moved on the street. Crispy beef, he said. Don't forget the sticks. They met 20 minutes later at a below-grade door set flush with the concrete wall. Here's how we do this. He led her into the building. The hall was painted green, the floor was buffed vinyl. We go quick and quiet and you keep your mouth shut. If we pass anyone in the hall, try to look humble and remember what I said about your mouth. Any talking needs doing, I'm the one that does it. I understand. I'm doing this because you're a good cop and you're pretty and because you've never cared that I'm as ugly as an old tire. None of that means I'm willing to lose my job getting you in to see this son of a bitch. Are we clear on that? She nodded, mouth tight. Good girl, he said, and offered the only smile she was liable to see. Tight on my 6. Humble fucking pie. She did as he asked and wasn't surprised that they made it unseen. They'd come in low and from the side. The action would be at the sergeant's desk near the front of the building and in the detective squad upstairs. The holding area would be a dead zone this late, and they were counting on that. Rounding a final corner, they saw a single guard at a desk near the heavy steel door. He looked up and James waved an easy hand. Matthew Matheny, how's it hanging? Matheny crossed his arms, looked at Elizabeth. What's going on, James? Why don't you catch a smoke? Are you asking or telling? I don't tell you what to do, come on. Matheny looked at Elizabeth, his skin washed out in the fluorescent light. Like James, he was in his 50s and bald. Unlike James, he was thin and stooped, a mean-eyed man who every day seemed to hate his life a little bit more. You know who's in there, right? Public enemy number 1. Matheny pointed. She may as well be public enemy number 2. That makes this a big goddamn favor. The lady just wants a word. That's all. Why? What does it matter? It's a word. An exchange of syllables. It's not like we're walking him out of here. Don't be such a girl. Why do you always do that? I don't like it, James. I never have. Do what? I'm not doing anything. Matheny stared at Liz, doing the math. If I say yes, we're even. I don't want to hear about the day ever again. It's done. Even if Dyer himself walks in here and finds her. We're even. Forever. Done. Fine. I can give you 2 minutes. She wants 5. I'll give you 3. Matheny stood. He's in the lockdown cell all the way down on the right. Why is he in lockdown? Elizabeth asked. Why? Matheny dropped keys on the desk. Because fuck him, that's why. When he was gone, she raised an eyebrow at James Randolph, who shrugged. It's a pretty common sentiment around here. So why is he helping us? Matthew shot me on a quail hunt when we were kids. I tend to remind him about it from time to time. It irks him. But a lockdown cell. I bought you an extra minute." James unlocked the big door. "Don't make me come in there after you." Elizabeth stepped into the hall, saw big cages on the right and left, the blank door of the lockdown cell at the far end. She moved deeper and the hall darkened as old fluorescents flickered and snapped and made her uncomfortable. The place felt too much like prison, and prison for her was becoming a little too real. Low ceilings, sweaty metal. She kept her eyes on the lockdown cell, which butted against the end wall. A grim affair, it had a solid steel door and an 8-inch cutout at face height. It was reserved for junkies, biters, the mentally disturbed. The walls and floors were padded with ancient canvas, stained with fecal matter and blood and every other possible fluid. Beyond anger, spite, and small-mindedness, no legitimate reason existed for Adrian's confinement there. Slipping a bolt, she opened a hinged plate and peered into the cell. For some reason, she held her breath, and the silence seemed to radiate outward. No movement in the cell, no sound beyond a whisper. It was Adrian in the corner on the floor. He had bare feet, no shirt. His face was tucked into knees. "Adrian?" The cell was dark, dim light fingering its way past Elizabeth's head. She said his name again, and he looked up, blinking. "Who's there?" "It's Liz." He pushed himself up. "Who's there with you?" "It's just me." "I heard voices." "No." Liz glanced down the hall. "No one else." He shuffled closer. "Where's your shirt? Your shoes?" He made a vague gesture. "It's hot in here." It looked it. Sweat glinted on his skin, beaded under his eyes. Parts of him seemed to be missing, the intellect, much of his awareness. He tilted his head, and sweat rolled on his face. "Why are you here, Liz?" "Are you okay, Adrian? Look at me." She gave him time, and he took it. She noticed small twitches in the muscles of his shoulders, the single shudder that led to a cough. "Did something happen after they brought you in? I know it was rough, but were you mistreated? Threatened? You seem—" She trailed off because she didn't want to finish the thought. That he seemed less. Darkness. Walls. He offered a difficult smile. "I don't do well in small spaces." "Claustrophobia?" "Something like that." He tried to smile, but it turned into another round of coughing, another 20 seconds of the shakes. Her eyes moved down his chest and across his stomach. "Jesus, Adrian." He saw her looking at the scars and turned away. His back, though, was as bad as his chest. How many pale white lines were there? 25? 40? "Adrian." "It's nothing." "What did they do to you?" He picked up the shirt and shrugged it on. "I said it's nothing." She looked more closely at his face and saw for the first time how bones did not line up as she remembered. Shadows filled the hollow place beside his left eye. The nose was not quite the same. She threw a glance down the hall. She had minutes, no more. "Have they questioned you about the church?" Adrian put his palms flat against the door and kept his head down. "I thought you were suspended." "How do you know about that?" "Francis told me." "What else did he tell you?" "To stay away from you. Keep my mouth shut and not drag you into my problems." Adrian looked up, and for an instant the years faded. "For what it's worth, I didn't kill her." He was talking about the church, the new victim. "Did you kill Julia Strange?" It was the first time Elizabeth had ever questioned his innocence, and the moment stretched as muscles tightened in his jaw and old wounds pulled apart. "I did the time, didn't I?" His gaze then was clear and angry. Same Adrian, none of the weakness. "You should have taken the stand," she said. "You should have answered the question." "The question?" "Yes." "Shall I answer it now?" The words were flat, but the stare was so intent, a throb began at the base of Elizabeth's skull. He knew what she wanted. Of course he knew. She waited every day of his trial for the question to be answered. There would be an explanation, she thought. Everything would make sense. But he never took the stand. The question was never answered. It's what it comes down to, isn't it? He watched her. The scratches on my neck, the skin under her nails. An innocent man would have explained it. Things were complicated then. So explain it now. Will you help me if I do? There it was, she thought. The convict Beckett had warned her about, the user, the player. Why, your skin was under Julia Strange's nails? He looked away, jawline clenched. Tell me or I walk. Is that a threat? A requirement. Adrian sighed and shook his head. When he spoke, he knew how it would sound. I was sleeping with her. A pause, a slow blink. You were having an affair with Julia Strange? Catherine and I were in a bad place. Catherine was pregnant. I didn't know she was pregnant. That came after. Jesus. I'm not trying to justify it, Liz. I just want you to understand. The marriage wasn't working. I didn't love Catherine, and she didn't much love me either. The baby was a last desperate try, I think. I didn't even know she was pregnant until she lost it. Elizabeth took a step away, came back. The pieces were ugly. She didn't want them to fit. Why didn't you testify about the affair? The DNA evidence convicted you. If there was an explanation, you should have given it. I couldn't do it to Catherine. Bullshit. Hurt her, humiliate her. He shook his head again. Not after what I'd done to her. You should have testified. It's easy to say that now, but to what purpose? Think about it. He looked every inch a broken man, the face scarred, the eyes a dark stain. No one knew the truth but Julia, and she was dead. Who would believe me if I claimed adultery as my defense? You've seen the trial, same as me. The desperate men willing to lie and squirm and barter their souls for the barest chance of a decent verdict. My testimony would look like a string of self-serving, calculated lies. And what could I possibly get from it? Not sympathy or dignity or reasonable doubt. I'd open myself to cross-examination and look even guiltier by the end of it. No, I stared down that road more than once thinking about it. I'd humiliate Catherine and get nothing for it. Julia was dead. Bringing up the relationship could only hurt me. No one saw you together? Not in that way, no. No letters, voicemails. We were very careful. I couldn't prove the affair if I wanted to. Elizabeth plucked at the edges. It's all very convenient. There's more, he said. You won't like it. Tell me. Someone planted evidence. For God's sake, Adrian. My prints in her house, the DNA, that all makes sense. I get it. I was there all the time. We were intimate. But the can at the church doesn't fit. I was never near the church. I never drank a beer there. And who do you think planted it? Whoever wanted me in prison. I'm sorry, Adrian. Don't say that. Say what? That you sound like every convict I've ever met? I didn't do it. Someone set me up. Elizabeth stepped back, and it was hard to hide the disbelief. Adrian saw it, hated it. I can't go back to prison, Liz. You don't understand what it's like for me there. You can't. Please. I'm asking for your help. She studied the grimy skin and dark eyes, unsure if she would help. She'd changed her life because of him, yet he was just a man, and seriously, perhaps fatally flawed.
What did that mean for her? Her choices?
"I'll think about it," she said, and left without another word. It took 2 minutes to exit the building. Randolph stayed at her side, moving her quickly down one hall and then another. At the same low door on the same side street, he walked her onto the sidewalk and let the door clank shut behind him. The sky burned red in the west. A hot wind licked the concrete as Randolph shook out 2 cigarettes and offered one to Elizabeth.
Thanks.
She took it. He lit them both, and they smoked in silence for half a minute.
So what is it?
She flicked ash.
The real reason.
For what?
Helping me.
He shrugged, a misshapen grin on his face. Maybe I dislike authority.
I know you dislike authority.
You also know why I helped you. Same reason I'd have helped you bury the Monroe brothers in the darkest woods in the deepest part of the county.
Because you have daughters.
Because fuck them for doing what they did to that girl. I'd have shot them too. And I don't think you should go down for it. You've been a cop for what, 13 years? 15? Shit. He sucked hard, blew smoke. Defense lawyers would have put that girl through hell all over again. And some knee-jerk judge might let them go on a goddamn technicality. We both know it happens. He cracked his neck, unapologetic. Sometimes justice matters more than the law.
That's a dangerous way for a cop to look at things.
System's broken, Liz. You know it, same as me.
Elizabeth leaned against the wall and watched the man beside her. How light touched his face, the cigarette, the knotted fingers. How old are they now, your daughters?
Susan's 23. Charlotte's 27.
They're both in town?
By the grace of God.
They smoked in silence for a moment, the lean woman, the hump-shouldered man. She thought of justice and the law and the sound his neck made when he cracked it. Did Adrian have enemies?
All cops have enemies.
I mean inside the system, other cops, lawyers, maybe someone from the DA's office.
Back in the day, maybe. For a while you couldn't turn on the TV without seeing Adrian's face on the screen beside one pretty reporter or another. A lot of cops resented that. You should really ask Dyer.
About Adrian?
Adrian, yeah.
James stubbed out the cigarette.
Francis always hated that guy.
When Randolph went back inside, Elizabeth finished her cigarette, thinking. 13 years ago, did Adrian have enemies? Who knew? Elizabeth had been so young at the time. After the quarry, she'd managed her final year of high school and 2 years at the University of North Carolina before dropping out to become a cop. That made her 20 on her first day out of training. 20 and fired up and scared half to death. She wouldn't have known the hatreds or politics. She couldn't have. But she was thinking about it now. Following the sidewalk to the corner, she skirted a clump of pedestrians, then turned left and stepped into the street. Her car was parked a half block up on the other side. She thought about enemies, thought she was out clean. That lasted another dozen steps. Beckett was sitting on the hood of her car. "What are you doing, Charlie?" She slowed in the street. His tie hung loosely, shirt sleeves rolled to the elbow. "I could ask you the same thing." He watched her cross the last bit of dark pavement. She gauged his face. It was inscrutable. "I just stopped by," she said. "You know, checking on the case."
"Uh-huh."
Elizabeth stopped at the car. "Have you identified the victim?"
"Ramona Morgan, 27 years old, local. We think she disappeared yesterday."
"What else?"
"Pretty but shy. No serious boyfriend. A waitress she worked with thinks she might have had plans on Sunday evening. We're trying to pin that down."
"Time of death?"
"After Adrian got out."
He dropped that on her like a rock, watched to see if she could handle it. "I want to talk to the medical examiner."
"That's not going to happen, and you know it."
"Because of Dyer?"
"He wants you isolated from anything to do with Adrian Wall."
"He thinks I'll jeopardize the case?" Or yourself. Hamilton and Marsh are still in town." Elizabeth studied Beckett's face, most of it lost in shadow. Even then she could see the emotion below the surface. Aversion? Disappointment? She wasn't sure. Does Dyer hate him? He understood the question. She saw it. I don't think Francis hates anybody. What about 13 years ago? Did he hate anyone then? A bitter smile cut Beckett's face. Did James Randolph tell you that? Maybe. Maybe you should consider the source. Meaning what? Meaning James Randolph was everything Adrian was not. Plodding, narrow-minded. He's been divorced 3 times, for God's sake. If anyone hated Adrian, it was Randolph. Elizabeth tried to work that piece into the puzzle. Beckett slid off the car and thumped the fenders, changing the subject. I didn't know you were still driving this rust bucket. Sometimes. What year is it again? She watched his face, trying to catch the angles. Something was happening, and it wasn't about the car. 67, she said. I paid for it working summer jobs. It was pretty much the first real thing I ever bought by myself. You were 18, right? 17. That's right, 17. Preacher's daughter. He whistled. Lightning in a bottle. Something like that. She didn't mention the rest, that she'd bought the car 2 weeks after Adrian Wall stopped her from jumping to her death in the cold, black waters of the quarry, that she would drive it for hours on end, that for more years than she cared to count, it was the only good thing in her life. What's with all the questions, Charlie? There was this rookie once. The transition was seamless, as if they'd been speaking of rookies all along. This would be 25 years ago, before your time. He was a nice enough guy, but all elbows and apologies, follow? Not cop, not street. Anyway, this poor bastard went through the wrong door or the wrong side of town and ended up with a couple junkies on his chest and the business end of a broken bottle against his neck. They were going to cut his throat, kill him right there. Then you came through the door and saved his life. It was your first shoot. I've heard the story. Give the lady a gold star. You remember the name of the rookie I saved? Yeah, it was Matthew. She looked down. Shit. Finish it. Elizabeth shook her head. Come on, Liz, I gave you the gold star. Matthew what? Matthew Matheny. The moral of the story is that a man like Matheny feels more loyalty to the man who saved his life than to the 50-year-old version of some dumbass kid who got peppered in the leg with birdshot. Did you really think I wouldn't find out? Does Dyer know? Hell no. He'd burn this place to the ground and take you with it. The only thing between here and there is me. Then why are you beating me up about this? Because bright and early tomorrow, this street will be elbow-deep in news crews from as far away as D.C. and Atlanta. By sunset, it's headline news from coast to coast. We got dead women draped in linen, a murderer ex-cop, a shot-up kid, and a tumbled-down church straight out of some goddamn Gothic masterpiece. The visuals alone will take it national. You want to get sucked into that story? Now, when the AG already wants you for double homicide? Who put Adrian in lockdown? What does that have to do with anything? He's claustrophobic. Was it Dyer? Goddamn, Liz, what is it with you and stray dogs? He's not a dog. Dog, convict, lonely-ass kid, you can't save every little thing. It was an old argument that felt deeper than usual. What if someone set him up? Is that what this is? Seriously? I told you, Liz, he's a convict. Convicts are players. I know, it's just that he's wounded and alone, right? You don't think he knows that's your weakness? Beckett looked suddenly resigned, the frustration draining away. Give me your hand. He took it without warning, then used his teeth to pull the cap off a pen. "I want you to call this number." He wrote a number on the back of her hand. "I'll call him first, tell him to expect you." "Who?" "The warden. Call him in the morning, first thing." "Why?" "Because you're lost in the wasteland, Liz. Because you need a way out. And because you won't believe the things he'll tell you."
11. Elizabeth left her partner on the street and drove west until the road crested a high ridge and the sun flattened like a disk against the earth. Adrian was either lying or not, and Elizabeth could think of only one place to find the answer she needed. So she followed a 2-lane out of town and 10 minutes later turned onto the long, dark drive of a 500-acre estate that bordered the river where it ran fast and white at the bottom of a tall bluff. Box bushes scraped paint as she pushed into the property. Branches hung low above the drive, and when it dead-ended, she climbed from the car. The house loomed beneath a dimming sky, and she felt the history of it as she stepped onto the porch. George Washington slept here once. So did Daniel Boone, a half-dozen governors. The current resident, though once equally impressive, came to the door in a poplin suit that looked slept in. He was unshaven, his face drawn beneath a cloud of thin white hair that stirred as the door opened. He'd lost weight since she'd last seen him, seemed shorter, frailer, ancient. "Elizabeth Black." He was confused at first, then smiled. "My God, it's been 1,000 years. He squeezed her, took her hand. "Come have a drink. Have 2. The bright eyes twinkled. "Elizabeth Black." "Crybaby Jones." "Come in, come in." He turned into the house, muttering apologies as he cleared newspaper and law books from different pieces of grand old furniture. Glass clinked as empty bottles and cut crystal glasses disappeared into the kitchen. Elizabeth wandered the room, her gaze on walking sticks, oil paintings, and dusty guns. When the old man returned, his shirt was buttoned to the collar, his hair perfectly smooth and damp enough to stay put as he moved. "Now then." He opened a double-door closet that concealed a wet bar and a wall of bottles. "You don't care for bourbon, as I recall." "Vodka rocks, please." "Vodka rocks." His hands hovered by a row of bottles. "Belvedere?" "Perfect." Elizabeth watched him fix her drink, then mix an old-fashioned for himself. Faircloth Jones was a lawyer, retired. He'd come from nothing, worked weekends and nights to put himself through school and become, arguably, the finest defense attorney ever seen in the state of North Carolina. In 50 years of practice, decades of cases involving murder, abuse, betrayal, he'd only cried once in court, the day a black-robed judge swore him into the state bar, then frowned disapprovingly and asked the young man why he was so shiny-eyed and trembling. When Faircloth explained that he was moved by the grandeur of the moment, the judge asked that he kindly move his wet-behind-the-ears crybaby self somewhere other than his court. The nickname stuck. "I know why you're here." He pushed the drink into her hand, sat in a cracked leather chair. "Adrian's out." "Have you seen him?" "Since retirement and divorce, I rarely leave the house. Sit, please." He gestured to his right, and Elizabeth sat in a wooden-armed chair whose cushions were covered in faded wine-colored velvet that had in places been worn white. "I've been following your situation with great interest. An unfortunate business. Channing Shore, the Monroe brothers. What's your lawyer's name again?" "Jennings." "Jennings, that's it. A youngish man. Do you like him?" "I haven't spoken to him." "Young lady." He lowered the drink onto the arm of his chair. "Water finds a level, as you know, and the state will have its pound of flesh. Call your lawyer. Meet with him tonight, if need be." "It's fine, really." "I fear I must insist. Even a young lawyer is better than none at all."
The papers make your situation quite plain, and I don't pretend to have forgotten the politics of state office. Were I not 1,000,000 years old, I would have sought you out myself and demanded to represent you." He was agitated. Elizabeth ignored it. "I'm not here to talk about myself." "Adrian, then." "Yes." Elizabeth slipped onto the edge of her chair. It seemed so small, the truth she needed. A single word, a few letters. Was he sleeping with Julia Strange? "Ah." "He told me as much less than an hour ago. I just want verification." "You've seen him, then?" "I have." "And you asked about the presence of his skin beneath Julia's nails?" "Yes." "I'm sorry." "Don't say no." "I wish I could help you, but that information is a matter of attorney-client privilege, and you, my dear girl, are still an officer of the law. I can't discuss it." "Can't or won't. I've dedicated my life to the law. How could I do less when the days that remain are so few?" He drank deeply, visibly upset. Elizabeth leaned closer, thinking perhaps he might feel the strength of her need. "Listen, crybaby. Call me Faircloth, please." He waved a hand. "The nickname reminds me of better days that hurt all the more for their passing." He settled into the seat as if a hand were pressing down. Elizabeth clasped her fingers and spoke as if the rest of her words might cause pain, too. "Adrian believes someone planted evidence to implicate him." "The beer can, yes, we discussed that. Often." "Yet it was never challenged at trial." "For that, my dear, Adrian would have needed to take the stand. He was unwilling to do so." "Can you tell me why?" "I'm sorry, but I cannot, and for the same reason as before." "Another woman has been killed, Faircloth, murdered in the same manner and in the same church. Adrian has been arrested. It will be in tomorrow's papers." "Dear God." The glass trembled in his hand, and she touched his arm. "I need to know if he's lying to me about the beer can, the presence of his skin beneath Julia's nails." "Has he been charged?" "Faircloth, has he been charged?" The old man's voice shook with emotion. His fingers were white on the glass, spots of color in his cheeks. "Not for the murder. He was picked up on a trespass charge. They'll hold him as long as they can. You know how it works. As for the dead woman, I know only that she was killed after Adrian's release from prison. Beyond that, I don't know what evidence they have. I'm frozen out. Because of your own troubles. And because Francis Dyer doubts my intentions." "Francis Dyer." The old man waved an arm, and Elizabeth remembered the way he'd cross-examined Dyer. As hard as Faircloth had tried, he'd never been able to discredit Dyer's testimony. He was unshakable on the stand, utterly convinced of Adrian's obsession with Julia Strange. "They'll hang him for this if they can." Elizabeth leaned closer. "You still care, I can tell. Talk to me, please." He looked out from under bushy eyebrows, the narrowed eyes very bright. "Will you help him?" "Trust him or walk away. Those are my choices." The old man leaned back in the chair and looked small in the rumpled suit. "Did you know that my family and Adrian's have been together on this river for 200 years or more? No reason you should, of course, but there it is. The Jones family, the Walls. When my father was crippled in the First World War, it was Adrian's great-grandfather who taught me to hunt and fish and work the land. He cared for my parents, and when the Depression came, he made sure we had butter and beef and flour. He died when I was 12, but I remember the smell of him, like tractor grease and grass and wet canvas. He had strong hands and a lined face, and wore a tie when he came for supper on Sundays. I grew up and followed the law and never knew Adrian that well, but I remember the day he was born. A group of us smoked cigars on the porch right there. His father, a few others. It's good land on the river, good families. That's a lovely sentiment, but I need something beyond simple faith. Can you tell me anything more? About Adrian, the case, anything? The last word smelled of desperation, and the old lawyer sighed. I can tell you that the law is an ocean of darkness and truth, and that lawyers are but vessels on the surface. We may pull one rope or another, but it is the client in the end who charts the course. Adrian refused your advice. I really can't discuss it. The old man drained his drink, the cherry blood red in the bottom of the glass. He declined to meet her eyes, and Elizabeth thought she understood. He knew about the affair. He could have used it to sow doubt in the minds of the jury, but Adrian wouldn't allow it. It saddens me, child, to have you here while I have so little of value to say. I hope you can forgive an old man for such a frightful lapse, but I find myself weary. Elizabeth took his hand, the bones within it light and brittle. If you would be kind enough to fix another drink. He retrieved his hand and offered the glass. My heart aches from thoughts of Adrian, and my legs seem to have lost much of their feeling. Elizabeth fixed the drink and watched him take it. Did you know that George Washington slept here once? He gestured vaguely, seeming tired enough to be transparent. I often wonder which room. I'll leave you alone, Elizabeth said. Thank you for speaking with me. She made it to the tall, wide doors before he spoke again. Do you know how I got my nickname? Elizabeth turned her back to the curving staircase and the floor stained black by time. I've heard the story. That flint-eyed judge was right about one thing. Lawyers are not to become emotionally involved. We are to be strong when clients are weak, righteous where they are flawed. It's a simple conceit, discipline, the law. He looked up from the depths of his chair. That worked for every client until Adrian. Elizabeth held her breath. We spent 7 months prepping his case, sat side by side for long weeks of trial. I'm not saying he was perfect. God knows he was as human as the rest of us. But when he was convicted, it was like something inside me broke. Like some vital, lawyerly organ simply stopped working. I kept my face, mind you. I thanked the judge and shook the prosecutor's hand. I waited until the courtroom was clear. Then I put my head on the defense table and wept like a child. You asked if there was anything I could tell you, and I guess that's it. The last trial of Crybaby Jones. He nodded at the liquor in his glass. A sad old man in tears, like bookends. When Elizabeth returned to the police station, she marched through the front door without slowing. Adrian was telling the truth. That was the old man's message. Now she wanted to know what they had on him, not the trespass, the murder. She wanted answers. What are you doing here, Liz? She rounded into the bullpen, still moving fast. Beckett worked his large body between the desks, trying to catch her as she narrowed the angle to Dyer's door. Liz, wait! Her hand found the knob. Don't, Liz, Jesus! But the door was already opening. Inside, Dyer was standing, so were Hamilton and Marsh. Detective Black, Hamilton spoke first. We were just talking about you. Elizabeth faltered. Captain. You shouldn't be here, Liz. Elizabeth looked from Dyer to the state cops. It was hours after dark, too late for the meeting to be random. This is about me? New evidence, Hamilton said. We'd like your take on it. I won't allow that, Dyer said. Not without representation. We can keep it off the record if you like. Dyer shook his head, but Elizabeth raised her hand. It's okay, Francis. If there's new evidence, I want to hear it. Off the record, then. Come in and shut the door. Not you, Beckett. Liz,
Beckett showed his palms.
It's okay. I'm fine.
She tried to tell herself that was true, but Dyer looked ruined. Even Hamilton and Marsh seemed burdened by some unseen weight. Elizabeth worked to hold on to her conviction and purpose. She'd come for Adrian because the old lawyer's certainty was as compelling as any proof she'd ever seen. But the air in the close, crowded office tasted thick and sickly sweet. It was fear, she realized. She was barely 3 feet into the room, and already afraid.
Am I being charged?
Not yet. Hamilton closed the door.
She nodded, but not yet meant it was coming, meant it was close. What evidence?
Forensics on the basement.
Hamilton's fingers touched a file on the desk.
Is there anything you want to tell us about what happened there?
His voice came from some distant place.
Detective Black.
Everyone was looking at her now. Dyer suddenly worried, the state cops so full of inexplicable pity they seemed grotesque.
We ran DNA, Hamilton said, on the wire used to bind Channing Shore. The lab identified blood from 2 different people. One was from the girl, of course, which we expected. He paused. The second sample came from an unknown person.
A second person?
Yes.
One of the Monroe brothers, Elizabeth said.
Both brothers have been ruled out.
Then the blood came from some other crime, cross-contamination, old evidence.
We don't believe so.
Then some other explanation.
May we see your wrists, Detective Black?
Everyone looked at her sleeves, at the light jacket and buttoned cuffs. Hamilton leaned closer, his expression as soft as his voice.
We're not incapable of sympathy.
Elizabeth kept her hands perfectly still, though her skin seemed to burn. I don't know what you mean.
If there's a reason you snapped.
I shouldn't be here, she said.
If there are extenuating circumstances.
I shouldn't be here at all. She hit the door at a fast walk, blood rushing in her ears. The skin still burning. She didn't think about why because she was tired of thinking, same with feeling, remembering, talking. There was a time and a place and not every goddamn thing mattered. That's what everyone else refused to understand. The basement was done. Over. For an instant she sensed Beckett behind her, his voice in the stairwell, then on the street. She moved faster, slid into the car, then gunned it, seeing his face as a white blotch, his hands rising and then down. She drove fast and let the car do the talking. Rubber at the corners, engine on the flats. Her skin still burned, but it was more like shame and rage and self-loathing. DNA on the wire. Her hand hit the wheel. She wanted to move and keep moving. Barring that, she wanted to get drunk. She wanted to be alone in the dark, to sit in a chair and feel the weight of a glass in her hand. The memory would still be there, but the colors would dim. The Monroe brothers would fade. The carousel would stop. Beckett, however, had other ideas. His car hit the driveway 20 seconds behind her own. What are you doing here, Charlie? I heard what they said. Beckett stopped at the bottom step. Through the door, I heard it. Yeah, so? So I don't know what to do. He looked as ruined as Dyer as he tried and failed to keep his eyes off the place her hands joined her arms. Liz, Jesus. Whatever they're talking about has nothing to do with me. I'm a cop. I'm fine. If something happened, I shot them, like I said. I don't regret it. I would do it again. Beyond that, there's no story. Good guys won. The girl's alive. And if the girl was talking, if Hamilton and Marsh could get through her father's lawyers, she'd say the same thing. Maybe that's the problem. The way things are with you two. He tilted his large head and shadows moved on the broken landscape of his face. You make it easy to believe the worst. Because we look out for each other? Because when you talk, you use the same words. You should look at your statements, put them side by side, and tell me what you see. Same words, same phrasing. Coincidence. Show me your wrists. No. He reached for her arm and she slapped him so hard the sound itself was like a shot. They froze in the silence that followed. Partners, friends, momentary enemies. I deserved that, Beckett said. You're goddamn straight. I'm sorry, it's just... Go away, Charlie. No. It's late. She fumbled with keys and Beckett watched from the fog of his discontent. When the door closed between them, he raised his voice. You should have called me, Liz. You should have never gone in alone. Go home, Beckett. I'm your partner, damn it. We have procedures. I said go home. She put her weight on the door, felt the crush of her heart, and wood against her skin. Beckett was still outside, standing and watching. By the time he left, she was shaking and didn't know why. Because people suspected. Because her skin still burned. Past is past. She closed her eyes and said it again. Past is past, and now is now. Is that how you do it? The voice came from a dark corner beyond the sofa, and Liz's hand touched checkered wood before she catalogued it. Damn it, Channing. She took her fingers off the pistol grip, flipped on an overhead light. What the hell are you doing? The girl's feet were pulled up in the well of a deep chair. She wore jeans and chipped polish and canvas sneakers. The same hooded sweatshirt framed her eyes. Bright as they were, the girl still looked haunted. Her narrow shoulders rolled inward, a kitchen knife in the knot of a single hand. I'm sorry. She put the knife on the arm of the chair. I don't do well with angry men. Elizabeth locked the door. Crossing the room, she collected the knife and put it on the kitchen table. How did you get in here? You weren't home. Channing hooked a thumb. I jimmied the window. Since when do you break into people's houses? Never before tonight. You should have set your alarm, by the way. Would it have stopped you? I feel safe with you. I'm sorry. Elizabeth ran water in the sink, splashed some on her face. She didn't know if the girl was sorry or not. In the end, it didn't matter. She was hurting, like Liz was hurting. Do your parents know where you are? No. I'm facing indictment, Channing. You're a potential witness against me. It would be unwise. Maybe I'll run away. No, you won't. I could do it, you know. Channing stood and walked along a row of books. Run away? Check the hell out? The profanity seemed wrong in such a young and flawless mouth, and the girl spoke as if she could see Elizabeth's thoughts. Tell me you don't think about it. Tell me you weren't just thinking about it. Channing flicked fingers toward the door, meaning Beckett and the conversation and the mantra that bordered on prayer. Leaving this place? Disappearing? My problems are not yours, Channing. You're so young. You can do anything. Be anyone. But it's not about age anymore, is it? It can be. It's too late to go back or stay the same. Why? Because I burned it all. A spark flared in Channing's eyes. The stuffed animals and posters and pink sheets, the photographs and books and notes from little boys, I burned it in the garden, a great giant fire that almost took everything else with it. She dropped the hood to show cherry-red skin and hair burned away at the tips. The garden was burning, 2 of the trees. Why would you do that? Why did you get so close to the quarry's edge? It was softly said, but broke Elizabeth's heart. My father tried to stop me, but I ran when I saw him. I think he hurt himself going over the fence. He was screaming, angry maybe. Whatever the case, I can't go home. The girl's defiance dwindled to desperation. Tell me I have to leave and you'll never see me again. I'll burn the world. I swear it. Elizabeth poured a drink and spoke with her back turned. Your parents should know you're okay. Text them at least. Tell them you're safe. Does that mean you'll let me stay? Elizabeth turned and smiled wryly. I can't have you burning the world. Can I have one of those? Channing pointed at the drink. If it's not about the age... Elizabeth poured a single finger in a second glass and handed it over wordlessly. The girl swallowed it, choking a little. I saw a bathtub. She let it hang, and Elizabeth pointed down the hall. Towels are in the closet. Elizabeth watched her down the hall, then poured another drink, turned off the lights, and sat in the dark. Twice her cell phone vibrated, and twice she let it go to voicemail. She didn't want to talk to Beckett, or Dyer, or any of the reporters who found their way to her number. For another hour she sat and drank and held herself still. When she finally stood, the bath was empty and the guest room door was closed. Elizabeth listened, but there was no noise beyond the tick and creak of an old house finding its way deeper into the earth. She checked the locks anyway, the doors, the windows. Stepping into the bathroom, she locked that door too, then removed her shirt and examined the cruel, thin cuts on her wrists. They went all the way around and were deeper in some places than in others. Red lines, partly scabbed. Memories. Nightmares. Past is past. She took off the rest of her clothes and filled the tub. She was hiding the truth, yes, but there were reasons. That should make her feel better, but reason was just a word. Like family was a word, or faith, or law, or justice. She slipped into the tub because hot water seemed to help. It warmed her through and made her weightless. Water was good like that, but it was water's nature to rise and fall and rise again. That was its purpose, so that when she closed her eyes, the world fell away, and she felt it again, the basement around her, like fingers on her throat. The man was choking her, one arm locked around her neck, his hand tight on her wrist, smashing her gun hand into the wall. Channing was a doll on the floor, screaming as the gun struck concrete 3 times, 4 times, then skittered into the dark. Elizabeth felt the gun go, tried to turn. Who was he? Who the fuck? She could tell he was massive and unwashed, but that was it. He was an arm around her neck, a scrape of whiskers as he squeezed harder and blackness crowded in. She kicked down, looking for the instep, the shin. She flung her head back, but the contact was small and weak. Shh. Breath found her ear, but she was fading. No blood getting through, eyes tight. She clawed at his arms, and in the dark there was movement. The second man, broad and hunched. Channing saw him too, her heels scrabbling in the grime, her back finding the wall. Channing. No sound came out. Elizabeth saw her own hand outstretched, the fingers doubling as her vision blurred. Channing. The second man snaked big fingers into the girl's hair, dragged her across the floor and into the dimness of another room. Where was the gun? Elizabeth was forced to her knees, saw high-top sneakers and grimy jeans, the place her fingers smeared mold on the floor. His weight settled on her back, pushing her forward, pushing her down. Whiskers ground into her neck, and the same breath licked her ear. Shh. It was longer that time. Then fading. Then blackness. In judo, it was called a blood choke, or a carotid restraint, or a sleeper hold. Cops called it a lateral vascular neck restraint. The name didn't matter. The purpose and function did. Simultaneous compression of the carotid and the jugular could render an adult unconscious in seconds. Do it right and it didn't take much strength. Do it wrong and it fails, or somebody ends up dead. It's not like the movies. You have to know what you're doing to do it right. Titus Monroe knew what he was doing. Elizabeth played it over for the millionth time, how it started and ended, the minutes in between. Channing was off the mattress and they were backing out of the room, the girl's hand hot and wet and twisted into Elizabeth's own. Elizabeth kept her gun trained deeper into the basement. She would shoot if necessary, but the door was empty, the basement quiet behind them. They managed 3 steps before the girl stumbled and went down, but that was okay. Elizabeth's gun was up, and the last hall was 10 feet away. There were some closed doors, some stairs, but they were going to make it. Elizabeth never heard the door open behind her, never heard him at all. She felt the rush of his arm around her neck, his fingers on her wrist. She felt him and fought and failed, went down into the black and woke, wired to a mattress with her clothes stripped off and her mouth clamped shut. His tongue moved on her ear, her neck, and she fought like an animal would fight, screamed behind his sweaty hand as a red candle burned and his fingers moved across her skin. He was going to rape her, maybe kill her. But even as she fought, she felt as if she were falling. His rough touch fading, the candlelight winking twice, then gone. She heard a voice that was her own, but younger. Not again. Not again. The fall could have taken her all the way down, so deep she would not have come back the same, or even close. He was going to pound her into the dark and leave her there. Elizabeth settled deeper in the tub, cold and hot and shaking. She'd lost herself when it mattered most. 13 years of cop, and she'd broken like a plaster mask. It took Channing to save her. The girl, who was only 18. He was 1,000,000 pounds of sweat and hair, of muscle and fat and thick, hard fingers. Fine bitch. His skin slid on hers, but there was little breath in her lungs. She breathed out. He pushed down. Fine, sweet, hot fucking bitch. Elizabeth was all but gone when gunshots blew the dark world into bright, shiny bits. She heard screams and followed them up, eyes blinking as the big man rolled to his feet, shouting something she later understood to be his brother's name. No answer came beyond the screams, which were agonized and terrible and afraid. They rose from the room next door, ricocheted off concrete walls, and Elizabeth even now had no idea how Channing got her hands on the gun. She was simply there, pale in the door and naked, the gun impossibly large in her tiny hand. Elizabeth saw it slow and clear, but like the dream of a dream, as if it had happened to some person she may have known once upon a distant time. The first shot blew his knee to mist. He was still falling when the second knee disappeared too. He jerked right and left, then dropped where he stood, the ruined bones slapping concrete with a heavy, wet sound she would never forget. His screams joined his brother's before turning into a tortured version of barely recognizable words. Bitch! He writhed. Fucking, fuck! Channing shuffled across the floor, a broken mask on her face too. The eyes looked dark and swollen, the mouth open and soundless. The gun pulled her arm down so she staggered once, then stopped above the screaming man. Channing? The name fell from Elizabeth's mouth, but Channing raised the gun, her face utterly still as the screams ramped louder and tears tracked through the grime beneath her eyes. She was in shock and filthy, blood running from her wrists to drip off her fingers. Channing. Elizabeth stopped struggling. The girl stared at the wailing man. Channing. It took forever to use all 18 bullets. Seconds that stretched to minutes, minutes that felt like hours. In reality, it could have been no time at all. Elizabeth was not the one to say. She kept her eyes on Channing when she could, saw the wounded blankness of all who were ruined young. In the end, it was a simple thing. The gun spoke, men screamed. When they were dead, Channing stood for a long time before Elizabeth's words made any kind of impression. The shots will have been heard. Police will come. Smoke still hung in the air, and already the world was torn wide open. Even as sirens rose in the distance and wire bit more deeply into her wrists, Elizabeth understood that police were now on one side of the rift, while she and Channing stood forever on the other. That's how fast she made her decision. How fast her old life ended. Elizabeth wanted to be done, but images spun out of the dark. Channing's fingers shaking red as they stripped off wire and sirens drew close. The gathering of clothes and the wiping of the gun, the story repeated as Elizabeth held the child and forced her to say the words. Channing was on the mattress. Elizabeth shot them in the dark. Say it again, Channing. I was on the mattress. You shot them in the dark. At 2 o'clock, Elizabeth finally climbed into bed. She barely slept, and when she did, she woke soaked in sweat. The third time it happened, she followed an unfamiliar noise and found Channing curled on the bathroom floor. The only light was a flicker from the girl's room, but it was enough to see the bruises and the bite marks, the bandages on her wrists. I thought I was going to be sick. I'm sorry if I woke you. Here. Elizabeth ran cold water on a washcloth and handed it to Channing. Let me help you. She helped the girl up. They stood at the counter and in the mirror looked very different. Elizabeth, narrow and lithe, the girl shorter, more gently curved. The girl was crying but seemed unable to move. Let me. Elizabeth took the washcloth and pressed it against the girl's skin. She wiped away tears and smoothed hair from the pale, cool forehead. There. She turned Channing to face the mirror. Better? The girl stared at her own face, then at Elizabeth's. We have the same eyes. Elizabeth lowered her face until it was even with the girl's, their cheeks almost touching. So we do. It's my fault, Channing said. What happened in the basement? What happened to you? Don't be silly. What if it were, though? Would you still be my friend? Of course. The girl nodded but seemed unconvinced. Do you believe in hell? Not for you, I don't. Elizabeth squeezed Channing's shoulders, her voice fierce. Not for this. The girl looked down and the bright eyes closed. I shot the little one the most because he liked to hurt me the most. That's what the dream was about. His fingers and teeth, that whisper he had, the way he'd hold my eyes open as he hurt me, that deep down, forever stare. He got what he deserved. But I made the choice, Channing said. The smaller brother was the worst, so I shot him the most. 11 bullets. That was me, my choice. How can you say there's no hell? You can't look at it like that. I barely sleep, and it's not for fear of dreams. It's because there's this 1 second when I wake, this one instant where I don't remember. I know that second. But there's another one behind it, isn't there? Another second, and everything comes down so hard, it's like being buried alive. I go to bed in fear that second. I'm 18 years old, and I've done this thing. What thing? Elizabeth hardened her voice because the girl needed hard. You saved my life. You saved us both. Maybe I should tell somebody. She meant the police, her parents, a shrink. It didn't matter. You can't tell anyone, Channing. Not ever. I tortured them. Don't say that word. We could say it was self-defense. A sliver of hope touched Channing's face, but no juror could understand the truth of what happened. They would have to have been there to see Channing, naked and filthy in the candlelight, see the blood dripping from her fingers, see her face shattered, the teeth marks in her skin. 18 shots. Torture. The trial would force her to live it again, in public and on record. Elizabeth had seen enough rape and murder trials to understand the power of their deconstructive nature. Testimony would last for days or weeks, and the process would eviscerate any innocence the girl had left. She'd be marked for life, possibly convicted. Elizabeth could hear the prosecutor now.
18 shots, ladies and gentlemen, not 3 or 4 or 6. 18 shots, placed to wound and hurt and punish.
They'd pursue her for the politics of it, the visuals. Promise me, Channing. Swear you won't talk about it. I don't know who I am. Don't say that. Can I sleep with you? Anything. Elizabeth hugged her, her emotions undone. Everything. She led Channing to the large bed in the corner bedroom on the left side. There was no tough girl left, no anger or pretense or wounded pride. They were survivors, sisters, and as such climbed wordlessly into the same bed. "Are you crying?" Elizabeth asked. "Yes." "Everything will be all right. I promise." Channing reached out an arm and laid 2 fingers on Elizabeth's back. "Is that okay?" "It's fine, sweetheart. Go to sleep." The touch must have helped because Channing did, her breathing shallow at first, then rhythmic and slow. Elizabeth felt the girl's closeness, the heat of her skin. She felt the stillness of those 2 fingers, and her own breathing eased. It took a long time, but the room fell away. Her aching heart slowed. The carousel stopped. 12. Beckett didn't know how to help his partner. Elizabeth was not just wounded, but withdrawn, hurting in a way he'd never before seen. Normally, she owned the job. That meant the street, the politics, every impossible decision a cop would ever have to make. She made hard choices and lived with them, unflinching. Even the men she'd dated took a back seat to her unshakable sense of self. If relationships ended, it was because Elizabeth said so. She set the ground rules and the tone, said when it began and when it was over. Some thought she had ice in her veins, but Beckett knew better. Fact was, she felt more than most, but knew how to hide it. It was a survival skill, an asset. But whatever happened in that goddamn basement stripped it right out of her. She was a walking nerve now, every bit exposed, and Beckett was running out of ideas on how to protect her. Keep her out of prison, keep her away from Adrian. Those were the obvious things. What about the rest of it? It was late when he parked outside the house owned by Channing's parents. He wasn't supposed to be here. The lawyers had made that clear. But only 2 people knew the truth of what happened in the basement, and Liz wasn't talking. That left the kid. Problem was, her father was rich and connected and draped in lawyers. Even the state cops couldn't get past the wall. It was one of the biggest questions, really. Why wasn't the girl talking? The lawyers claimed it would be too traumatic, and maybe they were right. Beckett had daughters. He was sympathetic. But still. He peered through the heavily treed yard, saw stone and brick and yellow light. He'd met the father a few times when Channing first disappeared. Not a full-blown asshole, but he liked the word listen, as in, you listen to me, detective. But that was probably a worried father thing, and Beckett wasn't about to judge a man for protecting his family. Beckett would do the same thing. His wife, his kids. Make the threat big enough and he'd tear the city down. Turning off the car, Beckett walked down the drive and circled to the front porch. A burned smell hung in the air. Music filtered through the glass and stopped when he rang the bell. In the silence, he heard cicadas. Channing's mother answered the door. "Detective Beckett." She was in an expensive dress and obviously impaired. "Mrs. Shore." She was petite and pretty, a slightly weathered version of her daughter. "I'm sorry to bother you this late." "Is it late?" "I was hoping to speak with your daughter." She blinked and swayed. Beckett thought she might fall, but she caught herself with a hand on the wall. "Who is it, Margaret?" The voice came from the stairs in the main hall. The woman gestured vaguely. "My husband." Channing's father appeared in workout clothes and a full sweat. He wore boxing shoes and wraps on his hands. "He wants to talk to Channing." The words slurred that time. Mr. Shore touched his wife's shoulder. "Go on upstairs, sweetheart. I'll handle it." Both men watched her unsteady exit. When they were alone, Mr. Shore showed his palms. "We grieve in our own ways, Detective. Come in." Beckett followed the man through the grand foyer and into a study lined with bookshelves and what Beckett assumed to be expensive art. Mr. Shore went to a sidebar and poured mineral water in a tall glass with ice. "Can I get you something?" "No, thanks. You box?" "In my youth, I keep a gym in the basement." It was hard not to be impressed. I'll say Shore was mid-50s, with thick, muscled legs and heavy shoulders. If there was fat on him, Beckett couldn't see it. What he did see were two large adhesive bandages, one protruding from the sleeve of his shirt, the second high on his right leg. Beckett gestured. "Have you been injured?" "Burned, actually." Shore swirled water in the glass and gestured toward the back of the house. "An accident with the grill. Stupid, really." Beckett thought that was a lie, the way he said it, the play of his eyes. Looking more closely, he saw singed fingertips and patches on both arms where hair had been cooked away. "You said people grieve in different ways. What exactly are you grieving?" "Do you have children, Detective?" "2 girls and a boy." "Girls." Shore leaned against a heavy desk and smiled ruefully. "Girls are a special blessing for a father, the way they look at you. The trust that there's no problem you can't handle, no threat in the world from which you can't protect them. I hope you never see that look of trust disappear from your own daughter's eyes, Detective." "I won't." "So certain?" "Yes." Another difficult smile bent Shore's face. "How old are they now, your daughters?" 7 and 5. "Let me tell you how it happens." Shore put down the glass and stood on the broad base of his trunk-like legs. "You build your life and your redundancies, and you think you have it covered, that you know best and that you've built the defenses necessary to protect the ones you love. Your wife, your child. You go to bed believing yourself untouchable, then wake one day to the realization you haven't done enough, that the walls aren't as strong as you think, or that the people you trust aren't trustworthy after all. Whatever the mistake, you realize it too late to make a difference." Shore nodded as if seeing Channing at those same young ages, 7 and 5, and full of faith. Bringing a daughter home alive is not the same as bringing her home unchanged. Much of the child we knew is gone. That's been difficult for us, and for Channing's mother in particular. You ask why we grieve. I'd say that's reason enough." The message seemed heartfelt and sincere, yet Beckett wasn't sure he believed the performance. It felt a little practiced and a little pat. The sternness and disapproval, the jaw tilted just so. What he'd said was true, though. People grieved in different ways. "I'm very sorry for what happened." Shore dipped his large head. "Perhaps you could tell me why you're here." Beckett nodded as if he would do just that. Instead, he walked along a wall of books, then stopped and leaned in. "You shoot?" He pointed at a row of crackled spines. The books were old and well thumbed. Tactical marksmanship, surgical speed shooting, USMC pistol marksmanship. There were others, maybe a dozen. "I also skydive, kite surf, and race my Porsche. I like adrenaline. You were getting to the point of your visit." But Beckett didn't like being rushed. It was the cop in him. Situational management, he called it, though Liz claimed it was alpha male bullshit. Button pushing, she'd say, pure and simple. Maybe there was some of that, too. Beckett tried not to go too deep. The job and his family, old regrets and thoughts of retirement. Usually that was enough. But he didn't much care for lies or liars. "What it comes down to, Mr. Shore," Beckett pulled a few of the marksmanship books and started flipping pages, "is that I'd like to speak to Channing." "She doesn't want to talk about what happened." I understand that, but your daughter's not the only one who came out of that basement changed. Perhaps others grieve as well. Perhaps there are larger issues.
My responsibility is to my daughter.
Yet it's not a zero-sum game, is it? Beckett closed the second book on shooting, riffled through another, then leaned into the shelf where a Kama Sutra manual caught his eye.
Detective Black is your partner?
She is.
Family of a sort.
Beckett nodded and Mr. Shore put down his glass.
Your partner killed a man who took my daughter, and part of me will always love her for that. But even she doesn't talk to Channing. Not her, not the state cops, not you. Do I make myself clear?
The stare between them held. Big men. Serious egos. Beckett blinked first. The state police will compel her testimony. It's only a matter of time. You know that, right?
I know they'll try.
Do you know what she'll say when the subpoena comes?
She's the victim, Detective. She has nothing to hide.
And yet, truth, I've learned, can be a fluid business.
In this case, you're wrong.
Am I? Beckett opened 3 of the shooting manuals and left them spread on the desk. The inside jacket of each one showed Channing's signature, beautifully made.
Those are my books.
The father choked as he said it, and Beckett nodded sadly. That was a lie, too. Elizabeth woke unable to remember the dream that haunted her, only that it was dark and hot and close. The basement, she guessed. Or prison. Or hell. She shrugged off a weight of blankets and felt cool wood under her feet. At the window she saw trees like an army in the fog. It was early, barely light. The road ran off into the mist, black and still, then fading, then gone. The stillness reminded her of a morning with Gideon 6 years ago. He'd called her after midnight. The father was out, the boy alone and sick. "I'm scared," he'd said. So she'd collected him from the porch of that tumble-down house, brought him home and put him between clean sheets. He was feverish and shaking, said he'd heard voices in the dark beyond the creek, and that they'd kept him awake and made him afraid. She gave him aspirin and a cool cloth for his forehead. It took hours for him to fall asleep, and as he drifted, his eyes opened a final time. "I wish you were my mother," he'd said. And the words were light, as if raised from a dream. She slept in a chair after that and woke to an empty bed and wet gray light. The boy was on the porch, watching fog roll through the trees and down the long black road. His eyes were dark when he looked up, his arms wrapped across his narrow chest. He was shivering in the cool air, so she sat on the step and pulled him against her side. "I meant what I said." His cheek found her shoulder and she felt the warm spot of his tears. "I never meant nothing so much in all my life." He'd cried hard after that, but it was still a favorite memory, and Elizabeth kept it close every day of her life. He never said the words again, but the morning was a special thing between them, and it was hard to look at fog without feeling love of Gideon like a pain in her chest. But this was a different day, so she shook off the emotion and focused on what was coming in the next few hours. Adrian would face court, and that meant media, questions, familiar faces from better times. She wondered if he would seem as torn, and if the cops would have enough to hold him. The trespass charge was weak. Could they charge him with murder? She rolled the footage of his life and knew what she was doing as she did it, that it was easier to worry about Adrian's future than her own. Large as he stood in the halls of memory, his suffering would remain his alone, at least until she faced her own conviction. Yet that risk was out there too, and it could happen now. Cars in the mist, cops with weapons drawn. What would she say if Hamilton and Marsh suddenly appeared? What would she do? "You should run." Elizabeth turned and found Channing awake. "What did you say?" The girl pushed up in the bed, her eyes catching light from the window, the rest of her dim and shapeless in the gloom. If we're not going to tell the truth about what I did, then you should leave. Maybe we should leave together."
"Where would we go?"
"The desert," Channing said. "Someplace we could see forever."
Elizabeth sat on the bed. The girl's eyes looked so kaleidoscopic that anything seemed possible. Escape, the desert, even a future.
"Did you know what I was thinking just now?" "How would I know that?"
Elizabeth waited half a beat, thinking the girl had known.
"Go back to sleep, Channing." "Okay. We'll talk later."
Elizabeth closed the bedroom door, then took the hottest shower she could stand. Afterward, she tended the wounds on her wrists, then put on jeans and boots and a shirt with tight cuffs. She was in the living room when Beckett showed up at the front door. "2 things," he said. "First, I was out of line last night. Way out of line. I'm sorry."
"Just like that? What can I say? You're my partner. You matter."
"What's the second thing?"
"Second thing is I still want you to see the warden. He gets in early. He's expecting you." "Adrian has court." "First appearances aren't until 10. You have time."
Elizabeth leaned into the door, thinking she was tired and wanted coffee and that it was too early for her to be standing in the door and talking to Charlie Beckett.
"Why do you want me to see him? The real reason?" "Same as before. I want you to recognize Adrian Wall for what he is."
"Which is what?"
"Broken and violent and beyond redemption."
Beckett put a big period at the end of the sentence, and Elizabeth thought hard about what he wanted. The prison mattered in the county. It meant jobs, stability. The warden had a lot of power.
"He'll show me something I don't already know." "He'll show you the truth, and that's all I'm asking, for you to open your eyes and understand." "Adrian's not a killer. Just go, please." "Okay, fine. I'll see the warden."
Elizabeth leaned on the door, but Beckett caught it before it closed.
"Did you know she's a shooter?"
Elizabeth froze.
"I looked it up last night. Channing is a competitive marksman." "Did you know that?"
Elizabeth looked away, but Beckett saw the truth.
"It's not in your report, because nobody needs to know." "Doesn't need to know what? That she could strip your Glock in the dark, then put it back together and shoot the dick off a gnat? I dug up her scores. She can outshoot 99 cops out of 100. So can I. She burned down her yard yesterday. Did you know that, too? The fire marshal says the house could have gone up with it. The neighbor's house, too. People could have died. Why do you push, Charlie?" "Because you're my friend," Beckett said. "Because Hamilton and Marsh are coming for you, and because we need an alternate story." "There is no alternate. There's the girl." "The girl?"
Liz leaned on the door until the center of a single eye was all it showed.
"As far as you're concerned, there is no girl."
Beckett disagreed. The bullet placement was perfect. Knees, elbows, groins. Could the girl have done it? Taken the Monroe brothers out in near dark? Tortured them first? She was 18, weighed all of 90 pounds. Beyond that, he didn't know her at all, so he couldn't say. But he did know Liz. She treated Gideon like a son, the girl like a sister, and Adrian like some kind of fallen saint. She was a sucker for lost causes, and now there were these new questions. Could Channing have pulled the trigger? Whose blood was on the wire? The questions followed him to the precinct and upstairs. He checked the murder board on Ramona Morgan, but they didn't have much. Burn marks from a stun gun were obvious, but they had no fingerprints, fibers, or DNA. No sexual assault occurred. Death was by strangulation, which apparently happened on or near the altar and took a long time. There was no sign the body had been moved, but no sign was found of her clothing. Torn fingertips suggested that she'd been held elsewhere and tried hard to escape. Bits of rust had been scraped from beneath her nails and skin.
There was no roommate or boyfriend, as far as her co-workers knew. Phone records showed 3 calls from a burner cell, which was interesting, but at the moment useless. The medical examiner had promised a full report minus tox screen by the end of the day. In the meantime, the girl's mother was pushing to claim the remains. One thing. The words were quiet, the rest of the thought unspoken. I need one thing to tie this to Adrian Wall. He needed Adrian to be the killer and felt the need in a way few could understand. But there was nothing. They'd canvassed neighbors, co-workers, people who liked the same bars as Ramona, the same coffee shops and restaurants and parks. No one could put Adrian and the victim together. Could I be wrong? The thought was unpleasant. If Adrian didn't kill Ramona Morgan, then maybe he didn't kill Julia Strange either. That meant his conviction was flawed and that every cop who'd hated him for so long and with such passion was full-on, absolutely wrong. No. Beckett shook off the doubt. That was just not possible. Beckett poured coffee and carried it to his desk, his thoughts already spinning away from the murder case and back to Liz and the girl. The distraction was a problem, but Channing mattered to Liz and Liz mattered to him. So he started at the beginning. Why was the girl taken? Not why, really. Why her? Why at that time and place? Abduction was rarely as random as most wanted to believe. It happened, yes, a pretty girl in the wrong place at the wrong time. But more often than not, abduction scenarios involved people known to the victim. A workman at the house, a friend of the family's, a neighbor who always seemed so quiet and polite. He pictured Channing, her house, the case. He replayed his conversation with Channing's father. Beckett keyed up the sheets on Brendan Monroe and his brother Titus. They were pretty standard. Weapons charges, assault, drugs, some traffic offenses, 2 cases of resisting an officer. There were no sex convictions, though Titus had been charged twice with attempted rape. Beckett knew all that, so he keyed on the drug charges. Crack, heroin, meth, there was some pharmaceutical stuff, some weed. Beckett didn't see what he wanted, so he rang down to narcotics. Liam, it's Charlie. Good morning. Look, I see your name all over the Monroe jackets. What? No. No problem. Just a question. Was there ever any noise about them selling steroids? Liam Howe was a quiet cop, solid, dependable, young. He worked undercover because he looked too fresh-faced to carry a badge. Dealers thought he was a college kid, a rich man's son. If there was money to be made, they'd sell it, but I don't remember anything about steroids. Is there much of that in town these days? Weightlifters? Jocks? I don't think so, but steroids have never been high priority. Why do you ask? Beckett pictured Channing's father, sweat-soaked and massive. Just a thought, don't worry about it. You want me to ask around? Beckett's first instinct was to say no, but Channing's father had lied to him twice. I'll say Shore looks like a juicer. 55, maybe, built like a truck. I just wonder if he might have known the Monroe brothers. I'll say Shore. The drug cop whistled low and deep. I'd use a long stick to poke that bear, especially if you're implying some kind of involvement with the Monroe brothers. All I want is information, maybe enough to squeeze him. About? His daughter, Beckett thought. The basement. Just ask around, will you? Sure thing. And Liam? Yeah. Maybe keep it quiet. Liz left Channing a note and the keys to the Mustang. Make yourself at home. Car's yours if you need it. It felt strange sliding into the unmarked cruiser, as if some part of her was no longer a cop. The awkward sensation clung as the sun edged above the trees, and she drove past the old Victorians on her way to the outskirts of town. When she got to the prison, most of it was still shrouded in gloom, only the highest walls dappled pink, the high wires glinting. At the public entrance, a uniformed guard met her at the door. He was early 40s, with washed-out eyes and a pale, wide body that had few hard corners. Miss Black?
Not detective or officer. Ms. Black.
That's me.
My name is William Preston. The warden asked me to bring you in. Do you have any weapons? Contraband? Elizabeth's personal weapon was in the car, but a rumpled pack of cigarettes rode in a jacket pocket. She pulled it, showed it to the guard. That's fine, he said, then walked her to a visitor processing area. I need you to sign in. She signed, and he slid the paperwork to an officer behind the bulletproof divider. This way. She went through a magnetometer, and Preston stood close as a 200-pound woman administered a thorough pat-down.
You realize I'm a police officer.
Thick hands went up one leg, then the other. Procedure, Preston said. No exceptions.
Elizabeth endured it, the feel of hands through fabric, the smell of latex and coffee and hair gel. When it was done, she followed Preston up a flight of stairs, then down a hallway to the east corner of the building. He walked with his shoulders down and the round head tipped forward. His shoes made rubbery noises on the floor. You can wait here. He indicated a small room with a sofa and chair. Beyond the room was a secretary of some sort, and beyond her, a set of double doors. Does the warden know I'm here?
Elizabeth asked. The warden knows everything that happens in this prison.
The officer left and Elizabeth sat. The warden didn't keep her long. Detective Black. He swept past the secretary, a dark-haired man pushing 60. Elizabeth's first thought was charming. The second was too charming. He took her hand with both of his, smiled with teeth too white to be anything but bleached. I'm so sorry to keep you waiting. Detective Beckett has spoken of you for so long and with such passion I feel as if I've known you a lifetime. Elizabeth retrieved her hand, wondering at the line between charming and slick. How do you know Beckett? Corrections and law enforcement are not so dissimilar. That's not really an answer. Of course it's not. I apologize. He blinded her again. Charlie and I met once at a recidivism seminar in Raleigh. We were friends for a time, professional men with similar jobs. Then life, as it so often does, took us in different directions, he more deeply into his career and I more deeply into mine. Still, I know a few in law enforcement, your Captain Dyer, for instance. You know Francis? Captain Dyer, a few others, a handful of people in your department have maintained an interest in Adrian Wall. That doesn't seem entirely appropriate. Morbid curiosity, Detective. Hardly a crime. He gestured to the office beyond the double doors and did not wait for a response. Inside they sat, he behind the desk, Elizabeth in front of it. The room was institutional and trying to hide the fact. Warm art and soft light, heavy rugs under custom furniture. So, he said, Adrian Wall. Yes. I understand you knew him before. Before prison, she said. Have you known many on the other side? By that, of course, I mean men who've served lengthy sentences, not misdemeanor recidivists, but hardened felons, men like Adrian Wall. I'm not sure what Beckett told you. I ask because this is the great difference in our chosen professions. You see the actions that lead men to places like this, the things they do, the people they hurt. We see the change that prison inflicts. Hard men made crueler, soft ones unmade entirely. Loved ones rarely get the same person back when the sentence is done. Adrian is not a loved one. Detective Beckett led me to believe you have certain feelings. Look, this is simple. Charlie asked me to come, so I'm here. I assume there's a purpose. Very well. A drawer opened and a file came out. The warden placed it on the desk, spread his tapered fingers. Much of this is confidential, which means I will deny ever showing it to you. Beckett's seen it? He has. And Dyer? Your captain as well?" Elizabeth frowned because it still felt unseemly, the easy smile in the office that tried to be what it was not, the heavy file that should not be so well thumbed. Of course people would have kept track. How could she have presumed otherwise? The deeper question was why she had not done the same. "Pedophiles and police." The warden opened the file. "Convicts hate both with an equal passion." He handed over a sheaf of photographs. There were 30 maybe, all of them full color. "Take your time." If Elizabeth thought she was ready, she wasn't. "The miracle," the warden said, "is that he survived it all." Taken in the prison hospital, the photographs were a testament to both the fragility and resilience of the human body. Elizabeth saw knife wounds, ripped skin, eyes swollen bloody. In the first 3 years, Mr. Wall endured 7 hospitalizations, 4 stabbings, some pretty horrific beatings. That one, the warden waved a finger when she stopped on a photograph. Your Mr. Wall went headfirst down 30 concrete stairs. The skin was peeled off one side of Adrian's face, his head shaved where staples held his scalp together. 6 fingers were clearly broken, as was an arm, a leg. The sight made Elizabeth nauseous. When you say he went headfirst down the stairs, you mean he was thrown. A witness in prison. The warden turned his palms up. Few men have the courage to talk. Adrian was a cop. Yet a prisoner like everyone else, and not immune to the perils of institutional life. She tossed the photos on the desk, watched them slide, one across the other. He could have been killed. Could have been, but was not. These men, however, were. A stack of files hit the desk. 3 different inmates, 3 different incidents. All were suspected in one or more of the attacks on your friend. All died quietly and unseen, killed by a single stab wound, perfectly placed. The warden touched the soft place at the back of his neck. How does one die unseen in prison? Even in a place like this, there are dark corners. Are you suggesting that Adrian killed these men? Each death followed an attack on your friend. 2 months later, 4 months. Hardly proof. And yet, it speaks to a certain patience. Elizabeth studied the warden's face. He had a reputation for being smart and effective. Beyond that, she knew nothing about him. As large as the prison stood in the life of the county, the warden kept to himself. He was rarely seen at restaurants or other gatherings. The prison was his life, and while she respected the professionalism, something about the man made her uncomfortable. The false smile, something in his eyes. Maybe it was the way he spoke of dark corners. Why did Becky want me to come here? It can't be for this. Only in part. The warden used a remote control to turn on a wall-mounted television. The scene that flickered and firmed was of Adrian in a padded cell. He was pacing, muttering. The angle was down, as if the camera was mounted high in the corner. Suicide watch. One of many. Elizabeth walked to the set for a better look. Adrian's cheeks were sunken. Stubble covered his chin. He was agitated, one hand flicking out, then the other. It looked as if he was arguing. Who's he talking to? God. The warden joined her and shrugged. The devil, who can say? His condition worsened after the first year in isolation. He was often as you see him here. You took him out of the general population? Some months after the final assault. The warden froze the image, looked vaguely apologetic. It was time. Beyond time, perhaps. Elizabeth considered Adrian's image on the screen. His face was tilted toward the camera, the eyes wide and fixed, the centers pixelated black. He looked angular, unbalanced. Why is he out? I beg your pardon. He was released on early parole. That could not have happened without your approval. You say he killed 3 people. If that's true, why did you let him out? There's no proof he was involved. Elizabeth shook her head. It's not a matter of proof, though, is it? Parole is about good behavior, a subjective standard. Perhaps I am more sympathetic than you imagine. Sympathetic? Elizabeth could hide neither the doubt nor the dislike. The warden smiled thinly and selected a photograph from the desk. It showed Adrian's face, the ripped skin and staples, the stitches in his lips. You have your own problems, do you not? Perhaps that's why Detective Beckett suggested you come, to better understand the proper use of your time. He handed her the photograph and she studied it, unflinching. Prison is a horrible place, Detective. You would do well to avoid it. When Officer Preston took the woman away, the warden moved to the window and waited for her to appear outside. After 4 minutes, she did, stopping once to peer up at his window. She was pretty in the morning light, not that he cared. When she was in her car, he called Beckett. Your lady friend is a liar. The car pulled away as the warden watched. I studied her face when she looked at the photographs. She has feelings for Adrian Wall, perhaps very strong ones. Did you convince her to stay away? Keeping Adrian Wall alone and isolated is in both our interests. I don't know anything about your interests, Beckett said. You wanted to talk to her, I made that happen. And the rest of it? I'll do what I said. He really is broken, our Mr. Wall. The warden touched the television, the pixelated eyes. Either that or he's the hardest man I've ever seen. After 13 years, I'm still unsure. What does that even mean? I should explain myself why. Because we were friends once? Because I am so generous with my time? The warden stopped talking, and Beckett said nothing. They weren't friends at all. They weren't even close. If Elizabeth was looking for further insight into Adrian, she didn't find it in the first moments of court. He entered in full restraints, the 19th inmate in a row of 20. He kept his eyes down so she saw the top of his head, the line of his nose. Elizabeth watched him shuffle to his place on the long bench and tried to reconcile the man she saw with the video from the warden's office. As disturbing as he'd appeared, he looked 10 times better now. Not filled out, but heavier. Troubled, but not insane. She willed him to look her way, and when the brown eyes came up, she felt the same shock of communication. She sensed so many things about him, not just willfulness and fear, but a profound aloneness. All that flashed in an instant. Then the din of court intervened, and his head dipped again as if weighted by all the stares heaped upon it. Cops, reporters, other defendants, they all got it. Everybody knew. Crowded as the room was, and it was packed, nothing brought the thunder like Adrian Wall. Holy shit, look at this place. Beckett slid in beside her, craning his neck at the double row of cameras and reporters. I can't believe the judge allowed this kind of circus. There's what's-her-face, Channel 3. Shit, she's looking at you. Elizabeth glanced that way, face expressionless. The reporter was pretty and blonde in bright nails and a tight red sweater. She made a call-me gesture and frowned when Elizabeth ignored it. Did you see the warden? Beckett asked. You know what? Outside. Elizabeth pushed against his shoulder and followed him off the bench. Eyes tracked them, but she didn't care what Dyer or Randolph or any of the other cops thought. You know, your buddy the warden is a real asshole. They rounded into the hall, a sea of people milling around them, parting at the sight of Beckett's badge. Elizabeth crowded him into a corner beside a trash can and a tattooed kid sleeping on a bench. He's not exactly my buddy, Beckett said. Then what? He helped me once when I was in a bad place, that's all. I thought he could help you too. Why was he at Nathan's? I don't know, he just showed up. What were you arguing about? The fact I didn't want him on my fucking crime scene. What's going on here, Liz? You have no reason to be angry with me. He was right, and she knew it. Moving to a narrow window, Elizabeth wrapped her arms around her chest. Outside, the day was too perfect for what was coming. He showed me the tape. And the people Adrian killed? The people he might have killed. You don't think he's capable? Elizabeth stared through the glass. Adrian had been gentler than most, but like all good cops, he had steel in his spine and an unflinching will. Could suffering such as his twist those things into something deformed and violent? Of course it could. But had it? People are rushing to judgment, Charlie. I feel it. That's not true. Come on. When was the last time you saw so many cops at first appearance? I counted 23, including the captain. What is it normally, 6 or 7? Look at that. She gestured to the crowd gathered at the courtroom door. It was twice as large as one might normally see. Spectators and press, the angry, the curious. People are scared, Beckett said. Another woman, the same church. This is a witch hunt. Liz, wait. But she didn't. She pushed through the crowd and found another seat in the area reserved for cops. People were still staring, but she didn't care. Could Charlie be right? What was the path when your heart said one thing and facts hinted at another? Adrian was tried in a courtroom very much like this, convicted by a jury of his peers. But they didn't know everything, did they? There was a reason his DNA was under the dead woman's nails. Reasons and secrets, infidelity and death. Adrian said no one knew he was sleeping with the victim, but was it really such a blur? What about Gideon's father? If Adrian was sleeping with his wife, Robert Strange may have known. Sex, betrayal, wives had been murdered for less. If he framed her lover for the murder, it would be a neat little package. Cheating wife dead, boyfriend locked away. But Robert Strange had an alibi. Beckett himself had verified it. What about Adrian's wife? That was an interesting question. Did Catherine Wall know her husband was cheating? She was pregnant, possibly jealous. She wasn't investigated because no one other than Adrian and his attorney knew about the affair. What if that was not entirely true? Against his own attorney's advice, Adrian had refused to take the stand. Had he done so, he could have explained all the things that led to his conviction. He said he kept quiet because he didn't wish to hurt his wife, and because no one would believe him anyway. What if it was more than that? What if he didn't want to implicate her, take the stand against her? Did Adrian go to prison to protect his wife? If Catherine Wall knew of the affair, she had motive to kill Julia Strange. Did she have an alibi? Most likely, no one would ever know. The woman was gone, the case closed. So Elizabeth considered the crime itself. Manual strangulation took some strength. So did lifting bodies, posing them on altars. Could a woman do it? Maybe, if she was strong enough, angry enough. Maybe she had help. Elizabeth watched Adrian, but he did not look up again. So she scrubbed her face and settled into the drudgery of court as first appearances took over. Prisoners met the judge, had their charges read, waited for lawyers to be appointed. She'd seen it 100 times on 100 different days. The first ripple came long before Adrian was even called. It started in front of the bar, and Elizabeth saw it like a breeze over grass. Heads came together. People muttered. She didn't understand until the prosecutor leaned into his assistant and whispered, "What the hell is Crybaby Jones doing here?" Elizabeth followed the stairs and saw Faircloth Jones at a side door beyond the bar. He was frail but elegant, dressed in the same kind of bow tie and seersucker suit he'd worn for most of his 50 years in practice. He stood above a dark wood cane and held perfectly still until even the judge turned his way. After that, the old lawyer had the stage, crossing the room as if he owned it, nodding at older lawyers who grinned or nodded back or brooded over old cases and long-wounded pride. The younger lawyers nudged each other and leaned close, each one asking more or less the same question. Is that really Crybaby Jones? Elizabeth understood that too. Faircloth Jones was the finest lawyer to come through the county, yet he'd not been seen outside his own house in close to 10 years. Even the judge accepted the impact of the old lawyer's presence, leaning back in his chair and saying, "Okay, may as well deal with this now. Mr. Jones." He projected his voice at the row of seated lawyers. "Very nice to see you again." Faircloth stopped beside the first bench and seemed to bow, without doing so. "The pleasure is entirely mine, Your Honor. I'd rather not assume, but may I ask?" "Adrian Wall, Your Honor. Yes, I'd like to be noted as counsel of record." The DA rose, large and unhappy. "Your Honor, Attorney Jones hasn't been seen in court for over 10 years. I don't know if his license is current." "Let's ask him then, Mr. Jones." "My license is quite current, Your Honor." "There you are, Mr. D.A., quite current." The judge glanced at the rowed prisoners, lifted a finger, and said, "Bailiff." 2 bailiffs called Adrian from the prisoner's bench. He kept his head up this time and nodded at the old lawyer. Faircloth touched him once on the shoulder, then said, "I'd like to have these cuffs removed, if I may." The judge motioned again, and the D.A. could not hide his frustration. "Your Honor!" The judge held up a hand and leaned forward. "It's my understanding that the defendant is not before this court on a violent offense." "Second-degree trespass, Your Honor." "That's it? A misdemeanor?" "Also resisting arrest," the D.A. said. "Another misdemeanor, Your Honor." "Yet there are other circumstances." "The only relevant circumstance," Faircloth interrupted the D.A., "is that the authorities want my client locked away while they investigate another crime for which they have insufficient evidence to charge. It's no mystery, Your Honor. You know it. The reporters know it." Faircloth gestured at the press bench, which was packed shoulder to shoulder. Some famous faces were there, including some from the big stations in Charlotte, Atlanta, Raleigh. Many had covered the original trial. None of them could take their eyes off the old lawyer, and Faircloth knew it. While no one would argue with the tragedy of another young woman's early demise, the district attorney is trying to end-run the constitutional restraints of due process. Have things changed so much in my absence, Your Honor? Are we now some kind of banana republic that the state, in all its might and glory, could even contemplate such a thing?" The judge drummed his fingers and glanced twice at the reporters. He was an ex-prosecutor and generally leaned in that direction. The reporters changed the math, and the old attorney knew it. So did the judge. "Mr. D.A., Adrian Wall is a convicted killer, Your Honor. He has no family in the community. He owns no property. Any expectations for an appearance at some later court date would be based on hope alone. The state requests remand." "For 2 misdemeanors?" Crybaby half turned to face the reporters. "Your Honor, I implore you." The judge pursed his lips and frowned at the D.A. "Do you intend to file felony charges?" "Not at this time, Your Honor." "Mr. Jones?" "My client was arrested on land that had been in his family since before the Civil War. After 13 years of incarceration, the impulse to return there is understandable. I'd further argue that any resistance he might have offered at the time of his arrest was in response to police overzealousness. Police reports indicate that 12 officers were involved, and I'd stress that number again. 12 officers on a trespass complaint. I think that speaks clearly to the state's intent. On the other hand, Mr. Wall's family has been in this county since the winter of 1807. He has no plans to leave and is eager to appear before this court so we might offer a vigorous defense to frivolous charges. Given all that, Your Honor, we consider remand an absurd request and ask only that bond be reasonable." The lawyer finished softly, the room so silent every word carried. Elizabeth could feel tension in the space around her. It went beyond the DA's frustration or Faircloth's dignified air. A woman was dead, and Adrian was the most notorious convicted killer of the past 50 years. Reporters craned where they sat. Even the DA was holding his breath. "Bond is $500. The gavel came down. The room erupted. "Next case." Outside, Elizabeth found Faircloth Jones on the edge of a crowd. He leaned on his cane as if waiting for her. "It's good to see you, Faircloth." She took his hand, gave it a squeeze. "Unexpected, but really, really good." "Take my arm," he said. "Walk with me." Elizabeth looped her arm in his and guided him through the crowd. They took the wide granite stairs, found the sidewalk. A half-dozen people spoke a word or touched the lawyer's arm. He smiled at each, dipping his head, murmuring a kind word back. When they were beyond the crowd, Elizabeth pressed his arm against her side. "You made a very nice entrance. The law, as you may have surmised, is equal parts theater and reason. The finest scholars might struggle in court, while mediocre thinkers excel. Logic and flair and leverage where appropriate. Such are the makings of a trial attorney. Did you see his honest face when I mentioned the reporters? Good Lord! It appeared as if something unpleasant had taken up sudden residence beneath his robe." He chuckled, and Elizabeth joined him. "It was good of you to come, Faircloth. I doubt Adrian would have fared as well with a court-appointed attorney that didn't know or care for him." Faircloth waved off the compliment. "The smallest thing. One courtroom appearance among a multitude of thousands." "You're not fooling me, Mr. Jones." She pressed his arm more tightly. "I was only one row behind you." "Ah!" He dipped his still lean jaw. "And you noticed the sweat stain on my collar, the slight but unfortunate tremor in my hands." "I saw no such things." "Indeed." Humor was in the word, a twinkle so lively she couldn't help but smile again. "Then perhaps, my dear, you should have those lovely eyes checked." They passed the last edge of the crowd and moved 30 yards in a slow shuffle, tarmac on the left, sun-cooked grass to the right. Neither spoke, but he pressed her hand with his arm. When they reached a bench in a spot of shade, they sat and watched a line of uniformed officers stand at the balustrade and stare in their direction. They disliked that Adrian was bonding out, that Liz was sitting with the lawyer who made it happen. "That's a grim spectacle," Faircloth said. "Not everyone sees Adrian as we do." "How could they when they barely know the man? Such is the nature of headlines and innuendo." "And murder convictions." The old lawyer looked away, but not before Elizabeth saw the pain she'd caused. "I'm sorry," she said. "I didn't mean that the way it sounded." "It's quite all right. It's not as if I've forgotten." Elizabeth looked back at the officers. They were still watching her, most likely hating her. "I never visited," she said. "I tried a few times, but never got past the parking lot. It was hard. I couldn't do it." "Because you loved him." It was not a question. Elizabeth felt her jaw drop, a sudden flush. "Why would you say that?" "I may be old, my dear, but I have never been blind. Beautiful young ladies don't sit so devotedly in court without good reason. It was hard to miss the way you looked at him." I wasn't." The old lawyer nudged her with a shoulder. "I imply no impropriety, and completely understand why a woman might feel that way. I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable." She shrugged once, then shifted on the bench and wrapped her arms around a single knee. "How about you?" "Visit? No, never." "Why not?" He sighed and stared at the courthouse as another man might stare at an old lover. "I tried at first, but he wouldn't see me. Everyone hurt. There was nothing to say. Maybe he blamed me for the verdict. I never found out. After that first month, it became a matter of simple avoidance. I told myself I'd try again. Then a week went by, and then another. I found reasons to avoid that side of town, the prison, even the road that would take me there. I made up lies and stories, told myself he understood, that I was old and done with the law and that the relationship had been purely professional. And every day I whittled at the truth of my feelings, buried them deep, because it hurt like hell, all of it. He shook his head but kept his eyes on the courthouse. Adrian was there because of my inadequacy. That's a hard truth for a man like me to accept. So maybe I drank too much and slept too little. Maybe I turned from my wife and friends and all that ever mattered to me as a man and a lawyer. I lost myself in the guilt because Adrian was, perhaps, the finest man I'd ever represented, and I knew he'd never come out the same. After that, the hatred came like a thief. He doesn't hate you, Faircloth. I was referring to myself, to the power of self-loathing. Do you still feel that way? Now? No. Elizabeth looked away from the lie. The old man had hurt for a long time. He still did. How long until he's out? I'll post the bond, Faircloth said. They'll drag their feet on principle. A few hours, I imagine. He can come home with me if he likes. I have room and spare clothes, and life still in these old bones. He can stay as long as he likes. The old man struggled to his feet, and Elizabeth guided him back to the sidewalk. If you'll help me to my car, it's there. He pointed with the cane, and she saw a black car with a driver by the rear door. They moved down the walk, but Faircloth stopped a few feet from the bumper, one hand white on the cane, the other still on her arm. He did not seem well, did he? No, Elizabeth frowned. He did not. The perils of confinement, I suppose. The driver opened the door, but the lawyer waved him off, a sudden twinkle in his eye. Why don't you come by the house tonight? Perhaps between the two of us we can make him feel less forgotten. Shall we say drinks at 8, dinner after? She looked away, and he said, Please do come. The house is large, and the two of us alone insufferably male. It would be so much livelier with your company. Then I'll be there. Beautiful. Excellent. He tilted his head skyward and breathed deeply. You know, I'd almost forgotten how it feels. Fresh air, open sky. I should appreciate it more, I suppose. Today being the first time in 89 years I've risked my own involuntary confinement. What do you mean? It's illegal to practice law without a license, my dear. He flashed a wink and an old man's wicked grin. Mine has been expired for ages. 13. He watched the courthouse from a distance and recognized so many faces. The police, the lawyer, even some of the reporters. It was like that when you'd lived in a town as long as he had, when you knew people. He kept his eyes on the woman, though, on the way she moved, and kept her eyes down and touched the old man's elbow. Elizabeth. Liz. So many years, he thought. So many times he'd laid up in the dark knowing it would end with her. Did he have the strength to do it? He rolled the idea around in his mind, taking it apart, putting it back together. Everyone else had been a stranger. He knew the names, yes, where they lived, and why he chose them. A multitude of women who in the end were as blank to him as water in a ditch. Things now were getting complicated. Same town, familiar faces. He settled lower in the seat, watching the line of her jaw, the angle of her shoulders. When she put the lawyer in the limousine, she looked his way but didn't see him up the street, safe in the car. He watched her walk away and pictured the girl who would be next. The thought made him sick, but it always did. When the nausea passed, he started the car, drove 6 blocks, and stopped at the curb. Beyond the glass, children ran and played under the gaze of daycare staff. Most of the women were used up. They slumped on benches and smoked cigarettes under trees. The woman he'd chosen was not like that. She stood beside the slide, smiling as she held a little boy's hand. He was 6, maybe, small and happy, even though his parents were at work and none of the other children looked at him twice. He went down the slide and the woman caught him when he hit the dirt, laughing as she spun him so hard his heels flicked up and showed the bottoms of his shoes. If he had to say why he'd chosen her, he probably couldn't. The look was wrong, except for the eyes, of course, and maybe the line of her jaw. But she lived in the same town as Adrian, and Adrian was part of this. Still, he watched for another minute, the way she moved, the eyelashes black on her skin. She had a good laugh and was pretty and tilted her head a certain way. He wondered if she was smart, too, if she would see through his lies or understand the church as it rose in the distance. In the end, it didn't matter. So he pictured how it would be. The white linen and warm skin, the bow of her neck and the communion as she died. He felt sick again thinking about it, but already his eyes were brimming. This time it would work. This time he would find her. He waited until it was dark and she was home alone. For an hour he watched the lights in her house. Then he circled the block and watched for an hour more. There was no movement in the night, no walkers or porch sitters or idle curious. By 9 o'clock he was certain. She was alone in the house. He was alone on the street. Starting the car, its lights off, he pulled forward, then backed into her driveway. The neighboring house was close on that side, but his car settled above an oily spot only 10 steps from the porch. There were bushes, trees, pools of blackness. On the porch, he saw her through the glass, on the sofa, legs curled. He tapped on the glass and watched her eyebrows crease as she came hesitantly to the door. He lifted a hand so she saw it through the pane, a friendly wave from a friendly face. The door opened a few inches. "May I help you?" A trace of doubt flickered, but she would overcome it. She was young and polite and southern. Girls like her always overcame it. "I'm sorry to bother you. I know it's late, but it's about the daycare center." The door opened another 6 inches, and he saw that she was barefoot in jeans and that she'd removed her bra. The T-shirt was worn thin, so he looked away, but not before she frowned and the door's gap narrowed. "The center? There's a problem. I know it's sudden. I can drive, if you like." "I'm sorry, do I know you?" Of course she didn't. He had nothing to do with the center. "Mrs. McCluskey is not answering her phone or her door. I guess she's out." He smiled, one of his good smiles. "I just naturally thought of you." "Who are you again?" "A friend of Miss McCluskey." She looked at her feet, a palm on each thigh, and it seemed as if it might be that easy. "I need shoes." "You don't need shoes." "What?" That was stupid. Stupid. Maybe he was more nervous than he thought, or more frightened of failure. "I'm sorry." He laughed, thought it was good. "I don't know what I'm saying. Of course, you need shoes." She looked past his smile and saw the car in the drive. It was dirty and dented and streaked with rust. He used it because he could burn it if he had to, or drop it in the river. But it caused these problems. "We should hurry." He tried again because headlights rose 2 blocks down the street. Getting the girl in the car was taking too long. The door closed another inch. "Maybe I should call Mrs. McCluskey." "By all means, of course. I'm just trying to help. What did you say the problem was?" She turned into the house, going for the phone. The headlights were a block away and would hit the porch in seconds. He couldn't be there when it happened. "I didn't exactly." She said something about waiting on the porch, but he was already committed. He caught the door 2 steps behind her. The phone was across the room, but she didn't go for the phone. She spun and hit the door and drove it into his face. He snatched at her shirt, caught fabric and felt it tear. But she wasn't running. She lurched sideways, one hand behind the door as she pulled a bat from the crack, then spun and swung it at his head. He threw up an arm, caught the blow on his elbow, and felt a burst of yellow heat. She tried again, but he stepped back, let it pass, then snapped a palm under her chin, clacking her jaw closed and making her eyes roll white. She swayed, and for a split second he was amazed by the quiet ferocity of her attack. No screaming or crying. But it was over. He caught her with one arm and felt the tiny waist, the flutter. Mosquitoes whined as he moved down the stairs to open the hatchback and make space. Back inside, he wiped every surface he'd touched. The edge of the door, the bat. When it was done, he checked the street and carried the girl to the car. She fit perfectly. Candy in a box. 14. At 8 o'clock, Elizabeth found Faircloth Jones on the porch of his grand old house. He was alone with a drink in one hand and a cigar in the other. "Elizabeth, my dear." He rose to press a papery cheek against her own. "If you are looking for our friend, I fear time and circumstance have stolen him away." The porch was dark but for open windows and squares of light. Long untended box bushes pressed against the rails. Down the bluff the river moved with the sound of a whispering crowd. "May I offer you something? I know it's not the evening I promised, but I've opened a fine Bordeaux. And there's Belvedere, of course. I also have a lovely Spanish cheese." "I don't understand. Where's Adrian gone?" "Home, I fear, and on foot." Faircloth tilted his head down the hill. "It's only a few miles if you know the trails that follow the river. I dare say he knows them well." Elizabeth sat in a rocking chair, and the old lawyer did the same. "You mentioned circumstance." "Tight spaces and paranoia, my dear. I brought our friend home as intended, but he was unwilling to remain under my roof or between my walls. Nothing uncivilized, mind you, lots of thanks and kindness, but he wasn't going to have it. Apparently he has every intention of sleeping beneath the stars, and the risk of another trespass charge is no deterrent. Love of place. I believe Adrian suffers unduly. He's also claustrophobic." "Oh, that's very good." The lawyer's eyes narrowed as he smiled. "Not many people ever figured that out. I saw him in lockdown." Elizabeth pressed her hands between her knees. "It wasn't pretty. He spoke to me of reasons once, and I had nightmares for a year after." "Tell me." "Adrian had family in some farm town up in Pennsylvania. His mother's parents, I believe. It was a little place, regardless, all cornfields and trucks and dusty brawls. He was 6, I think, or 7. Wandering about on a neighbor's farm when he went down an abandoned well shaft and wedged tight at 60 feet. They didn't find him until lunch the next day. Even then it took another 30 hours to get him out alive. There are newspaper accounts out there somewhere if you'd care to dig 'em up. Front-page stuff. The pictures alone would break your heart. The most blank-eyed, traumatized look I've ever seen on a child. I don't think he spoke for a month after." Elizabeth blinked and saw Adrian as he'd been in the lockdown cell, shirtless in the dark, scarred and sweat-slicked and talking to himself. "Jesus. Indeed. I think I'll have that drink. Belvedere, please." He shuffled into the house and returned with a glass that clinked as he handed it to her. "You mentioned paranoia." "Oh, yes." The lawyer reclaimed his chair. "He thought we were followed from the jailhouse. A gray car, 2 men. He was very agitated about it, told me he'd seen the same car on 3 prior occasions. I pushed him for motive or cause, and though he refused to discuss it, he did act as if, perhaps, he knew what it was about." Elizabeth perked up. "Did he elaborate?" "Not at all. Was he believable? His concern was, he was stoic about it, of course, but more than eager to be on his way. He did allow me to find clothes that fit, but I couldn't coax him to linger for love or money. He stripped where we sit, asked me to burn the clothes he'd been wearing, even suggested I consider leaving for my own protection. Wanted me to stay in a hotel for a few days. The very idea. Why did he think you unsafe? I know only that my obstinacy upset him. He kept staring off that way. Crybaby pointed left. And calling me a stubborn fool of a man who was old enough to know who to trust and not. He said I should leave with him, or barring that, call the police. At the time, I thought his behavior the height of foolishness. At the time? The lawyer's eyes glinted in the night. You came in from town, right? Crossed the river there? He gestured right where land fell away. You crossed the bridge and turned directly into my drive? I did. He drew on the cigar, thin legs crossed at the knee. If you look left, he gestured to a gap in the trees, you'll see the land rise up to where the road follows the ridge. It's distant, I'll give you, but there's a turnoff there from which you can see the house. Tourists find it from time to time. It makes a nice picture when the leaves peak. What exactly are we talking about? We're not so much talking as waiting. For that. Do you hear it? She didn't at first, and then she did. A car on the road. The noise grew from a whisper, then the car hit the bridge and the old lawyer gestured left with his cigar. Watch the gap. She did what he asked, heard the car, sensed its lights as it climbed through the trees. Do you see it? Lights rounded a bend, rose and then leveled off. The car was on the ridge, the road shining beneath it. For 3 seconds, that's all she saw. Then, the car sped past the gap, and Elizabeth saw a second car, parked on the verge. You saw it? Crybaby asked. I did. And the men in it? Maybe, I'm not sure. What color was the car? Gray, I believe. Thank God. The old lawyer leaned back, finished his drink. After 3 cocktails and 2 hours of staring up that hill, I was beginning to think our troubled friend's paranoia might be contagious. Elizabeth kept the headlights off until she reached the bottom of the driveway. When the road appeared, she clicked on the lights and turned left. At the top of the ridge, she stepped on the gas and hit the blues when the parked car appeared. It was a Ford sedan and fairly new, judging by the paint. She pulled in behind it and saw the outlines of men in the front, shapes changing as they turned to look back. She kept the lights bright, blues thumping behind the grill as she keyed the license plate on her laptop. What she saw made little sense, but there it was. The number, the registration. Keeping one hand on the grip of her pistol, Elizabeth opened the door and exited, flashlight held high as she kept the weapon low and gave the car's rear bumper a wide berth. Inside the car, both men held still, and she saw them plainly. They wore dark ball caps, the both of them. Elizabeth took in the heavy shoulders and blue jeans and dark shirts. Late 30s probably, maybe early 40s. The driver kept his hands on the wheel. The passengers were out of sight. That brought Elizabeth's weapon higher, kept it up as the window slid down. Is there a problem, officer? She stayed behind his left shoulder, watched the line of his jaw, his fingers on the wheel. I want to see the passenger's hands, now. Hands rose from the dark, then settled on the man's lap. Elizabeth checked the back seat, leaned closer. No alcohol smell. Nothing obviously illegal. Identification. The driver lifted his shoulders and dipped his head so the cap shielded his eyes against the light. I don't think so. The attitude bothered her. Something about his face did, too. It was partially obscured, but an arrogance was there, and an unpleasant softness. License and registration. Now. You're a city officer 5 miles into the county. You have no jurisdiction here. City and county cooperate when called for. I can have a sheriff's deputy here in 5 minutes. I don't think so, seeing as how you're suspended and under investigation. The sheriff won't jump for you, lady. I doubt he'd even take your call. Elizabeth studied the men more closely. The hair was clipped short, the skin pale. The flashlight washed out their features, but what she saw of the driver seemed familiar. The rounded jaw and drained-out eyes, the sweat just dry enough to make him look sticky. Do I know you? Anything's possible. A smile underlay the words, the same condescension and easy conceit. Wheels turned in Elizabeth's mind, gears that wanted to mesh. This vehicle is registered to the prison. We'll be leaving now, Miss Black. Are you following Adrian Wall? You have a nice evening. Why are you watching this house? He turned the key, the engine caught, and Elizabeth stepped back as gravel sprayed and the car surged onto smooth pavement. She watched it rise and fall and disappear beyond the next hill. Only then, alone on the road, did the last gear finally click. Ms. Black. She holstered the weapon, checked her math. Yeah, she knew the guy. Adrian did not go to the farm. He followed the river instead and listened for a voice on the wind that refused to come. The water spoke, so did the leaves, the branches, the soles of his shoes. Everything that moved gave voice, but none of it offered him what he needed. Only Eli Lawrence knew the guards and the warden and the secret corridors of Adrian's hurt. Eli kept him together in the dark and the cold. He was the steel that held Adrian straight, the steady hands that gathered the threads of his sanity. They're following me, Adrian said. They were at the farm, I think. Now they're crybabies. No response came, no voice or touch or flicker of humor. Adrian was alone in the night. He picked his way along the trail, his feet finding the rocks and muddy places, the deadfalls and the moss and the slick black roots. The bank dipped where a creek trickled in. Adrian held on to a sycamore, the branch of a pine. He splashed through the creek and climbed the bank on the other side. What if they're still there? What if they hurt him? They won't bother the lawyer. Relief flushed through Adrian like a drug. He knew the voice wasn't real, that it was an echo from prison and the darkness and 1,000 horrible nights. But for years it was all he'd had, Eli's voice and his patience, his eyes in the dark like dim, small suns. Thank you, Eli. Thank you for coming. Don't thank anybody but yourself, son. This little delusion is all yours. But Adrian didn't believe that entirely. First day in the yard, you remember? Adrian clambered over a fallen tree, then another. They were going to kill me for being a cop. You stood them down. You saved my life. More years on the inside than I could easily count. There were still a few who listened to me. Adrian smiled at the understatement. There were men alive today who would kill or die for Eli Lawrence. Dangerous men, forgotten ones. Until the day he died, the old man had been a voice of wisdom in the yard, an arbitrator, a peacemaker. Adrian's life was not the only one he'd saved. It's good to hear your voice, Eli. 8 years since I watched you die, and it's still good. You're basically just talking to yourself. I know that. You don't think I know that? Now you're bitching at yourself. Adrian stopped where the river widened. People would find it strange how he talked to a dead man. But the world had grown strange too, and every sound reminded him of that. The slide of the river, the scrape of pines. He'd known this land as a boy, fished 30 miles in either direction. Walked every trail and climbed 100 trees that hung above the water. How could it be so foreign now? How could it feel so wrong? 'Cause you're a goddamn mess. Hush now, old man, let me think. Moving down the bank, Adrian slipped his hand into the river. That was real, he told himself, and unchanged. But the sky felt too broad, the trees too tall. Adrian climbed back to the trail and tried to ignore the ugly truth that only he was different, that the world spun as it always had. He walked and considered that and realized once that he'd been standing still long enough for the moon to rise. He held out a hand and watched light spill through his fingers. It was the first moonlight he'd seen in 13 years, and thoughts of Liz came, unbidden. Not because she was beautiful, though she was, but because the same moon had risen on the night he'd found her at the quarry, and then again on the night she'd made her first arrest. He imagined her in the light, the moon, her skin. Jesus, son, the first pretty woman you see. Adrian laughed, and it was the first honest laugh he could remember. Thank you, Eli. Thank you for that. You're still talking to yourself. I know I am. He started walking. Most of the time, I know. The river bent west, and the trail with it. When it twisted again a mile later, Adrian turned away from the low ground and worked his way upslope until he found a dirt road that trended in the right direction. That was good for half a mile. When it, too, turned away from his path, Adrian crossed a band of woods, then a farm with a small white house, brightly lit. A dog barked twice from the porch, but Adrian knew how to stay quick and quiet, and the night swallowed him before the dog got a good scent. Beyond the farm was a road that took him to an intersection 3 miles farther. Left would take him into the city. Right would lead to a subdivision on the flats beneath the mountain. Adrian went right. Francis Dyer lived right. When he got to Dyer's house, he checked the name on the mailbox, then rang the doorbell. When no one answered, he peered through the window, saw lights inside and things he remembered. Pictures of Dyer as a rookie and the day he made detective, leather furniture and oriental rugs, road guns that looked the same as the last time they'd gone hunting together as partners and friends. That was hard to see because it reminded Adrian of laughter and hot sun, of quiet competition and bourbon drinks and dogs that lay panting and wet when the birds were rode on the tailgate and the last gun put away in the back of the old truck. It drove home the sad fact that he and Francis had been friends once, and it reminded him of the trial and disappointment, and of the unpleasant truth that had split them apart. Everything Francis had said at Adrian's trial was true. Julia had a face that could drive a man to do bad things, and Adrian was, in fact, obsessed. He'd fallen so hard and fast that even now the memory dizzied him. But it was more than the face. It was visceral, electric, needful. They'd both been unhappy, and their first meeting delivered a shock of energy so strong it could have lit the city. Recognition, desire, the need that even now he felt. They'd fought it, and not just because they were married. Her husband worked for the county and was helping with an embezzlement case that ran into the 6 figures. Money had been disappearing for years, $5,000 here, $10,000 there. The total was $230,000 at best count. Real money, a serious case. After a week, it barely mattered. After a month, he was lost. Adrian slumped on the porch, feeling her death as if it had happened days ago and not years. Oh, Julia. It had been so long since he'd allowed the luxury of remembrance. It was hard in prison because it made him soft when he could not afford it. Besides, she was dead and death was forever. So where did that leave him now? Out of prison and alone, sitting before an empty house, and suddenly full to bursting. 13 years. They filled him up, all those years, all the suffering and pain, the hours to think of things he'd lost and pieces that didn't fit. Francis! He beat again on the door, knew it was pointless. So, wait for him. That's your advice, old man. Wait for him. Unless you plan to beat the door down or converse with an empty house. Adrian took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He was here for information, an exchange of words. That meant Eli was right. No violence. All right, then. We wait. Adrian found a dark place on the porch and sat with his back against the wall. He watched the empty street and tried to let the anger go. But what else was there? Answers? Peace? You don't look so good. Adrian's lips twisted in the dark. I don't feel so good either. You can handle this, son. You're bigger than this. I'm an ex-con talking to a dead man. I don't know anything anymore. You know my secret? They're watching me. Not right now, they're not. You can walk this very second. Go anywhere you want. Have anything you want. Maybe I want to kill them. We've discussed that. If I don't kill them, they'll find me. That's the inmate talking. I don't want to be alone, Eli. He's coming. Don't leave me. Hush, boy. The voice flickered, faded. Motherfucker's right there. Adrian opened his eyes as Francis Dyer stepped onto the porch. The suit was dark gray, the shoes glinted. He kept a shooter's stance, weapon level as he checked the corners, the yard. Adrian showed his hands. Just take it easy, Francis. Who are you talking to? Myself. It happens. Dyer checked the corners again. His weapon looked like the same revolver he'd always carried. What are you doing here? I have questions. Such as? Where's my wife? Tension showed on Dyer's face, turned his fingers white on the gun. That's why you're here? Part of it. Adrian started to push himself up, but Dyer didn't like it. You sit until I say, hands, again. Adrian took his hands from the decking and showed his palms. This is my house, Adrian. My home. Convicts don't show up at a cop's home. That's how they get shot. So do it. Adrian put his hands on the floor, slid his back up the wall until he was standing. It was a small victory. He took it. Where's my wife? I don't know. The farm's burned. Liz says she disappeared. I'm surprised you didn't leave sooner. The revolver didn't budge. Adrian studied the narrowed eyes, the tight lips. Catherine and Francis had been close. Hell, before the murder and the trial, they all had. You were her friend. I was her husband's partner, that's different. You want me to beg, Francis? We were partners for 7 years, but fine. You want me to beg? I'm begging. Please tell me what happened to my wife. I won't ask anything of her or ruin her life. I just want to know where she is, that she's well. Maybe it was the tone of voice or memories of their partnership. Whatever it was, Dyer holstered the weapon. In the gloom, he was all angles and dark eyes. His voice when he spoke was surprisingly soft. Catherine wouldn't talk to any of us after the trial, not me or Beckett or anyone else from the department. We tried to keep up with her, but she wouldn't answer the phone or the door. It went that way for 3 or 4 months. The last time I went to see her, the place was locked up tight. No car, mail stacked up on the porch. 2 months after that, the house burned. It was too much for her. She left. I think it's that simple. But she still owns the farm. There was a question there, and Dyer understood. The county took it 2 years later. Unpaid taxes. Adrian leaned against the wall. The land had been in his family since before the Civil War. Losing it to the same people who'd locked him away for 13 years was an unbearable injustice. I didn't kill Julia. Don't. We're just talking. Not about her, we're not. Every angle in Francis Dyer seemed to sharpen, the shoulders, the jaw. Tell me about the beer can. What? Adrian watched him, looking for the lie. A 12-ounce Foster's can with my prints on it was found in a ditch 30 yards from the church. It linked me to the murder scene, but here's the thing. Adrian stepped closer. Dyer didn't budge. I never drank a beer near that church. I never left a can there. I wouldn't. The last time I drank a Foster's was here, in this house 2 days before she died. You think I planted evidence? Did you? There were other people here that night. Beckett, Randolph, even Liz was here. I could name 50 people. It was a party. Besides, no one needed to plant evidence to convict you. You handled that part just fine by yourself. Dyer meant DNA and skin and scratches. That was logical and fine, but the can was first-day evidence. Without Adrian's prints at the scene, there'd have been no court order subjecting him to a physical exam, no knowledge of the scratches on his neck, and nothing connecting him to the murder. Someone planted that can. No one framed you. It didn't get there by itself. You know what? We're done. I didn't kill her, Francis. Mention Julia again and I'll shoot you for real. I mean it. Adrian didn't blink or back down. He held his ex-partner's gaze and felt all the emotion behind it. Do you really hate me so much? You know why, Dyer said, and looking in his black and bitter eyes, Adrian did. Because Francis Dyer had always been jealous. Because he'd loved Julia too. That certainty grew as Adrian walked out of his old partner's neighborhood. The can was peripheral at trial, not a non-event, but almost an afterthought. By then, the prosecutor had scratches on Adrian's neck and skin under Julia's nails. He had prints in the house and Adrian's own partner to testify against him. Those things made a case so strong the beer can at the church was a blip. But that was the trial, and early days of the investigation had been very different. Liz had found Julia's body in the old church, and it was like marble on the altar, white and lifeless and clean. Adrian could still feel the rage and sadness that ripped through him when he got the call. He remembered every second, had lived them 1,000,000 times. The drive to the church and the sight of her there. The love of his life gone lifeless. Hardwood under his knees as he'd wept like a child. Uncaring. But people saw. Francis and other cops, they saw, and they wondered. Then a tech pulled Adrian's print and everything changed. Not just the doubts and dirty looks, but the court-ordered blood sample and the physical exam that found the scratches on his neck. After years behind the badge, Adrian was on the outside, a suspect. He lost standing, trust, and in the end, everything he'd ever loved. Julia first, then life as he'd known it. That his partner might have been jealous enough to plant evidence didn't occur to Adrian until his first year in solitary. It was so out there and so extreme, a thought born of the smallest memory. Julia lay propped on an elbow, a sheet gathered at her waist. They were in a hotel in Charlotte, 10th floor. Light from the city spilled in, but all else was dark. It was a week before she died, and she was beautiful. Are we bad people, Adrian? He'd stroked her face. Maybe. Is it worth it? It was an old question between them. He'd kissed her then and said yes. It has to be. But doubt was in the room, a dark conjuring. I think your partner knows. Why? A look, she said. A feel. Like what? Like he watches more than he should. That was it, a nothing in the night. But nothings grow when the world is 8 by 6 and hours stretch forever. Adrian replayed the memory 100 times, and then 1,000. 2 days later, he added the can to see how the pieces fit. It seemed possible, he'd thought, which was not the same as probable. But the can was not probable either. Not with his prints on it. Not at the church. Francis had always been insecure, lost at times in Adrian's shadow. That's how it could be with cops. One was first through the door and one was second. One got the media, one was the hero. But jealousy alone could not explain something as malignant as planted evidence. That required stronger emotions, the minting of a single coin, perhaps, with love bright on one side and envy black on the other. Spin it fast enough, and what would you see? A partner grown silent and strange. A man who watched more than he should. It still seemed possible, but there was no certainty on the roadside or under the high, dim stars. Nor did conviction present itself between the crumbled walls of his burned-out home. Adrian lit a fire as he'd done before and tried to paste the questions into ordered form. Who killed Julia, and why? Why the church, the linen, the violence that crushed her neck with such utter, irretrievable conviction? Could someone else have planted the can? In the end, such questions were voices lost in the throng. Adrian was not the same man, and he knew it. His thinking grew muddled at times. Sometimes he blanked out. That was a gift from the warden and the guards. Yet clarity had not deserted him entirely. Open spaces and faces of good intent, these things made sense to him and offered hope of a sort. Liz was his friend, he believed that. So was the lawyer. This land. Memories of what it meant to be determined and sure. Had that man gone? Adrian wondered. Had he been carved away in his entirety? He paced another hour, then found a corner and sat. The night was dark and still, and then gone, as if it, too, was only a memory. He was on a metal bed. He was screaming. Hold him down. Get the arm. They got the free arm strapped again, cinched it down as he screamed into the gag, and edged metal flashed red. Adrian tasted blood, knew he was biting his tongue, the inside of his cheeks. The room smelled of bleach and sweat and copper. Blood streaked the warden's face. The ceiling was rusted metal. Now I'm going to ask you again. The warden leaned close, his eyes like black glass as metal flashed once more, and a line of fire opened on Adrian's chest. Are you listening? Another cut, blood pooling on the table. Just nod when you're ready to talk. Look at me when I'm speaking. Look at me! Adrian fought the straps, felt something tear. It's too much, someone said. He's bleeding out. Hand me a needle. Hold his finger. The needle slipped under the nail. Adrian screamed, and his back came off the table. Give me another. That one went in harder, deeper. Will you talk to me now? Look at me. Not at the ceiling. What did Eli tell you? A hand slapped Adrian's face. Don't pass out. We'll have to start over. Prisoner Wall? Adrian? Hey, Eli Lawrence, what did he tell you? 2 more blows, Adrian's head rocking. After that, the warden sighed and lowered his voice as if they were friends. You were close to him, I understand. You feel loyalty for a friend, and I admire that. I really do. But here's the problem. He smoothed the hand across Adrian's soaking hair, left it on the forehead, and leaned even closer. That old man loved you like a son, and I doubt he would have died with such a secret unshared. You see my problem? I need to be sure, and this— He patted Adrian's forehead, ignored the blood on his own palm. This is the only way. Will you nod for me now so I know you understand? Adrian did. You don't need to die. The warden removed the gag, and Adrian turned his head to vomit. This can end. Just give me what I want, and the pain goes away forever. Adrian moved his lips. What? The warden leaned closer. 8 inches away. 6. Adrian spit in the warden's face, and after that things got ugly. Deeper cuts, longer needles. A vision of Eli appeared the moment Adrian thought he would finally break. The old man was a shadow beyond the lights, the only man since childhood that Adrian had ever loved. Eli. The name was in his head because all else was screams and blood and the warden's question. Adrian focused on the yellow eyes, the paper skin. The old man nodded as if he understood. No sin in survival, son. Eli, you do what you need to do. You're dead. I saw you die. Why don't you give the man what he wants? They'll kill me once they know. Are you sure? You know they will. Then look at my face, boy. The old man blinked and was a ghost beside the bed. Listen to my voice. Everything hurts. See how light it is. See how it floats. It really hurts. But that's fading now, son. Falling away. I've missed you so much. Steady now. Eli, just listen to my voice. They wanted what Eli had told him, plain and simple, and they ran everything, the phones, the mail, the other guards. That meant they had the power and they had the time. When a year of knives and needles failed, it got psychological. Darkness, deprivation, hunger. Eventually the inmates themselves were turned against him, one after another, until every waking hour became a nightmare. And the rules were simple. Hurt him, don't kill him. But hurt was a big word. Ambush, intimidation, isolation. Friendly faces began to disappear. 3 men dead in the space of a year, killed by a single stab wound at the base of the skull. Their crimes, Adrian believed, a word in the yard, a place once at his table. The true nightmare began in the isolation wing. Once they understood the impact of tight spaces, they got creative. And prison, it turned out, was full of sub-basements and old boilers and empty pipe. Adrian shuddered thinking of the pipes, of crevices so airless and rust-choked that every breath tasted of metal. They liked to shove him in upside down, flood the pipe with water, haul him out. They used rats at times, and once they left him in for 2 days, and it was as if childhood terrors found him in the dark. Adrian went blank for a week after that. Lights turned on and off, food went uneaten. When he came back, it was a slow crawl from an empty place. They gave him a week more, then started the cycle again, in the black and on metal beds, hurt and healed, then in a boiler with rats. A darker voice came once. It spoke of endings and peace, told him to give up Eli's secret and let the silence come at last. When that voice failed, they started to think maybe he knew nothing after all. They left him alone for months, regular isolation, a regular prisoner. At times, Adrian's thoughts were so splintered he wondered if he'd dreamed it all, if the scars came from fights with other inmates, as official records said. There were no more questions. No one looked at him twice. But then he got out. Adrian squatted by the fire. He added a few sticks, then moved slow and silent into the dark beyond the shell of his house. The fields were tall, so he stuck to the drive, hugged the ditch line, and kept his knees bent. When the road appeared, chalk white under the moon, he slipped into the field and drew close enough to see the car. It was not the same one that had followed him to the lawyer's house. That was gray and this was black. But it was real, which meant the memories were real too. It wasn't delusion. He wasn't insane. At the house, he added a few more twigs to the fire, then stirred the coals until they caught in a sputter of flame. "Talk to me, Eli," he said again, ancient trees above and the sky piled up forever. "Tell me what to do." But Eli was done talking, and that made it a bad night in the ruins. At one point, Adrian levered himself up and crept back to the road. The car was gone, but tracks were there in the dirt. Even sleepless and pulled apart, Adrian knew what they wanted and what they would do to get it. That made him not just cautious, but dangerous. The only reason no one had died yet was because he wasn't yet willing, and they remained uncertain. Did he know Eli's secret or not? They doubted it because no one should be able to suffer as he had and still keep his mouth shut. Not after so many years. Not after the knives and the rats and 17 broken bones. What they failed to understand were the reasons. He didn't keep the secret for greed's sake. The reasons were older than that, and simpler. He did it for love, and he did it for hate. Kneeling on the verge, Adrian put his fingers on the tire tracks where they were clearest. He saw cigarette butts, a damp spot in the dirt that smelled of urine. They'd been gone for an hour, maybe more. Had they given up? He doubted it. Laziness, maybe. Maybe they needed cigarettes. When he returned to the fire, he piled wood until flames leapt higher. Dense clouds had moved in to cover the moon, so even with a fire, the darkness pressed in. Adrian watched the flames, but visions still gathered in the dark. Fuck those guys, and fuck Dyer too. He held on to the anger because it pushed the darkness back. The dirt was real, the burned-out house and the fire. Anger kept all that bright. So he thought of the warden, the guards, how the whole thing could still end bloody. It worked for a while, but he blinked once and the fire burned away, as if the eye blink were an hour. He drifted as he used to do, blinked and gone away. He tried to shake himself alert, but it was heavy. Everything was heavy. When he blinked again, he saw Liz, distant at first and then close, a face across the smoke, the eyes liquid and troubled and impossibly deep. What are you doing here, Liz? She moved like a ghost and sat soundless on the dirt. The edges of her face were blurry, her hair as weightless and dark as the smoke around her. Did you know I was going to jump? He tried to focus but couldn't, thought maybe he was dreaming. You wouldn't have done it. So you knew? Only that you were frightened and young. She watched him with those impossible eyes. Was it terrible? What did they do to you? Adrian said nothing, felt heat in his skin. The eyes weren't right, the way she watched and waited and seemed to float. I see the hollow place. She pointed at his chest and drew the shape of a heart. I can't talk about that, he said. Maybe there's some of you left. Maybe they missed a piece. Why are you doing this to me? Doing what? It's your dream. Her head tilted, a mannequin face on a mannequin body. He stood and looked down. You're going to kill them, aren't you? Yes, he said. Because of what they did to Eli? Don't ask me to let them live. Why would I do that? She stood too, then took his face and kissed him hard. Who are you? He asked. What do the papers call me? I don't care if you killed those men. Yet you dream of me, she said. You dream of a killer and hope we are the same. 15. He liked morning light because it was so unused. Anything could happen with such soft pink lips pressed upon the world, and he took a moment, just for himself, before dragging the girl from the silo. She fought harder than most, her skin filthy and her fingers torn bloody at the tips. She kicked and screamed, cuffs clanking on her wrists, both hands locked on a ridge of metal. He pulled until her hips rose off the ground, then sighed deeply and touched a strip of skin with the stun gun. When she went loose, he dropped her legs, then stepped away to blot sweat from his face. Normally, the silo made them easier to work with. Fear, thirst. This one was a fighter, and he thought that might be a good sign. When his breathing slowed, he rolled her onto a tarp, then removed her clothes and took his time cleaning her. This was a big part of it, and though she was beautiful in the light, he focused on her face instead of her breasts, on her legs rather than the place they'd joined. He cleaned dried blood from her fingertips and wiped her face with care. She moved once as the sponge slipped behind her knee, and then again when it touched the plane of her stomach. When her eyes fluttered, he used the stun gun a second time, and after that moved more quickly, knowing how the light would harden and age her, how different she would appear if he waited too long. When her skin was scrubbed and dried, he used a silk cord to bind her ankles and wrists, then placed her in the car and drove to the church. Yellow tape sealed the door, but what did seals matter? Or police? Or worry itself? At the altar, he laid her down and used the same cords to strap her flat, cinching the legs tight, pulling the arms down until the shoulder bones jutted. He moved faster now because she was stirring. He covered her with white linen, folding it just so, making it perfect. By then his vision was blurred, both eyes so full and brimming. It was as if no time had passed, and all the years between then and now were glass. Her lips were parted, breath moved, and while some deep part of him recognized the illusion, the weeping part embraced it with profound and terrible joy. He touched her cheek as the eyes fluttered and the pupils dilated. "I see you," he said, then choked her for the first time of what he knew would be many. It took a long time for her to die. She was crying, he was crying. When it was done, he went under the church, dragging himself to the worn spot beneath the altar and curling in the earth as he'd so often done. This was his special place, the church beneath the church. Yet even there he could not hide from the truth. He'd failed. Had he chosen poorly? Was he somehow mistaken? He closed his eyes until the grief passed, then touched one shallow grave after another. 9 women. 9 mounds in the earth. They bent around him in a gentle curve, and it troubled him to take so much comfort from their presence. He'd killed them, yes, but there was such lonesomeness in the world. He touched the earth and thought of the women beneath it. Julia should be here too, as should Ramona Morgan and the girl dead above. It was their place as much as his, their right to lie quiet beneath the church where each heart, in its turn, had slowly and painfully ceased to beat. 16. Beckett got 2 pieces of bad news in the first 10 minutes of the new day. The first was expected, the second was not. "What are you saying, Liam?" He was in the bullpen, 7:41 in the morning. Hamilton and Marsh were behind the glass in Dyer's office. Liam Howe had just walked up from narcotics. The place was a madhouse, cops everywhere, noise, movement. "I'm saying it sucks." Howe dropped into a chair across the desk, but Beckett was barely paying attention. He was watching the state cops who'd left his desk 60 seconds ago. Now they were giving Dyer the same earful they'd given him. No sound came through the glass, but Beckett knew enough to catch the big words like subpoena and Channing Shore and obstruction. Playtime was over. They were gunning for Liz, and they were gunning hard. Why? Because she wasn't talking to them. Because in spite of their attempts at understanding and moderation, she was still telling them the same thing, which basically amounted to fuck off. "You know what?" Beckett swung his feet from under the desk. "Let's walk." He tossed a final sour look at the state cops, then guided Howe out of the room and into the back stairwell. Outside they stood in the secure lot, white sky going blue at the edges, heat stirring in the pavement. "All right, Liam, tell me again and give me detail." "So I did what you asked, right? I pulled some sheets, asked around. There's no indication the Monroe brothers ever sold steroids. I'll say Shore may use them, but if so, he's getting them somewhere else." Beckett chewed on that for a second, then shrugged it off. "That was a long shot anyway. What's the twist?" "The twist is the wife." Something in the way Howe said it. "She's a user." "Oh yeah, big time. Prescription meds mostly, OxyContin, Vicodin, anything in the painkiller family, cocaine on occasion." "Does she have a sheet?" The drug cop shook his head. "Everything is scrubbed at the source. Connections, favors, whatever. The few times she's been implicated, the charges went away. I only know as much as I do because I took the question to some of the retired guys. Turns out a lot of wealthy housewives walk on the dirty side. The unspoken rule has been to look the other way. Too many frustrations over the years, too many powerful husbands, and too much weight." Beckett could see it because small towns were like that. Connections and secrets, old money and old corruption. What's the harm in a few stoned housewives? Forget the hypocrisy that drugs were tearing half the city down. Where did she get the dope? Hal shook his head, lit a cigarette. The story doesn't have a happy ending. Tell me. We'll call it the story of Billy Bell. Beckett was at the Shores house by 8:15. Two kinds of bad news, two different reasons. Al says Shore knew about the first one. I've already spoken to the state police, and I'll tell you exactly what I told them. I don't know where Channing is. Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. Fuck your implications, and fuck your subpoena. The man looked huge in a tailored suit and glossy shoes. In the house beyond him, every light was burning. Beckett saw people in the study to the right, other suits, a woman, small and blonde in pink Chanel. I'm not here about the subpoena. Then why? Channing's father leaked aggression like an old tire leaked air, but again, it was hard to blame him. State cops had a subpoena for his daughter and tried to serve it when the sun was still below the trees. It was a cheap trick. Beckett would be angry too. She's really not here, is she? Like I told the state cops. Do you know where she is? No. Do you know at least if she's safe? Safe enough. It was grudgingly offered, possibly sincere. Her mother got a text saying she was okay, but wouldn't be home for a while. Is that normal? The text? No, but she's left home before. Parties in Chapel Hill, clubs in Charlotte. There have been some boys, teenage stuff she thinks is dangerous. Beckett sifted the words, came up satisfied. May I come inside? Why not? Every other cop in the county has. Shore showed his back, knowing Beckett would follow. In the study, he lifted an arm. These are my attorneys. 3 different men stood. You remember my wife. She sat on a sea of dark velvet as if she'd been weighted and sunk there. Pink suit rumpled, makeup smeared. Stoned, Beckett thought. Numb. Mrs. Shore. She did not look up or respond, and from the reactions of everyone else in the room, her condition was obviously no surprise. I'm glad you're here. This concerns you. That was a bomb in the stillness. In what regard? One of the lawyers asked. He had white elbows and ruddy skin. One of the big firms in Charlotte, Beckett guessed. $500 an hour minimum. Let's call it a story for now. Beckett kept his voice level, though he was angry deep down. A story about dead brothers, bored housewives, and a town full of dirty little secrets. I won't allow you to question her. I'll do all the talking, and right now we're talking about stories. Beckett pushed past the lawyer, the husband, towered over the wife instead. Like all good stories, this one revolves around a central question. In this case, the question of how 2 low-life brothers like Titus and Brendan Monroe ever came into contact with a girl like Channing. Drug dealers, kidnappers, rapists. I suspect you know this story. Beckett was unflinching. Mrs. Shore was not. I'm guessing that it started with drinks over brunch. 5 years ago, maybe 10. Brunch became afternoon wine, then cocktails at 5. More wine with dinner. 4 days a week became 7. There would be parties, of course. Weed from a friend, maybe. A doctor's prescription or 2. All harmless fun until we get to the stolen pills and the cocaine and the low-life dealers who go with it. That was his hardest voice, and she looked up, bewildered. Alsace? You have a gardener, Beckett interrupted her. William Bell. Goes by the name Billy. Billy, yes. The last time Titus Monroe was arrested for dealing drugs, he was selling OxyContin to your gardener, Billy Bell. That was 19 months ago on a Tuesday. Not only did your husband post Billy's bond, he paid for the lawyer that helped him stay out of jail. That's enough, detective. That was Mr. Shore. Close. Physical. Beckett ignored him. Channing wasn't plucked off a street, was she?
You said no questions.
Shore's voice was loud, but had nothing to do with anger. He was begging, pleading, as his wife sank more deeply into the sofa. It's a common enough story. Beckett lowered himself before the broken woman. Except for the ending. She didn't move, but a tear spilled down a sunken cheek. Do you know the Monroe brothers, Mrs. Shore? Have they been to this house? Don't answer that. Beckett tuned out the lawyer. This was about truth, responsibility, the sins of the parent. Will you look at me? Her head moved, but the lawyer pushed between them. This is a temporary restraining order signed by Judge Ford. The attorney snapped a paper in Beckett's face. It protects Mrs. Shore from police questioning in this matter until such time as her attending physician is brought before the court and the matter is heard. What? My client is under a doctor's care. Beckett took the paper, scanned it. Psychiatric care. The type of care is irrelevant until a judge rules otherwise. Mrs. Shore is in a fragile state and under the protection of the court. This is dated the 12th. The timing is also irrelevant. You cannot pursue this line of questioning. You knew about this days ago. Beckett dropped the paper and squared up on Mr. Shore. She's your daughter and you fucking knew. Outside, the day was too hot and blue for Beckett's mood. The abduction was not random. The bad guy's not some passers-by who saw Channing on the street. And the father knew. Motherfucker. I didn't know until after. Beckett spun on a heel. Alsace Shore had followed him out. He looked smaller and shaken, a powerful man begging. You have to believe me. If I'd known while she was missing, I'd have told you. I'd have done anything. You withheld evidence from me, Mr. Shore. It wasn't some accident your daughter was taken. What happened to Channing was your wife's fault. You don't think I know that? You don't think she knows that? Shore stabbed a finger at the house, and Beckett remembered the man's talk of grief and grieving and things forever changed. I can't undo what happened to my daughter, but I can try to protect my wife. You have to understand that. Shore's hands rose, clasped. You're married, right? What would you do to spare your wife? Beckett blinked, felt sun like a palm on his cheek. Tell me you understand, Detective. Tell me you wouldn't do the same. Liz was on her second cup of coffee when the banging started. Beckett had left 2 messages, so she knew it was coming. Another day, decisions. She opened the door after about the 20th knock. She was in faded jeans and an old red sweatshirt, her face still pale from sleep, the hair loose and wild on her head. It's a little early, Charlie. What's the problem? No coffee at the precinct? Beckett pushed inside, ignoring the sarcasm entirely. Coffee sounds good, thanks. Okay, then. She closed the door. Come on in. Elizabeth poured a cup of coffee and added milk the way he liked it. Beckett sat at the table and watched her. Hamilton and Marsh got their subpoena. The girl will have to answer their questions about the basement. She'll have to do it under oath. Liz didn't blink. Take this. She handed him a cup and saucer and sat across the table. They tried to serve it this morning, but Channing was gone. Her parents don't know where she is. She sent a text, though. That was considerate of her. They say that's not her normal behavior. Sneaking out, yes, not the texting. Elizabeth sipped from her own coffee. How odd. Where is she, Liz? Elizabeth put the coffee down. I've told you how I feel about you and this girl. She doesn't exist, I remember. Things are bigger now. You can't protect her. You shouldn't. Are you saying it's wrong to try? She's a victim. You're a cop. Cops don't have relationships with victims. It's a rule designed for your own protection. Elizabeth looked at her fingers on the china cup. They were long and tapered. The fingers of a pianist, her mother once said. If Elizabeth closed her eyes, though, she'd see them bloody and red and shaking. I'm not sure about rules anymore. She said it softly and left out the rest. That she wasn't sure about being a cop either. That maybe, like Crybaby, she'd lost something vital. Why was she doing it if not for the victims? What did it mean if she became one? They were hard questions, but she wasn't upset. The feelings were more of calm and quiet, a strange, still acceptance that Beckett, for all his abilities, didn't seem to notice. If I take Channing in, I can keep your name out of it. No obstruction charges, nice and clean. He reached for her hand and she watched his fingers on hers. She can tell the truth, and this can end. The state investigation, the risk of prison, you can have your life back, Liz. But it has to be now. If they find her here. He let that hang between them, but his eyes were deadly serious. I can't give you what you want, she said. I'm sorry. And if I force you, I'd say that's a dangerous road to walk. I'm sorry, Liz, I have to walk it. Beckett rose before the last word died. He moved down the short hallway, surprised when she didn't try to stop him. He opened one door and then another, and at the second, stared for a long time at tousled hair and pale skin and tangled sheets. When he returned, he sat in the same chair, his features still. She's asleep in your bed. I know. Not even the guest room, your bed, your room. Elizabeth sipped coffee, placed the cup on its saucer. I won't explain because you wouldn't understand. You're harboring a material witness and obstructing a state police investigation. I don't owe the state cops anything. What about the truth? Truth. She laughed darkly and Beckett leaned across the table. What will the girls say if they find her? That she was wired on the mattress when it happened? That you shot them in the dark? Elizabeth looked away, but Beckett wasn't fooled. It won't work this time, Liz. Not with autopsy results, ballistics, spatter analysis. They were shot in different rooms. Most of the bullets went through and through. There are 14 bullet holes in the floor. You know how that plays. I imagine I do. Say it, then. It plays as if they were on the ground, and no threat at all. So torture and murder. Charlie, I can't have you in prison. Beckett struggled, found the right words. You're too necessary. Thank you for that. She squeezed his hand and meant it. I love you for caring. Do you? He tightened his grip enough to show the strength in his wide palm and in fingers that stopped an inch from her cuff. Their eyes met in a pregnant moment, and her voice caught like a child's. Don't. Do you trust me or not? Don't. Please. 2 words, very small. He looked at her sleeve and at the narrow flash of china wrist. Both knew he could lift the sleeve and that she couldn't stop him. He was too strong, too ready. He could have his answer and in its wake find helplessness and truth and the ruins of their friendship. What is it with you and these kids? He asked. Gideon, the girl, put a hurt child in front of you and you don't think straight. You never have. His grip was iron, his hand squeezed so tight she had little feeling left in her fingers. That's not your business, Charlie. It wasn't before, now it is. Let me go. Answer the question. Very well. She found his eyes and held them, unflinching. I can't have children of my own. Liz, Jesus. Not now, not ever. Shall I tell you how I was raped as a child? Or should we discuss all that came after, the complications, and the lies, and the reasons my father even now won't look at me the same? Is that your business, Charlie? Is the skin on my wrists your business too? Liz, is it or isn't it? No, he said. I guess it's not. Then let go of my hand. It was a bad moment that caught like a breath, but he saw her clearly now, the children she loved, the string of broken relationships, and the withdrawn, cool way she often held herself. He squeezed her hand once and gently, then did as she asked. I'll try to keep them away. He stood and seemed every inch the clumsy giant. I'll do what I can to conceal the fact she's here. Elizabeth nodded as if nothing were wrong, but Beckett knew her every look. Channing's scores are public record, he said. You can't hide that she's a shooter. Sooner or later someone will figure it out. Sooner or later they'll find her. All I need is for it to be later. Why, for God's sake? I hear what you're saying, okay? The kids and all, I get it. I see what it means to you, but this is your life. He spread the same thick fingers, struggling. Why risk it? Because for Channing, it's not too late. And for you it is? The girl matters more. Elizabeth lifted her chin, and Beckett understood then the depth of her commitment. It wasn't a game or delay for its own sake. She would take the heat for Channing, the murders, the torture. She would go down for the girl. Jesus, Liz. It's okay, Charlie, really. He turned away for an instant, and when he turned back, he was harder. I want a better reason. For what? Look, I've made mistakes in my life, some really big ones. I don't care to make another one now. So if there's a reason you're doing this, something beyond childhood wounds and raw emotion, what if there is? Then I'll do everything I can to help you. Elizabeth measured his sincerity, then pulled up both sleeves and lifted her arms so he could take it all in. The fierce eyes and conviction, the raw pink wounds and all they implied. I would have died without the girl, she said. I would have been raped, and I would have been killed. Is that reason enough? She asked. And Beckett nodded because it was, and because, looking at her face, he knew for a fact that he'd never seen anything so fragile, so determined, or so goddamn terrible beautiful. When he was gone, Elizabeth pushed the door shut and watched him all the way to his car. His stride was slow and steady, and he drove away without looking back once. When she turned, Channing was in the hall. A blanket wrapped her like a package. Her skin was creased from sleep. I'm ruining your life. Elizabeth put her back to the door and crossed her arms beneath her breasts. You don't have that power, sweetheart. I heard what you said to him. You don't need to worry about that. And if you go to prison because of me, it won't come to that. How can you know? I just do. Elizabeth put an arm around the girl's shoulder. Channing wanted a better answer. Elizabeth didn't have one. Did you sleep okay? I was sick again. I didn't want to wake you. Elizabeth felt a stab of guilt. She slept so well with the girl warm beside her. You should eat something. I can't. The girl looked as fragile as glass, the veins powder blue in her arms. She looked how Elizabeth felt. Even the skin beneath her eyes was smudged. Get dressed, we're leaving. Where? You need to see something, Elizabeth said. And then you're going to eat. They took the Mustang top down. Heat was already spiking in the day, but dense trees shaded the streets, and the lawns in Elizabeth's neighborhood were thick and green. It made for a pleasant drive out, and Elizabeth watched the girl when she could. Why the desert? You said once that we should go to the desert. I found it odd, Elizabeth said, because I'd had the same thought just before that, and I'm not sure why. I've never considered the desert, never thought I'd want to live there or even visit. My life is here. It's all I've ever known. But I lie awake at night and imagine wind like it came from an oven. I see red stone and sand and long views of brown mountains. She watched the girl. Why do you suppose that is? It's simple, isn't it? Not to me. No mold, no mildew. Channing closed her eyes and turned her face to the sun. Nothing in the desert smells like a basement. They were silent after that. Traffic thickened. Channing kept her eyes closed. When they reached the commercial district, Elizabeth edged onto a ramp that spit them out 6 blocks from the square. They passed office buildings and cars and homeless people with loaded carts. When the square appeared, they circled the courthouse and turned onto Main Street, which was dotted with a few shoppers and people in suits. They passed a coffee shop, a bakery, a lawyer's office. Channing eased the sweatshirt hood over her head and sank into the seat as if people frightened her. "You'll be fine," Elizabeth said. "Where are we going?" "Here." "What's here?" "You'll see." Elizabeth parked at the curb, then opened the door and met Channing on the sidewalk. Together they passed a hardware store and a pawn shop. The door after that was glass with wood trim painted dark green. Letters on the glass said Spivey Insurance, Harrison Spivey, broker and agent. A bell tinkled as they pushed into a small room that smelled of coffee and hairspray and wood polish. "Is he in?" Elizabeth asked. No preamble, no hesitation. The receptionist stood, the gap of a sweater gathered in one hand, her soft face turning bright red. "Why do you come here?" Elizabeth said to Channing. "She always asks me that." "You're not a client, and I don't think for a second that you're a prospective one either. Is it a police matter?" "That's between Mr. Spivey and me. Is he in or not?" "Mr. Spivey comes in late on Fridays." "What time?" "I expect him any moment." "We'll wait." "Not here, you won't." "We'll wait outside." Elizabeth turned and left, Channing at her heels as the bell tinkled again, and the receptionist locked the door behind them. On the sidewalk, Elizabeth stepped into a shaded alcove. "I feel bad about that. She's a nice enough woman, but if her boss won't tell her why I come, then I won't either." "If you say so." The girl was still small, still sunken in the sweatshirt. "Do you understand whose office that was? You don't need to do this. You need to see how things can change. It matters. It's important." The girl hugged herself, still doubtful. "How long do we wait?" "Not long. That's him." Elizabeth dipped her head as a car rumbled past. In it, a man tapped his hands on the wheel, mouth moving as if singing. 200 feet farther, he pulled into an empty spot and climbed out, a 30-something man, thick in the middle, thin on top. Otherwise, he was strikingly handsome. "You don't have to say a word." Elizabeth started walking. "Just stay beside me. Watch his face." They moved up the sidewalk, and in spite of what she'd said to the girl, Elizabeth felt the narrow finger of her own shame. She was a cop and a grown woman, yet even at a distance suffered the memory of his weight and the taste of pine, the heat of his finger on the back of her hand. She'd had nightmares for years, come close to killing herself from shame and self-loathing. But none of that mattered anymore. This was about life after, about strength and will and lack of compromise. It was about Channing. "Hello, Harrison." He was walking head down and twitched as if her voice carried a live current. "Elizabeth, God." His hand covered his heart as his feet dragged to a stop. He licked his lips and looked nervously at his office door. "What are you doing here?" "Nothing, really. It's just that it's been a while. This is my friend. Tell her good morning." He stared at Channing and flushed bright, hot red. "Can you say hello?" Elizabeth asked. He mumbled something, and sweat beaded on his face. His eyes flicked from Channing to Elizabeth, then back. "I really need to, you know." He pointed at his office. Of course, business first. Elizabeth stepped aside and gave enough room for him to edge past. Have a nice day, Harrison. Always great to see you. They watched him shuffle to his office, open the door with his key, and disappear as if sucked inside. When he was gone, Channing said, I can't believe you just did that. Was it cruel? Maybe. Should I be the only one to remember what he did? No, never. What did you see when you looked at his face? Shame? Regret? Anything else? I saw fear, Channing said. I saw a great, giant world of fear. That was the point, and it sank into the girl as Elizabeth drove them to an old diner on a stretch of empty road on the far side of the county. Blacktop ran off unbroken, the sky domed above them. The girl ate in neat bites, smiled twice at the waitress, but in the car later looked drawn. If you tell me everything will be okay, I'll believe you. Everything will be okay. Do you promise? Elizabeth took a left and stopped at a light. You're just wounded, she said. Wounds heal. Always? If you're strong. The light turned green. And if you're in the right. They rode in silence after that, and the day seemed brighter. Channing found a song on the radio, let an open hand drag in the rush of air. This would be a fine day, Elizabeth decided, and for a while it was. They returned to Elizabeth's house, and the minutes folded around them. The porch was shaded, the silence between them easy. When they did speak, it was of small things, a young man on the street, a hummingbird on the feeder. But when Channing closed her eyes, Elizabeth recognized the tightness in her lids, the way her arms banded white across her ribs. Elizabeth remembered the feeling from childhood, and it was one more thing between them, this sudden fear of flying apart. Are you okay? Yes and no. The girl's eyes opened and the chair stopped rocking. Do you mind if I take a soak? Take your time, sweetheart. I'm not going anywhere. Promise? Open the window if you like. Call me if you need anything. Channing nodded, and Elizabeth watched her enter the house. It took a minute, but the window scraped open and she heard water run in the old porcelain tub. For long minutes she tried to find her own peace, but that too was impossible. Her father made certain. She watched his car ease down the shaded lane and tried to stifle the deep unease its presence created. He avoided parts of her life, the police station, this street. When they did meet, it was in her mother's presence or on some neutral ground. The policy suited them both. Less resentment and raw nerve, less chance of an argument. Because of that, she met him now as far from the house as she could, and he seemed to want it the same way, stopping 20 feet from the porch and shading his eyes as he climbed from the car. What are you doing here? Her words grated harshly, but they often did. Can a man visit his daughter? You never have? Tapered hands went into the pockets of black pants. He sighed and shook his head, but Elizabeth wasn't fooled. Her father did nothing without purpose and wouldn't be at her home without some powerful reason. Why are you here, Dad? Why now? Harrison called me. Of course, she said. And he told you of my visit. Her father sighed again and fastened his dark eyes on hers. Is compassion still beyond you? For Harrison Spivey? For a man who has known nothing but regret for 16 years, for a decent man struggling to rectify the sins of his past. Is that why you're here? Because I've seen no struggle. Yet he raises his children and is charitable and seeks only your forgiveness. I won't be lectured about Harrison Spivey. Will you talk about this? He pulled photos from the front seat and dropped them on the hood of his car. Elizabeth picked them up and felt a twist of sudden nausea. Where did you get these? They were given to your mother," he replied, "who is now heartbroken beyond any power to console." Elizabeth flipped through the stack but knew what images were there. They came from the autopsy and the basement, full color and graphic. "State police?" She saw the answer on her father's face. "What did they want?" "They were inquiring about odd behavior, confession, expressions of regret." "And you let them show these to Mom?" "Don't be angry at me, Elizabeth, when your choices alone brought us to this place." "Is she okay?" "Your vanity and need to rebel—" "Dad, please." "Your obsession with violence and justice and Adrian Wall." The words were loud enough to carry, and Elizabeth glanced at the house, knowing Channing must have heard. "Please lower your voice. Did you kill these men?" She held the stare and felt the weight of his condemnation. It was like this between them, and always would be. The old and the young, the laws of God and those of men. "Did you torture and kill them as the state police claim?" He was tall and straight and so ready to believe the worst. Elizabeth wanted to share the truth, if only to prove him wrong. But she thought of the girl in the house behind her and remembered how it was to be helpless in the dark, to be a child again and nearly broken. Channing saved her from that fate, from monsters that go bump in the night and the emotion that wept like blood from every part of her. That mattered more than her father, her pride, or anything else. So Elizabeth kept her back straight. "I killed them, yes." She handed the photos to her father. "I would do it again." He sighed deeply, frustrated and disappointed, and sad. "Do you know nothing of regret?" "I think I know more than most." "Yet what you sound is prideful." "I'm only what God and my father have made me." They were bitter words, and he looked away from them. His daughter was a killer and unrepentant. That was the truth he accepted. "What shall I tell your mother?" "Tell her that I love her." "And the rest of it?" He meant the photographs and Liz and her confession. "You once told Captain Dyer that the cracks in me are so deep God's own light can't find the bottom. Do you really believe that?" "I believe you are but a short fall from hell itself." "Then we have nothing to discuss, do we?" "Elizabeth, please." "Goodbye, Dad." She opened his car door, and the moment ended badly between them. He glanced a final time at her face, then nodded wearily and slipped into the car. Elizabeth watched him back onto the empty street and drive away. When he was gone, she looked at the bathroom window, then crossed the yard and sat again on the porch. When Channing came out, she was in the same clothes, but her hair was wet and her face flushed with heat. She kept her eyes on the dusty floor, and that's when Elizabeth knew for sure. "You heard all that?" "Bits and pieces. I didn't mean to eavesdrop." "It's okay if you did." "I'm a guest in your house. I wouldn't do that." The girl sniffed and showed the big eyes. "It was your father?" "Yes." "You lied to me," Channing said. "I know I did. I'm sorry." "You said you never told him what that boy did to you." "You're upset." "I thought we were friends, that you understood." "We are. I do." "Then why?" "Why the lie?" Channing nodded, and Elizabeth took a moment, because some doors were hard to open and others impossible to close. When she spoke, it was done softly and with care. "I came up in my father's church," she said, "raised on prayer and abstinence and piety. It was a spare childhood, but one I believed in, God's love and the wisdom of my father. I didn't realize I was so sheltered, that I was naive in a way kids today could never understand. We didn't have television or the internet or video games. I didn't go to the movies or read fiction or think about boys the way another 17-year-old girl might. The church was my family, and it was very close. You understand? Protected. Insular.
Channing nodded, and Elizabeth turned her chair to face the girl straight on.
After Harrison attacked me, I didn't tell my father for 5 weeks, and only then because I had no choice. When I did it, though, I felt dirty and small. I wanted him to make it right, to tell me I would be okay and had done nothing wrong. Mostly I wanted Harrison to pay for what he did. Did he? Pay? No. My father called him to the church and made us pray together, the two of us, side by side. I wanted justice, and my father wanted some kind of grand redemption. So we spent 5 hours on our knees asking God to forgive the unforgivable, to fix a thing that could never be fixed. 2 days later, I tried to kill myself at the quarry. My father never did call the police. That's why you don't get along? Yes. It seems like so many years, that kind of poison.
Elizabeth stared at the girl, marveling at her perspicacity.
There is more. Why we don't speak. Why I went to the quarry.
Elizabeth stood, because after so many years, this was the meat of it, the thumping, blood-filled core.
I was pregnant, she confessed. He wanted me to keep it.
17. Gideon woke in a hospital bed, the room dim and cool around him. For an instant he was lost, then remembered everything with perfect clarity. The morning light and Adrian's face, the pain of being shot, and the feel of an unmoving trigger. He closed his eyes against the disappointment and listened to the voice that rose from the corner of the room. It was his father, who was quiet at times, but not always. Gideon heard the mumbling and the disjointed words and wondered why he felt such sudden pity. Other than the pain from being shot and the bed in which he lay, nothing had changed since the night he'd set out to kill Adrian Wall. His father was still useless and drunk, and talking to his dead wife.
"Julia," he heard. "Julia, please."
The rest of it was all mumbles and mutterings. Long minutes of it, then an hour, and all the while Gideon lay perfectly still, feeling the same strange and poignant pity. Why was it like that? The curtains were pulled so it was dark in the room, his father more a shape than a man. Long arms around his knees, shaggy hair and jutting elbows. Gideon had seen the same shape on 1,000 nights, but this was different somehow. The old man seemed desperate and harder and sharp. Was it the mumbled words? The way he said her name? The old man was... what?
"Dad."
Gideon's throat was dry. The bullet wound ached.
"Dad."
The shape in the corner went quiet, and Gideon saw eyes roll his way and glint like pinpricks. The odd moment felt more so for the length of it. 2 seconds. 5. Then his father unfolded in the gloom and turned on a lamp.
"I'm here."
His appearance shocked the boy. He was not just disheveled, but gray, the skin hanging on his face as if he'd lost 20 pounds in a few days. Gideon stared at the deep lines on his father's cheeks, the crueler ones at the corners of his eyes. He was angry. That was the difference. His father was hard and bitter and angry.
"What are you doing?"
Gideon asked.
"Watching you and feeling ashamed. You don't look ashamed."
His father stood and brought a stale smell with him. He hadn't bathed. His hair was greasy.
"I knew what you were going to do."
He put a hand on the bed rail.
"When I saw the gun in your hand, I knew."
Gideon blinked, remembering his father's face and the crown of flowers in his hands.
"You wanted me to kill him?" "I wanted him to die. I thought for a minute it wouldn't matter how that happened, whether you killed him or I did. When I saw you with the gun, I thought, well, maybe this is right. It was a flash of a thought like that."
He snapped his fingers.
"But then you ran and were gone so damn fast. So do you hate him?" Of course I do. Him and your mother."
There was the anger, and it wasn't just at Adrian. Gideon ran the last hour in his head, the way his father had said her name over and over, the thrust of it like a blade.
"You hate her?"
Hate is not the right word. I loved her too much for that. That doesn't mean I could forgive or forget.
"I don't understand."
You shouldn't. No boy should.
"How could you hate her? She was your wife."
On paper, maybe.
"Stop talking in riddles, okay?"
Gideon rose up in the bed, pain spreading under the bandages. It was the first time he'd ever raised his voice to his father or expressed his own frustration. But so much of it was inside him, the filthy house and poor food and distant father. Mostly, though, it was the silence and dishonesty. The way his father drank himself stupid, yet had the stomach to curse and groan if Liz came by to help with homework or make sure milk was in the fridge. Now he was talking about on paper, as if he were not some kind of paper man himself.
"I'm 14 years old, but you still ignore me when it comes to her."
"I don't."
"You do. You turn away if I ask about what happened, or how she died, or why you look at me sometimes like you hate me too. Are you angry that I didn't kill him?"
"No." His father sat, and none of the tension left him. "I'm angry because Adrian Wall is alive and free, and your mother's still dead. I'm upset that you're shot and in this place, and that when it came down to it, you were the only one of us with the courage to look her killer in the face and do what needed doing."
"But I didn't do anything."
"That's not the point, son. The point is you had the gun, and I'm just the chicken shit who let you take it. Adrian Wall stole everything from me that ever mattered. Now look at you, all shot through and small, and somehow bigger than I ever was. And why is that? Because I saw you with that gun and went weak inside. For all of 10 seconds. 10 goddamn seconds. How could I not be bound up and turned around and choking on the kind of anger that comes from that?" Gideon heard the words but thought they were bullshit. His father had half the night to stop him. He could have gone to the prison, gone to Nathan's.
"And my mother?"
he asked.
"What did she ever do to make you mad?"
"Your mother." Gideon's father turned his face away, then pulled a bottle from his pocket and drained a third of it. "When things got hard between us, we'd go to the church and pray. No reason you'd know that, but we did. If we argued about money or you or other things, we'd kneel and hold hands and ask God to give us strength or commitment or whatever the hell we thought we needed. We were married in that church, and you were baptized there. I always figured if one place could fix us, then that'd be it. Your mother disagreed, but she would go to humor me. Goddamn." He shook his head and stared at the bottle. "She'd kneel at that altar and say the words just to humor me."
"I still don't understand."
"Then I'll say one last thing and leave it at that. As much as I loved your mother, and as pretty as she was," he shook his head and drained the bottle dry, "the woman was no kind of fucking saint." After the run-in with her father, Elizabeth left Channing at the house and pointed the old car at skinny roads that ran wild into the country. It had been like that since she was a kid. Confrontation, then speed, sometimes for hours, and more than once for days. The next state, the next county, it didn't matter. The wind felt good. The engines scream. But no matter how fast or how far she drove, there was nowhere to go, and no white tape marking the end. It was the same empty escape, the same race. And when it was done, Elizabeth's world was no more than her father claimed. Just violence and the job and her fascination with Adrian Wall. Maybe he was right about that life. He'd called it pointless once, an embarrassment of lightless rooms. She was thinking of that now, of decisions and the past, and of the only child she would ever conceive. It was 9 at night when she told her parents the first real lie. "I'm tired," she said. "I'm going to bed." Her father looked up from the kitchen table and the notes he'd made for Sunday's sermon. "Good night, Elizabeth."
"Good night, Father."
Such words had been said all the nights of her life, dinner and homework, his lips dry on her cheek. A week had passed since she told the truth of what happened at the quarry, and supposedly there was peace between them. She didn't see it, though. She saw his hand on the boy's shoulder, the way he'd told his own lies, saying, "Prayer and contrition, young man. These are stones in the path to God's right hand." Elizabeth watched her father return to his notes. First gray was in his beard, hair thinning on the crown of his head.
"Come here, baby girl."
Elizabeth went to her mother, who was warm and smiling and smelled of bread. The hug she offered was soft and long, so complete Elizabeth wanted to fall into it and never leave.
"I don't want this baby."
"Hush, child."
"I want the police."
Her mother squeezed harder and spoke in the same guarded whisper.
"I'll talk to him. He won't change his mind. I'll try, I promise. Just be patient." "I can't." "You must."
Elizabeth pushed away because her own decision was so suddenly hard inside her she feared her mother might feel it.
"Elizabeth, wait."
But she didn't. She pounded the stairs, went to her room, and squeezed her legs together until lights were off in the house. When the time came, she went through the window and onto the roof, then down the great oak that had shaded her room since before she could speak. A friend with a car waited at the end of the drive. Her name was Carrie, and she knew the place.
"Are you sure about this?"
"Just drive." The doctor was slick-skinned and Lithuanian and unlicensed. He lived in a trailer at the bad end of a bad trailer park and wore his hair long and parted in the middle. His front tooth was gold, the rest of them as shiny and brown as old honey. "You are the preacher's daughter, yes?" His eyes moved up and down, gold tooth flashing as he pushed a damp cigarette into the center of a narrow smile.
"It's okay," Carrie said. "He's legit."
Yes, I helped your sister. Pretty girl." Elizabeth felt a cold ache between her legs. She looked at Carrie, but the doctor had his fingers on her arm. "Come." He moved her toward the back of the trailer. "I have clean sheets. Wash the hands." When it was done, and she was in the car, Elizabeth was shaking so hard her teeth chattered. She hunched above the place she hurt. The road was black and white lines flicked past, one after another, and endless. She settled into the hurt and into the hum of tires.
"Should there be this much blood?"
Carrie looked sideways and her face turned white as the lines on the road.
"I don't know, Liz. Jesus." "But your sister?" "I wasn't with my sister. Jenny Laughlin took her. Shit, Liz. Shit. What did the doctor say?"
But Elizabeth couldn't think of the doctor, not of his dead eyes or filthy room or the way he touched her.
"Just get me home."
Carrie drove fast to make it happen. She got Elizabeth to the house and onto the porch before something else broke inside and stained the porch like a flood.
"Jesus, Liz."
But Elizabeth couldn't speak, watching instead from the bottom of a lake. The water was clear and warm, but getting dark at the edges. She saw fear on her friend's face and black waters pushing in.
"What do I do, Liz? What?"
Elizabeth was on her back, everything warm around her. She tried to raise her hand but couldn't move at all. She watched her friend pound on the door, then turn and run, and spray gravel with the car. The next thing she saw was her father's face, then lights and movement, then nothing at all. Elizabeth eased up on the gas, watching mile markers slide past as she played it out again. Long days in the hospital, the silent months that followed. She blamed herself when the nights got long, for not wanting the baby, for the dead place inside her. How old would the child be had she kept it? 16, Elizabeth thought.
2 years older than Gideon, 2 years younger than Channing. She wondered if that meant something, if God indeed paid attention, and her father had been right all along. It was doubtful, but why else did she find these children? Why were the connections so immediate and unshakable? A psychologist would have a goddamn field day. The thought amused her because psychologists ranked about the same as preachers, which meant pretty low. What if she was wrong about that? If she'd gone for therapy as her mother wanted, then maybe she'd have finished college and married. Maybe she'd have a career in real estate or graphic design, live in New York or Paris, and have some fabulous life. Forget it, she thought. She'd done good work as a cop. She'd made a difference and saved some lives. So what if the future was shapeless? There were other things and other places. She didn't have to be a cop. Yeah, right. Those were her thoughts as she approached a creek with 2 boys fishing from the bridge. Her foot came off the pedal and she moved past, parking beyond the bridge to watch. The smaller boy went into his cast, and for a moment, everything hung in perfect balance. The rod all the way back, small arms flexed. He was 9, she guessed, his friend pointing at a deep-looking pool beside a willow tree and a slab of gray stone. The baited hook flicked out, landed perfectly. They nodded at each other, and she marveled that life could be so simple, even for a child. It gave her a moment's peace. Then the phone rang, and she answered. It was Channing. She was screaming. Channing had stood on the porch and shaded her eyes as Elizabeth backed from the drive and accelerated down the street. The poor woman had been apologetic and calm, but Channing understood the sudden need to move and do and think wild thoughts. She felt the same thing when her mind went to the basement, like she could scream or rock in the dark or punch the walls until her fingers bled. Anything was better than stillness, and acting normal was the one impossible thing. Conversation, eye contact. Anything could open the door. She watched the street for another minute, then went inside and wandered the house, liking everything about it. The colors and the furniture, the comfortable clutter. A bookshelf covered an entire wall of the living room, and she walked its length, opening one book and then another, picking up photographs of Elizabeth and some small boy. In most of the pictures he was young, maybe 2 or 3. In others he was older, shy-looking and thin and close at her side. He had troubled eyes and a pretty smile. She wondered who he was. Turning from the photographs, Channing locked the door, poured a glass of vodka from a bottle in the freezer, and made her way to the bathroom at the end of the hall. She locked that door, too, and wondered if she'd ever relax behind a door that wasn't bolted. Even here in safe, she felt as if her clothes were too thin, and certain muscles had forgotten how to unclench. The vodka helped, so she took a sip, started the bath, and then lifted the glass again. She made the water very hot and waited for steam to rise before undressing in a careful, controlled manner. It wasn't that she hurt, the stitches, the bite marks, but that she feared her eyes might betray her, that they'd find the mirror by mistake and linger on the bruises and dark thread and the tight pink crescents his teeth had left. She wasn't ready for that. Sinking into the bath, though, she thought of what Elizabeth stood for, of her patience and strength and will. Maybe it was the vodka or something more. Whatever the case, Channing climbed from the tub before the water cooled. She kept her eyes up this time and confronted the mirror with a steadiness she thought she'd lost. She started with wet hair and the water on her skin, then looked at the bruises and marks and the ribs that showed too plainly. But it wasn't enough to simply look. She needed to see. And that's what she tried to do, to see not just the person she'd been or was, but the woman she wished to be. That woman looked a lot like Liz. It was a good thought that didn't last. Someone was banging on the door. Jesus.
Channing jumped so hard and fast she slammed her hand against the sink. It wasn't a knock at the door, but a hard, brutal pounding. Shit! Shit! She shoved a leg into her jeans, fabric sticking on wet skin, the other leg going in just as hard. The pounding got louder and more intense. Front door, she thought, over and over, and hard enough to shake the house. Channing pulled on the sweatshirt thinking, telephone, Liz, run. It was panic, pure instinct. She could barely breathe, and it took all her strength to open the bathroom door. The hall was dim, no movement. The pounding got even louder. Creeping into the living room, she risked a glance through the window. Cops were in the yard. Blue lights and guns, and hard-faced men wearing windbreakers that said SBI. "This is the state police," a loud voice at the door. "We have an arrest warrant for Elizabeth Black. Open up!" Channing twitched away from the window, but not before someone saw her. "Movement! Left side!" Guns came up, squared on the window. "State police! Final warning!" Channing ducked sideways, saw men on the porch. They wore helmets and body armor and black gloves. One of them had a sledgehammer. "Break it!" An older man pointed at the lock, and Channing screamed when the hammer hit. The sound was like a bomb, but the door held. "Again!" That time the frame buckled and she saw bright metal. 6 men stood behind the hammer, soldiers in a row with fingers tight above the triggers. The old man nodded, and the hammer struck a 3rd time, the door breaking from its frame. "Move! Move! Move!" Channing felt the rush but was already moving. She snatched up the phone and sprinted left. "Movement! Back hall!" Someone else yelled, "Freeze!" But she didn't. She hit the bathroom in a skid, slammed the door and locked it. They'd clear the house before they broke the door. But it was a small house, and she was already dialing. 1 ring. 2. She sensed men tight-packed in the narrow hall. It was the stillness, the silence. "Please, please." The phone rang a 3rd time, and Channing heard the click. She opened her mouth, but the door exploded, and the world was guns and men and screaming. As hard as Elizabeth drove the car before, she pushed it to braking now, turning off the crumbled road and onto a state highway, cars slashing past as the needle touched 105. The wind made so much noise she could barely think. But what could she think about anyway? The girl wasn't answering. Screams, a dead phone. But she'd heard other things too, hard voices and shouting and breaking wood. Elizabeth dialed the house, but the line was off the hook. She tried the girl's phone again, but that failed too. Damn it! 3 tries, 3 fails. Desperate, she called Beckett. "Charlie!" "Liz, where the hell are you? What's that noise?" She could barely hear above the wind. "Charlie, what's happening?" "Thank God, listen, don't go to your house." He was yelling to be heard. "Don't go home." "What? Why?" "Hamilton and Marsh." She lost a sentence or two, then he was back. "Word just hit the street. They have an indictment, Liz. Double homicide, we just found out." "What about Channing?" "Liz?" Static. "Don't..." "What?" "State police locked us out." "Charlie, wait." "Don't go to your fucking house." Elizabeth hung up in numb disbelief. It wasn't the warrant or that she'd be arrested. State cops were at her house, and so was the girl who'd saved her life, Channing, who was 18 and hollowed out and liable to confess anything. Already 5 minutes had passed. Too much time. She pushed the old car until the needle touched 110, then 115. She watched for slow movers and cops, squeezed the wheel hard, and said her first real prayer in a dozen years. "Please, God." But it was over by the time she got there. She saw it from a block out. No lights at the house, no cars or cops or movement. She came hard anyway, locking up the brakes and rocking into the drive. "Channing!" She took the yard at a run, saw tire tracks in the grass and the door broken in its frame. On the porch, she hit the door with a shoulder, felt it rock on a single hinge. Inside, she found out-of-place furniture, dirty footprints,
and the bathroom door blasted off the hinges too. She was too late. That was real. She checked the house anyway. Bedrooms, closets. She wanted to find the girl, hidden maybe, or tucked away. But she was kidding herself, and she knew it. The warrant wasn't for Channing, but they had a subpoena. And Hamilton and Marsh would use it. We're probably talking to her now. What happened in the basement? Who pulled the trigger? In a fog, Elizabeth stepped outside and wedged the door shut behind her. They had the girl, and the girl would talk. Whether from guilt or naivete, or the desire to help Elizabeth, Channing would eventually break. Elizabeth couldn't let that happen. The shooting was too political, too racial. They'd burn her down to make an example. I saw it happen. The voice came from beyond the hedge, and Elizabeth recognized the neighbor who lived to the right, an elderly man with a '72 Pontiac station wagon he polished on weekends as if it were made of something more precious than steel and paint. Mr. Goldman? Must have been 20 cops, assault rifles and body armor. Goddamn Nazis. He pointed and ducked his head. Sorry about your door. There was a girl. A small one, yes. 2 tough old bastards hauled her out. You saw her? Hard to miss, really. Hanging between them like she was, all bright-eyed and flushed and kicking like a mule. For a hard, flat second, Elizabeth didn't know what to do. She couldn't go to the station with a murder warrant on her head. It was beyond even dire to help her now. Hamilton and Marsh had their indictment. That meant they'd pick her up and drop her in a hole. Even if she won at trial, which was doubtful, she'd be vilified by the national press, picked apart and stripped to her bones. It was an angry nation, and she was another white cop on the wrong side of a shooting. They couldn't play otherwise, not with 14 bullet holes in the floor. And that was best-case scenario. Worst case, Channing would talk. That meant time mattered, and not the kind that would be counted in days. Hours, she thought. Minutes. Would the girl even fight? Elizabeth's paralysis snapped like a glass rod. She started the car and had Channing's father on the line before she reached the first turn. He would move heaven and earth, but his lawyers were in Charlotte. That would take time. So she went the only place that made sense, around the city, across the river. Box bushes took paint off the car, but she found the old lawyer, sitting in the same chair on the same porch. He offered pleasantries, but she shut him down before he could rise from the chair. No time, Faircloth. Just listen, please. She started too fast, too shaky. Slow down, Elizabeth. Catch your breath. Whatever it is, we'll handle it. Sit down. Tell me from the beginning. It needs to be privileged. Very well. Consider me your attorney. You're not licensed. Then consider me a friend. She hesitated, so he spoke carefully to make his point. Anything you tell me, I will take to my grave, unless you instruct otherwise. You cannot shock me or dissuade me or make me anything less than your ally. I'm not the only one at risk. 5 decades before the bar, my dear, and you would not believe the secrets I have kept. Whatever the problem, you have come to the right place. Very well. She took a deep breath and focused on his hands, on the class ring and creases and parchment skin. He leaned into her words and she told him everything, her eyes never leaving the crooked fingers, her words rising from some dim, far place. She started with the subpoena for Channing and her own indictment, then moved to the horrible truth of what really happened in the basement on Penelope Street. It hurt like being naked in the cold, but there was no time left for shame or self-pity. She told him everything and let her wrists show to make it real. He interrupted her only once when he whispered, "You poor dear girl." Even then she couldn't look him in the face. It was the shame of it, as if she weren't just naked, but nailed to a board. I don't know what she'll say, Faircloth. Only what will happen if she tells the truth. And you wish to put her interests above your own. Yes. You're certain of that? If she tortured those men, that's on me. My decision. May I ask why? Does it matter? Not if you understand the consequences of what you're asking me to do. The indictment has your name on it, not hers. You're risking prison. I'll never go to prison. I'll run first. As your friend and lawyer, I feel compelled to advise you that such plans rarely work out. Just keep her from talking, Faircloth. I'll live with what comes after. Very well. One thing at a time. He patted her hand. You were right to come to me, Elizabeth. Thank you for that trust. What can we do for Channing? For starters, don't panic. Even if she confesses everything, we can argue the shooting is justified. She's a child and traumatized. Prosecution is not a foregone conclusion. Conviction is not even worth discussing. 18 rounds. You've seen the papers. You understand the context. He nodded because he did. Things were different since Baltimore and Ferguson. Everything was racial. Everything was watched. That made the deaths of Brendan and Titus Monroe not just public but political, especially with allegations of torture and retribution. If the Attorney General had to shift targets, he certainly could. The cop, the rich girl. At this point, it didn't matter. Win or lose, the machine needed a body. Even if she's acquitted, Elizabeth said, you know what a trial would do to a girl so young. She won't recover. Give me $1. The old lawyer held out a hand. What? Make it 2. I have a 20. That's fine. He took the bill. A $10 retainer for you and another for the girl, in case anyone asks. Do you have a cell phone? Of course. Give it to me. Elizabeth handed it over. He removed the battery and the SIM card, then handed everything back and smiled to take away the sting. Cops make bad fugitives. It's the mindset. Jesus. She stared at the phone. Crybaby was already moving. Get a burner phone when you can. Call me with the number. He shrugged on a wrinkled coat. The rest of him was in faded jeans and boat shoes without socks. I'll deal with the girl first, then we can talk about this indictment. Her father is Alsace Shore. You know him? I know his lawyers. They may complicate matters, which doesn't matter so long as they keep her from talking. We'll see when I get there. Will your friends on the force help the state police find you? Beckett's on my side. Dyer, too, I hope. Everyone else is a wild card. Then you should leave immediately. Do you have a safe place to go? A friend in another town? Family? The question almost ruined her. How could she admit the truth? That most of her friends were cops and would arrest her on sight? That even family was a shelter built on sand? Right now you and Channing are all I have. The old man took her hand and she felt kindness in the heat of his fingers. Allow me to make a suggestion. I have a fishing cabin on the lake. It's on Goodman Road, not far at all. I haven't been there in forever, but a handyman keeps it open for me. You should go there, just for now, he assured her. Just so I can find you. Shouldn't I be doing something? Let me find out what's happening, then we can make a plan. All right, come on, I'll drive you. No, stay out of the city, stay away from people. I'll call the car service. He guided her off the porch and she stopped on the second step. Be quick, Elizabeth. They may have tracked your phone already. He was eager, but she needed this single moment just to be sure. Why are you doing this? Because you have pretty eyes and a lovely smile. Don't joke, Faircloth. Very well. I'm helping you because Adrian spoke of you often, and because I've followed your career since his trial, because you are thoughtful and kind and unlike other detectives, because I find you to be a most admirable woman. A twinkle glinted in the old man's eyes. Have I not told you that? And if you're charged for practicing without a license, until you showed up the other day, I'd not been out of my house. for over a decade. Now I've been to court, breathed fresh air, and helped a friend that needed help. I'm 89 years old with a heart so weak I'm unlikely to live another 3. So look at me." He lifted his arm so she could take in the old jeans and flyaway hair, the coat he could have used for a pillow. "Now ask again if I give a good goddamn about being charged with anything."
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.